Chapter 3766. Springhouse's heavenly dining room charged a high price, but the service was also very good. For example, if someone arrived at the heavenly dining room first, the person who arrived earlier would tell the restaurant the surname of the person who arrived later. If the person who arrived later didn't have the right surname, the restaurant wouldn't let him in. Duan. As Duan Lingtian spoke, the waiter confirmed it and looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Young Master Duan, young Master Ho is already waiting for you in heavenly dining room 2. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed the waiter all the way to the top floor of the restaurant and arrived in front of a dining room. There's only one person in the dining room. Before the waiter opened the door, Duan Lingtian heard Ling Hu Huan's voice. The person hiding in the dark hasn't shown himself yet, but we don't dare to use our divine sense to check as it will alert the enemy. Next, we'll hide in the dark. If you sense the aura of a divine emperor, we'll attack immediately. What you need to do is to stall for time as much as possible so that you won't be killed by the enemy before we arrive. Ling Hu Huan's tone became more and more serious as he spoke. Guest, please come in. After the attendant opened the door, Duan Lingtian walked in. Then he noticed Ho Qingning, who sat within with a single glance, and he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Only you? I thought you called the others from the Thousand Leaves sect. I was worried that you'd spend too much money, so I didn't call them. Ho Qingning smiled. Have you ordered? Duan Lingtian sat down and asked immediately. Not yet. Aren't I waiting for you? Waiter, order. As Ho Qingning spoke, the waiter who had been waiting outside the door came in and introduced the dishes of the restaurant to Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. Is there anything you want to eat? Ho Qingning asked Duan Lingtian. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. For us, eating is all about taste. Why don't we ask him to serve all of his signature dishes? Sure. Ho Qingning nodded and asked the waiter to place the order. However, the door to the private room closed once again. Ho Qingning looked at Duan Lingtian with a sigh. Duan Lingtian, I really didn't expect that you would come this far in just a few years. Not only has he become a deity king, but he's also an emperor-level divine alchemist. Ho Qingning looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Although the conversation between him and Duan Lingtian would be transmitted to the ears of the black-robed man through the array disk that he had brought with him, which had already been activated. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian again, he could not help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. How is it? How have you been at the Hidden Fog Academy recently? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. It's just like that. It's very boring. Ho Qingning shook his head. If I knew it would be so boring, I wouldn't have gone to the Hidden Fog Academy. I should have gone straight to the Hidden Fog sect. Ho Qingning was the young sect master of a God King level sect, the 10,000 Leaves sect. Although the 10,000 Leaves sect didn't develop any influence in the God Emperor level Hidden Fog sect, they still had some necessary connections. In addition, Ho Qingning's talent and perception weren't bad. It wouldn't be difficult for him to directly enter the Hidden Fog sect and become an inner sect disciple. However, now that you've left the Hidden Fog sect, even I want to enter the Hidden Fog sect. Ho Qingning said with a sigh. Duan Lingtian smiled. Why don't you come to the Ling Hu family as well? Forget it. Ho Qingning shook his head. You probably won't stay in the Ling Hu family for long. Are you going to the Tianlong clan next? How do you know? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. It's not hard to guess. Ho Qingning smiled. With your talent and perception, in addition to your achievements in alchemy, even the Tianlong clan won't be able to keep you for long. I never thought that I, Ho Qingning, would one day be able to make such an amazing friend like you. As Ho Qingning spoke, there was a bit of worry in the depths of his eyes. He had reminded Duan Lingtian before, but he didn't know if Duan Lingtian had reacted or if he had made any preparations. At this moment, he was completely a puppet of the black-robed man. He had to act according to the black-robed man's instructions. Moreover, his conversation with Duan Lingtian was displayed to the black-robed man through the formation. The black-robed man was very cautious and didn't plan to make a move here. Moreover, he didn't dare to send any sound transmissions because the black-robed man had told him that if he dared to send any sound transmissions and Duan Lingtian's expression became unnatural, The black-robed man would immediately go to 10,000 Leaves City and destroy the entire 10,000 Leaves sect behind him. Duan Lingtian, if you really didn't hear my reminder, I hope you won't blame me. That's already the limit of what I can do. Ho Qingning looked normal on the surface, but he was sighing in his heart. After all, behind me are the lives of thousands of people in the 10,000 Leaves sect. Earlier, when he had warned Duan Lingtian, it could be said that he hadn't left any traces, and the black-robed man wouldn't have noticed. However, that reminder was very obvious to Duan Lingtian. Unless Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten that he hadn't said those words to him back then, this was also what he was worried about. If Duan Lingtian clearly remembered that he hadn't said those words to him back then, he would definitely be able to react. However, even if Duan Lingtian had a stunned expression at that time, the black-robed man wouldn't have been able to see it. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's behavior had been normal after that, so he guessed that Duan Lingtian might have already known that he was in danger and had probably made arrangements for him to appear here now. However, he couldn't rule out the second possibility. Duan Lingtian had forgotten that he hadn't said those words to him back then and had come here alone. However, no matter which possibility it was, he couldn't do anything now and could only rely on Duan Lingtian himself. While Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning were chatting, the dishes were quickly served in the restaurant. The two ate normally and naturally, as if it was an ordinary meal between good friends. Of course, the cost was also extremely expensive. One had to pay with divine stones, and it was more than 10 taels of divine stones. Let's go. After Duan Lingtian paid the bill, Ho Qingning called out to Duan Lingtian and then asked with a smile, Duan Lingtian, I've bought a mansion in Linghu City this time. Do you want to come with me to take a look? Is it your mansion, or the 10,000 Leaves sect? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, but then asked with a smile. Ahem, the 10,000 Leaves sect. Ho Qingning awkwardly coughed twice. How about it? Do you want to go take a look? At this moment, he naturally hoped that Duan Lingtian would refuse, because the black-robed man had set up an inescapable net in that mansion. Once Duan Lingtian entered, even if Duan Lingtian had a god emperor from the Linghu family secretly protecting him, it would be too late to save him. Next time, Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I'm in a hurry to go back to the Linghu family to refine a few divine pills. One of the patriarchs of the Linghu family asked me to refine them, and it's urgent. Okay, next time then. Ho Qingning nodded with some disappointment. Then let's part here. If I have time, I'll go to the Hidden Fog Academy to see you. Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked Ho Qingning. Okay. Ho Qingning squeezed out a smile and nodded. Then, the two separated with their backs facing each other. When the two had just walked a dozen steps, a sudden change occurred. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, a ghostly black figure instantly landed in Duan Lingtian's path. The bricks on the street where the figure landed shattered, and spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. In the center of the spiderweb, where the black figure landed, the whole ground caved in. It was a person shrouded in a hooded black robe. It was impossible to see his face or figure, but his appearance shocked the surrounding people and made them retreat. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian and the figure were left. Who are you? Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed figure, and his face suddenly changed. At the same time, he asked with fear in his eyes, Why are you blocking my path? The person who will kill you. A hoarse voice sounded, and then the black-robed figure released his divine power. Rolling power swept out like a stormy sea. Then, as though it had transformed into a gigantic beast, it charged madly at Duan Lingtian. Bang! Another loud noise rang in the air. The gigantic beast formed from the divine monarch's energy that was about to land on Duan Lingtian was destroyed by the attack from the sky. Then, two figures, like ghosts, appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and protected Duan Lingtian behind them. Honghuan elders. The black-robed figure's hoarse voice changed at this moment. Then, before the surrounding people could react, his figure flashed and he was ready to leave. However, at this moment, 7 other forces swept out from the dark and blocked his path of retreat from all directions, leaving him with no way to retreat. This was the ambush from all sides. Then, the masters of the 7 forces, Linghu Zhengxing and the others, appeared one after another. Linghu Zhengxing? The black-robed figure seemed to recognize Linghu Zhengxing. When he saw Linghu Zhengxing, his body trembled violently. Then, he looked at Ho Qingning, who had come to Duan Lingtian's side at some point in time. Under the hood, his face could not be seen clearly, but two terrifying rays of light shot out. Ho Qingning, how dare you warn Duan Lingtian? Aren't you afraid that I will send a message and destroy your entire 10,000 Leaves sect? I believe in Duan Lingtian. Ho Qingning looked at the black-robed figure indifferently and said coldly. The reason why he dared to say this was because he knew that Linghu Renjia, the head of the Linghu family, and Murong Yunlu, the head of the Murong family, were very close. They were like brothers of the opposite sex. The Murong family was not far from 10,000 Leaves City, where the 10,000 Leaves sect was located. This was also one of the main reasons why he took the risk to warn Duan Lingtian. If he warned Duan Lingtian, it would directly cut off the 10,000 Leaves sect survival. Even if he wanted to warn Duan Lingtian, he did not have the courage to say it. After all, on one side was a person, and on the other side was a sect with thousands of people. Moreover, it was a sect that had nurtured him. Chapter 3767. Although Ho Qingning hadn't known Duan Lingtian for a long time, from their previous interactions and what he heard afterwards, it wasn't hard for him to guess that Duan Lingtian was a cautious person. When Duan Lingtian was still at the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Lingtian had refused his help in the 10-star student trial. Ho Qingning thought that Duan Lingtian would have met with an accident because of his arrogance, but in the end, Duan Lingtian had survived. Later, through some rumors, he heard that the various God King-level family clans of Skywind City had all sent Death Knights to kill Duan Lingtian. But, without exception, all of them were either annihilated or only a few were left alive. Whether Duan Lingtian had relied on his own strength or external forces, it was enough to see how cautious Duan Lingtian was. Later on, while he was at the Hidden Fog Academy, he heard that Duan Lingtian had killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao in the Hidden Fog sect and had smoothly escaped. He had also smoothly entered the Linghu family. From this, Ho Qingning saw just how cautious Duan Lingtian was. Who were Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? They were two of the 4 highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect. They were disciples of Elder Wind and Elder Thunder. If someone dared to kill them in the Hidden Fog sect, it would be difficult for them to survive. But Duan Lingtian had survived. It seemed reckless, but he had still managed to escape unscathed. If someone said that Duan Lingtian hadn't made preparations beforehand, Ho Qingning wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. It was because of this that Ho Qingning had dared to send a message to Duan Lingtian. He believed that as long as Duan Lingtian discovered some clues and knew that he was being coerced, he would definitely arrange everything. With Duan Lingtian's current status in the Linghu family, it was enough for the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, to go to great lengths to help him. I've already asked our Linghu family's patriarch to send a message to the Murong family to help look after the 10,000 Leaves sect. However, he should be alone and has no accomplices. Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed man and said indifferently, the divine emperors of the Murong family have been patrolling around Wanya City for 2 days and have not found anyone suspicious. Thank you. Although he was mentally prepared, Ho Qingning was still very excited when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He repeatedly thanked Duan Lingtian. And now, the onlookers standing in the distance gradually guessed the sequence of events after hearing the conversation between Duan Lingtian and the black-robed man. Duan Lingtian? Is this young man the Duan Lingtian of the Linghu family? He looks so young. So he's the one who refined the ultimate Jia Yi Bing divine pill? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Many of the onlookers were in an uproar when they guessed Duan Lingtian's identity. Many of them also looked at Linghu Huan, Linghu Hong, and Linghu Zhengxing. They're the 3 elders of the Linghu family and the 3 strongest people in the Linghu family. I didn't expect them to appear together in Linghu City today. It's obvious they're here to protect revered Elder Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect revered Elder Duan Lingtian to have such a high position in the Linghu clan after just 2 years. The others seem to be divine emperors as well. That's Linghu Qingzhe, that's Linghu, Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning, and the black-robed man stood facing each other. Elders Hong and Hung stood side by side between them. Around the black-robed man were 7 divine emperors, led by Ling Hu Zhengxing. They were all glaring at the black-robed man. The latter was obviously a trapped beast. From the moment I saw you, I used my consciousness to guard against you and send a message to Duan Lingtian to warn him. The black-robed man stared at Ho Qingning and asked in a low voice. Later on, even when Duan Lingtian's soul orb was in my hands, I still kept my guard up against you so that you wouldn't send a message to the others to warn Duan Lingtian. How did you notify him? I thought everything was under my control. As the black-robed man spoke, there was a hint of unwillingness in his hoarse voice. You told me to contact Duan Lingtian and tell him that when I was in Linghu City, I notified him right in front of you. Ho Qingning looked at the black-robed man with a mocking smile and said, at that time, I told him that he said he would treat me and the people of the 10,000 Leaves sect to a meal and that he owed us a meal. However, in reality, he didn't mention this at all. In fact, we never even talked about this. As long as Duan Lingtian can confirm that we didn't talk about this, he will naturally start guessing. Coupled with his current situation, it's not difficult for him to guess that I wanted to lure him out. More accurately, I wanted to lure him out by threatening my people. Ho Qingning said, Aren't you afraid that your warning to him will cause the deaths of thousands of people in your 10,000 Leaves sect? The black-robed man asked in a low voice. You, for one person, are willing to drag down the entire sect behind you? I already said that. Ho Qingning said indifferently, I believe in Duan Lingtian. I believe that he can guess my situation in the 10,000 Leaves sect situation. I also believe that he can take care of everything. Of course, the reason why I'm willing to gamble like this is also because of the good relationship between the Murong family and the Linghu family. In front of Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning didn't plan to hide anything and spoke openly. You really dare to gamble, the black-robed man said coldly. The black-robed man said coldly before he glanced at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you really have a good friend. For you, he's willing to gamble with the lives of thousands of people. I'm also very honored to have such a friend. Duan Lingtian faintly smiled and looked at the black-robed man as if he was looking at a dead person. Whoosh! Just as the black-robed man's voice fell, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a flash, a deep blue wind blade condensed and spread out in all directions. Wind Shadow Lightning Sword. As the high-grade divine sword appeared in the black-robed man's hand, Linghu Huan's small eyes suddenly narrowed. I knew that when you attacked just now, it felt a little familiar. So it's the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Feng. As his voice fell, Linghu Huan unhurriedly followed after Linghu Zhengxing and the others and attacked. As for the surrounding crowd, they were in an uproar. The black-robed man who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian was actually one of the Hidden Fog sect's 4 Grand Elders, Elder Feng. At the same time, Linghu Zhengxing and the others all took out their own divine artifacts. Even though they were able to gain the upper hand by striking later, they were able to block the black-gowned man's sudden sword strike by relying on their superior numbers. At the same time, the black-robed man also took off his hood, revealing a face that Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with. I thought it was flawless, but I never imagined that this brat Ho Qingning would have such a blind trust in Duan Lingtian. Elder Feng said with a sigh. Elder Feng, what you did this time, was it your own doing, or was it the Hidden Fog sect's covert opposition? At this time, Linghu Huan spoke up, his tone incomparably gloomy. It was my own doing. Elder Feng lightly said. The Hidden Fog sect and even Elder Thunder feared Duan Lingtian's future achievements, so they weren't willing to be enemies with Duan Lingtian. What a pity, what a pity. Just a little more. When Elder Feng looked at Duan Lingtian once more, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Killing intent also rose on his face. Shangguan Xiongfeng, I'm afraid he isn't as simple as being Elder Feng's disciple, right? At this time, Linghu Huan looked deeply at Elder Feng and asked. If Shangguan Xiongfeng was only a disciple, he didn't believe that Elder Feng would have taken this step. This was equivalent to making an enemy of their Linghu family with his own strength. Rumor has it that Shangguan Xiongfeng is your illegitimate son, your grandson. Could this rumor be true? Linghu Huan asked. Yes, he is my grandson. Elder Feng nodded. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Most of the people around him were subconsciously stunned by his response. He moved. Pucci, the sword in Elder Feng's right hand, slashed across the palm of his left hand. Following that, blood splattered out and fused with his wind power. In an instant, an extremely strange and sharp aura erupted. In the next moment, whoosh, Elder Feng's entire body was covered in a layer of blood-colored astral energy. It was as if he had turned into a giant blood sword as he shot straight towards Duan Lingtian. His speed was ridiculously fast. Not good. At this moment, the expressions of the 9 divine emperors, including Ling Hu Huan and his brother, changed drastically. It should be noted that when they heard that Shangguan Shengfeng was Elder Feng's grandson, their hearts skipped a beat and they were slightly distracted. It was only when Elder Feng made his move that they came back to their senses. They all made their moves and charged towards Elder Feng. However, they were still a step too late. Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning, with the two of you dying with me, I can answer to Shengfeng when I meet him. The blood sword suddenly bypassed the Linghu family's elders Hong and Huan and charged towards Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. Ho Qingning's expression changed drastically. Earlier, even he was shocked by Elder Feng's words. He didn't expect the rumor that Shangguan Shengfeng was Elder Feng's grandson to be true. This was a human's instinctive reaction. The sword light on the giant sword was like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open. It was about to swallow Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning whole. The several divine emperors of the Linghu family revealed looks of regret. They regretted being distracted. Although it was impossible for Elder Feng of the Hidden Fog sect to escape from under their noses. However, it was already too late to stop him from killing Duan Lingtian. Elder Feng's strength was no weaker than theirs. Now, Elder Feng had made his move while they were distracted. They had no way of stopping Elder Feng's attack. As for the other 4 divine emperors that Linghu Huan had brought over, their expressions were ugly. After all, they had come this time to ensure the safety of the Linghu family's consecrator, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the Linghu family had promised them the limit Jia Yibing divine pill. If Duan Lingtian died, the Linghu family wouldn't be able to take out the reward. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had been killed right under their noses. Even if the Linghu family was willing to take out something else for revenge, they wouldn't have the face to take it. Was he going to make a wasted trip this time? Thinking of this, they were filled with hatred for Elder Feng. They attacked Elder Feng's back with killing moves. Chapter 3768. Elder Feng originally thought that he would not have the chance to avenge his grandson, Shangguan Shengfeng. It was only when Linghu Huan asked if Shangguan Shengfeng was his grandson that he saw an opportunity. In the past, although there were similar rumors in the outside world, he did not admit it personally. Therefore, no one dared to be 100% sure. However, once he admitted it personally, those who knew him would be shocked. Once a person was shocked, they would fall into a momentary daze. I specialize in the law of wind, so I specialize in speed. In addition, my bloodline power can increase my speed. As long as they are distracted, I will have the opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. Everything was as Elder Feng had expected. He had taken them by surprise and attacked at lightning speed. The 9 divine emperors present could not react in time. Although they attacked one after another, they were all aiming for his back. However, the distance between his attack and Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning was much greater than the distance between him and the 9 divine emperors. Die! Elder Feng, who was enveloped by the sword ray of the blood-red greatsword, could not help but feel excited when he saw that Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning were right in front of him. He was about to kill them with his sword. His eyes were filled with excitement. Whoosh! The blood-red greatsword pierced through the air and penetrated Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning's bodies in the blink of an eye under the watchful eyes of the crowd. However, the expression on Elder Feng's face changed drastically at this moment. How is this possible? At this moment, the crowd realized that Elder Feng's attack had only penetrated the afterimages of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, many people realized that Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning had appeared behind Linghu Zhengxing and teleported away at the critical moment. That was close. At this moment, Even the crowd of onlookers subconsciously had such a thought. Whoosh! At the same time, that elder Feng managed to dodge in time. However, there were still several attacks that ruthlessly landed on his body. Boom! Rumble! The 9 godly emperors attacked at the same time. Their terrifying power fell on the ground and destroyed the entire street in the blink of an eye. Even the main door of the spring gazebo and half of the floor had been reduced to dust. Some people who didn't manage to dodge in time were caught in the crossfire and died. At this moment, the originally complete street had turned into a bottomless pit, like a bottomless abyss. Of those onlookers, other than some of the stronger ones, the weaker ones were all sent flying by the shockwaves of the terrifying explosion. Some were lightly injured, some were seriously injured, and some were even killed by the shockwaves of the shockwaves. That was because the 9 godly emperors' strength had fallen from the sky. Otherwise, the destruction would have been much greater than that. Well, the realms of gods are much tougher than the Devata realms. If it were a Devata realm, 9 divine emperors would be able to destroy a city with ease. Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Linghu Zhengxing, clicked his tongue when he saw the destructive power of the 9 godly emperors' attacks, let alone the mundane realms. Even in a Devata realm, the attack of a godly emperor could easily destroy a towering mountain. Elder Feng, who was heavily injured, hovered in the air. His aura was slightly weakened. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, apart from Linghu Zhengxing, the other 8 godly emperors, including the old men Hong and Huan, had surrounded Elder Feng. You're not distracted? Elder Feng ignored the 8 godly emperors as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His voice was filled with reluctance when he spoke again. How would I dare to be distracted in a moment of life and death? Duan Lingtian glanced at Elder Feng indifferently and said, Moreover, you've gone to such lengths for Shangguan Xiong Feng. I'm certain the rumors are true. Although it's surprising that you've admitted it, it's not enough to distract me in a moment of life and death. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ho Qingning, who was standing at the side, felt embarrassed. He had indeed been distracted earlier. What a pity! What a pity! Elder Feng's eyes dimmed slightly. Then, his divine energy surged as a powerful aura spread out from his body. At the same time, a green flame appeared on Elder Feng's body. It was a flame formed by the law of wind. Then, the flames continued to grow. He's going to self-destruct his little world? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw Elder Feng's condition. Moreover, it's already begun. Experts who were godly kings and above could self-destruct their little worlds and display a terrifying destructive power. Of course, after self-destructing their little worlds, their bodies would shatter and their souls would be burned and destroyed. They would suffer the pain of having their souls refined. Because of this, very few people would choose to self-destruct their little worlds. Even if death was certain, they would not choose to do so. Generally speaking, only a madman would do such a thing. Madman. At this moment, Linghu Zhengxing and the others regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically. Without any hesitation, Linghu Zhengxing shouted, "Return to the mansion." In the next instant, Linghu Zhengxing raised his hand, and a godly emperor-grade spaceship appeared. He then brought Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning, elders Hong Huan, and the other godly emperors into the spaceship. Whoosh! The godly emperor-grade spaceship started moving instantly. With the speed of a high-level godly emperor, it sped towards the Linghu family mansion. As soon as the divine emperor-grade flying ship was activated, Duan Lingtian saw the green flames on Elder Feng's body explode after he was engulfed in flames through the formation mirror image on the side of the flying ship's inner cabin. Then, a terrifying force spread out in all directions like a mushroom cloud. As the mushroom cloud exploded, everything around it turned into dust. Moreover, the force that exploded was like a galloping army that chased after the spaceship. At first, it seemed to be able to keep up with the speed of the spaceship. Later on, the distance between them widened. Then, the speed of the spaceship was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not see what was happening outside. However, after a while, a deafening sound could be heard clearly from outside. Whoosh! When the spaceship stopped, Duan Lingtian found himself back in the Linghu family mansion. At the same time, a layer of translucent light shield appeared above the Linghu family mansion. Waves of terrifying power swept over from the direction they had come from. Even if it was just the aftermath of the power, it was still ferocious and powerful when it slammed against the translucent light shield that rose around the Linghu family mansion. At least, it was not weaker than the attack that Linghu Zhengxing and the others had made previously. Lunatic! Lunatic! Linghu Huan opened his mouth and cursed. It was unknown when, but his fat face was covered with cold sweat. On the other hand, the other godly emperors, including Linghu Zhengxing, did not look too good. Their eyes flashed with the lingering fear of surviving a disaster. A low-level godly emperor's self-destruction of his small world is so terrifying. Duan Lingtian looked at the power that was gradually disappearing in front of him. His pupils shrank sharply. Just like that, I'm afraid half of Linghu City has been destroyed. On the other hand, Ho Qingning, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was so frightened that his face was ghastly pale. Even a high-level godly emperor's self-destruction of his small world is probably this powerful. At this time, Linghu Huan cursed, "That guy is a lunatic." If a low-level godly emperor wants to self-destruct his small world to display this kind of power, he has to at least set up a variety of killing formations in his small world. It requires a large amount of godstones to display this kind of explosive power. The price of doing this is that he has to suffer the pain of having his soul refined. It's worse than a normal person who self-destructs his small world. I've only heard of such lunatics before, but I didn't expect to meet one. Fortunately, we have a godly emperor-level spaceship, so we can escape with the speed of a high-level godly emperor. Otherwise, we would have been seriously injured, if not dead. As for you two little guys, you'll definitely die. As soon as Linghu Hung finished speaking, the smoke and dust before Duan Lingtian's eyes dispersed, and a stretch of ruins that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared before his eyes. There were broken walls everywhere, and it was impossible to find a complete piece. However, the Linghu family's mansion did not suffer any damage because the Linghu family's protective formation was activated in time. However, near the Linghu family's mansion, there were still a few blood-red areas. Blood was still flowing, and there were broken footsteps everywhere. Obviously, they were left behind by the Linghu family's patrolling elders and disciples who were killed by the explosion just now. Duan Lingtian's face instantly became serious. This time, fortunately, he had a godly emperor-level spaceship. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to survive. At the same time, he also learned from Linghu Huan that the explosion of an ordinary low-level godly emperor's small world wouldn't be able to create such a terrifying destructive force. The reason why the hidden fog sect's Elder Feng's self-detonation was able to display such destructive power was because he had laid down a serial killing array in his inner small world. Once he detonated his inner small world, the killing array would also activate. Otherwise, even the explosion of a high-level godly emperor wouldn't be this powerful. Lunatic! At this moment, Duan Lingtian also agreed with Linghu Huan's words. What's going on? Heavens! What happened? Linghu City, what kind of attack did it encounter? It turned into such a large stretch of ruins. At some unknown time, a group of Linghu family elders and disciples had appeared. They all looked at the ruins in front of them, dumbfounded. They had also been attracted by the earth-shattering sound that had just come from this side. Elder Zhengxing, what's going on? Lin Yin, the chief alchemist of the Linghu family, also arrived at this time. He nodded at Duan Lingtian and then walked towards Linghu Zhengxing. It's old ancestor Zhengxing. There's also Elder Hong and Elder Huan. Elder Qing Zhe is also here. At this time, several of the Linghu family's immortal emperors were recognized one after another. Facing Lin Yan's question, Linghu Zhengxing said, "It's the hidden fog sect's Elder Feng. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, but he failed and was surrounded by us. In the end, he was driven to desperation and self-detonated his small world." Chapter 3769. Exploding one's own small world? Hearing Linghu Zhengxing's words, it wasn't just Lin Yan's complexion that changed. Even the surrounding Linghu family members' complexions changed. That hidden fog sect's elder Feng is so ruthless? Is he crazy? That's not right. A lower god king exploding their own small world shouldn't be so terrifying, right? Just now, I stepped into the air and looked down at Linghu City. Apart from our Linghu family mansion, which is still intact, most of the other areas of Linghu City have been destroyed. Rivers of blood are flowing everywhere. When some of the people from the Linghu family were puzzled by the might of a low-level god king's self-detonation, Linghu Qingzi spoke with a deep voice. That madman set up multiple killing arrays in his low-level god king's self-detonation. That's why his self-detonation was so powerful. This strength is no weaker than a normal upper god sovereign's self-detonation of their small world. As Linghu Qingzi's voice fell, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, there was the sound of people sucking in a cold breath. He really is a madman. According to what I know, if one explodes their small world like this, the pain of having their soul refined should be far greater than a normal explosion of their small world, right? Ruthless. Truly ruthless. As many Linghu family members were sighing, a Linghu family member suddenly said, "Investigate with your divine sense. Is that the screams of that hidden fog sect madman's soul refined?" Immediately, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, subconsciously extended their divine senses, approaching the ruins. And just as their divine senses entered the ruins, they heard waves of mournful cries. These cries were so terrifying that even their divine senses trembled. Even as a bystander, I feel my hair stand on end when I hear these cries with my divine sense. It's hard to imagine what sort of pain that hidden fog sect madman's soul is enduring. If one explodes their small world, they will have to endure the pain of having their soul refined for a quarter of an hour before their soul disappears. It is said that if one explodes their small world, the pain their soul will have to withstand is terrifying. It is 10 times or 100 times worse than the pain of having their body cut into pieces. After today, that hidden fog sect madman will become famous in Tunglung province. The last time someone exploded their small world with killing arrays superimposed on it in Tunglung province was tens of thousands of years ago. The hidden fog sect's elder Feng had become famous. He had become famous in a single battle. No, it was more accurate to say that he became famous in a single moment. After the hidden fog sect's elder Feng blew himself up, besides the Linghu family mansion that remained intact, most of the other areas in Linghu City were destroyed. Most of the people in Linghu City had also perished. Rivers of blood flowed everywhere, and whales were everywhere. Because of this matter, many friends and family members of those who were caught in the disaster in Linghu City began to hate the hidden fog sect. Because of the hidden fog sect's power and influence, they didn't dare to clash with the hidden fog sect. Even so, they still formed many assassination squads and went around killing hidden fog sect disciples. It could be said that the death of the hidden fog sect's elder Feng not only ruined the hidden fog sect's reputation, but also dragged them down. Of course, this was all for later. Duan Lingtian stepped into the air. As he looked at the mess in front of him, his expression was complex. It could be said that all of this had started because of him. How many innocent people had been caught in the crossfire? There was also the ruined buildings in Linghu City. Even if the Linghu family tried their best to rebuild them, they wouldn't be able to restore them to their original state without at least 8 to 10 years. Of course, he also knew this. This shouldn't require the Linghu family to rebuild. The hidden fog sect would take responsibility. As a divine emperor-level influence, the Linghu family didn't fear the hidden fog sect. In addition, the hidden fog sect was in the wrong this time. The Linghu family definitely wouldn't let this go. At some unknown time, Ho Qingning arrived at Duan Lingtian's side. He bitterly smiled and sighed. After the hidden fog sect's elder Feng blew himself up today, I suddenly feel that anyone below the divine emperor level is nothing more than an ant. Even a higher god king, unless they were at the edge of Linghu City, would have died if he blew himself up like that. Hearing Ho Qingning's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head. This was only the self-detonation of a lower god king who went crazy. What if it was a god emperor who blew himself up? Should I say that anyone below the god emperor level is nothing more than an ant? Above the God Emperor level is the Reverend God. Perhaps only by becoming a powerhouse can one not have to consider these potential threats that can occur at any time. Duan Lingtian said. When Ho Qingning heard this, he fell silent again. Stay with the Linghu family for a while before you go. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to think of something. He looked at Ho Qingning and said, as for the 10,000 Leaves sect, you can keep in touch with your father and the others. This time, it's clear that the Hidden Fog sect's elder Feng did it alone. It doesn't involve the Hidden Fog sect. So, your 10,000 Leaves sect is safe. Ho Qingning nodded in agreement at Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he repeatedly expressed his thanks. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have gone to the banquet alone and been killed by that elder Feng. To be honest, you're my savior. Ho Qingning bitterly smiled. But that elder Feng only had the chance to kill you because of me? You're wrong. Duan Lingtian shook his head again. His eyes flashed. For someone who wants to kill me, as long as he wants to find an opportunity, he will find it sooner or later. Even if he doesn't use you, he will still find an opportunity. It's just a matter of time. At the very least, the reason he left the Linghu family mansion this time wasn't because of Ho Qingning. When he received Ho Qingning's message, he was no longer in the Linghu family mansion. Instead, he was in the wilderness outside Linghu City. If the Hidden Fog sect's elder Feng arrived there, he would undoubtedly die. In the following period of time, Duan Lingtian began to get busy. He devoted himself to refining the Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. Moreover, they were all peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. Because of this, the thunder of the pill tribulation rang out in the sky above Duan Lingtian's residence in the Linghu family mansion every day without stopping. At the beginning, there were still many people who came to watch the show. But as the days passed, fewer and fewer people came. This was because they had all become accustomed to it. Of course, at this time, the Linghu family members also confirmed one thing. For spirit-level divine pills like the Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills, their exalted elder Duan could refine peak divine pills as he wished. There was no such thing as failure. Exalted elder Duan, are you confident you can refine a king-level divine pill into a peak divine pill? A God Emperor powerhouse smiled as he received several peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills as a reward. Before he left, he asked Duan Lingtian with an expectant look. I haven't succeeded yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. One had to keep a low profile when they needed to. Duan Lingtian even hid this from the Linghu family patriarch, Linghu Renjia. It was naturally impossible for him to tell this to these foreign helpers. After the 4 God Emperors received the peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills refined by Duan Lingtian, they left with satisfaction. As for the 5 God Emperors of the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian gave each of them 3 sets of peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. The 5 of them didn't refuse and directly accepted them. They all had juniors. These peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills could help their juniors avoid many detours. They naturally wouldn't refuse. After dealing with all the God Emperors that saved his life, Duan Lingtian refined several more sets of peak Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills, as well as some king-level divine pills, and even several emperor-level divine pills. All of these were given to Ho Qingning. Originally, Ho Qingning wasn't willing to accept these gifts. But Duan Lingtian insisted. He had no choice but to accept them. Duan Lingtian, what are your plans? Are you going to the Tianlong clan? Ho Qingning asked. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's talent, perception, and achievements in alchemy, staying in the Linghu family was far too much of a waste of talent. 20 years from now, I will enter the Tianlong clan and participate in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Duan Lingtian stated his plans. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Ho Qingning and smiled. According to what I know, as long as a higher deity under 5,000 years of age has decent potential, they can also become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan if they pass the test. How about it? Are you interested in joining the Tianlong clan? Duan Lingtian had only casually asked with a smile. But he didn't expect that after hearing this, Ho Qingning would agree. All right, 20 years from now, I will also enter the Tianlong clan and participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. If it was in the past, Ho Qingning wouldn't have the confidence to say this. But now, he had Duan Lingtian's limit Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. According to Duan Lingtian, although he had consumed ordinary alpha, beta, and Bing 3 divine pills in the past, he was still able to consume the limit alpha, beta, and Bing 3 divine pills. His resistance to ordinary alpha, beta, and Bing 3 divine pills was only effective against ordinary alpha, beta, and Bing 3 divine pills. He couldn't resist the medicinal power of limit Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills. Of course, limit Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills could only be taken once. Taking it a second time would have no effect. However, it was enough for Ho Qingning. Duan Lingtian, see you at the Tianlong clan in 20 years. A few days later, Ho Qingning bid farewell and left. In order to let him safely return to the Hidden Fog Academy and the 10,000 Leaves sect, Linghu Renjia, who had just returned 2 days ago, personally ordered a core elder to send Ho Qingning back. This was naturally for Duan Lingtian's sake. Otherwise, Linghu Renjia, the head of the Linghu family, wouldn't take a mere young sect master of the Divine King sect seriously? Duan Lingtian, you weren't scared last time, were you? After Ho Qingning left, Linghu Renjia came to Duan Lingtian. As soon as he saw him, he smiled and asked about what happened last time. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard this. If I really died last time, the Murong family's favor will have to be repaid by you, Patriarch. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he handed over 10 pill bottles and asked, is 10 sets of limit Jia Yi Bing 3 divine pills enough? It's enough. Linghu Renjia said with a smile. I only promised Murong Yunlu 6 sets of first, second, and third divine pellets. However, since you've taken out 10 sets, I'll take the other 4 sets. Linghu Renjia wasn't polite at all. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Chapter 3770. Clan Leader. These Jia Yi Bing San divine pills were refined using the clan's own materials. How many do you need? I'll refine them for you as soon as the materials arrive. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. He did not mind Linghu Renjia's casual attitude. In fact, he felt that it was only natural for him to do so. Ever since he joined the Linghu family, he had been indebted to Linghu Renjia for taking care of him. He felt that he owed Linghu Renjia a lot of favors, and he wanted to return the favor before he went to the Tianlong clan. As expected, a hint of gratitude flashed in Linghu Renjia's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You should focus on your cultivation instead of wasting too much time on the Tao of alchemy. In the realms of gods, strength is the most important thing. Although a venerable grade divine pill master has a high status in the realms of gods, unless he's protected at all times, he'll definitely die if a godly venerable expert attacks him. Unless he's a godly venerable himself. However, it's extremely difficult to enter the godly venerable realm. In all the realms of gods, there are less than 100 people who are both godly venerable and venerable grade divine pill masters. After all, there were a total of 18 realms of gods. In all 18 realms of gods, there were less than 100 venerable grade divine pill masters with godly venerable cultivation base. On average, there were only 5 venerable grade divine pill masters with godly venerable cultivation base in each realms of gods. The reason for this was that one could not multitask. If one wanted to achieve something in alchemy, they would have to put in a lot of effort. If one spent time on alchemy, they would have less time to cultivate. There were gains and losses. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he took out a few pill bottles and handed them to Linghu Renjia. Sect Leader, I've recently refined these divine pills for you. You've refined them for me? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Linghu Renjia took the pill bottles curiously and looked at the divine pills inside. After a while, Linghu Renjia's breathing quickened. The divine pellets in those bottles were all emperor-level divine pellets that were good for godly emperor's cultivation. If he consumed those divine pellets and consumed all their medicinal efficacy, even if he couldn't break through to the medium-level godly emperor realm, he would be able to reach the level of the elders. Of course, this didn't mean that Linghu Renjia's strength would be on par with the elders of the Linghu family after taking these divine pills. Linghu Renjie was inferior to them in terms of comprehension of laws and profundities. His strength was still lacking. However, his advantage was that he was young. He was younger than the elders. Because of their old age, it was difficult for the elders to advance their cultivation base. It was like ants trying to shake a tree. Their meridians had already solidified. Even if they consumed the emperor-level divine pellets in Linghu Renjie's hand, they still couldn't absorb the medicinal efficacy. At their age, if they wanted to take another step forward, they would have to find an opportunity under the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was a life or death tribulation, but it was also a turning point. If one could make good use of the heavenly tribulation, one's cultivation base would definitely improve. In the plains of gods, there were many experts who were mediocre in terms of talent and comprehension. The reason why their cultivation base was high was because they were good at using the heavenly tribulation. They could always find an opportunity to break through during the heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Linghu Renjie kept the pill bottle as though he had just obtained a precious treasure. He thanked Duan Lingtian profusely. These few emperor-grade divine pills were something he yearned for even in his dreams. However, his old friend, Ling Yin, could not refine them successfully. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian would succeed in refining them for him. These are all medicinal herbs I took from the clan's storehouse. I only refined them as a gift. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled in response to Linghu Renjie's gratitude. Patriarch, you've helped me much more than what I've done. What I've given you now is insignificant. Linghu Renjie sighed inwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. If only one of my sons is as good as Duan Lingtian, I won't have to worry about them anymore. With such a son, what more could a father ask for? I'm really envious of Duan Lingtian's father. With this thought in mind, Linghu Renjie asked with a smile on his face, Duan Lingtian, I heard you said you came from a Devata realm. Is your father in a Devata realm? Or did he come to the realms of gods before you? My father? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Then, he smiled and said, my father was in a Devata realm. However, before I came to the realms of gods, I sent him, my mother, my wife, and my children to a mundane realm. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and said, speaking of which, I've made many enemies in the Devata realms, including many god kings. Whether it was Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, or the clan leader of the Dead Spirit clan, both of them were god kings. You made enemies with god kings in the Devata realms? Linghu Renjie couldn't help but be shocked. At that time, you had already become a god? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I only became a god after I came to the profound gangland. Linghu Renjie nodded. Then, he smiled and said, when the space tunnel between the realms of gods and Devata realms opens in 300 years, you can go back and play with your enemies. At that time, with your talent, it's not impossible for you to become a divine emperor. From a primitive god king to a divine emperor in 300 years? Linghu Renjie thought this was an exaggeration. In fact, he thought it was impossible. However, he still wanted to encourage Duan Lingtian. Those enemies are only a small matter. Duan Lingtian shook his head indifferently. Perhaps there's no need to wait for 300 years. My master would have already killed them. Duan Lingtian was very confident in his master, Feng Qingyang. He believed it would not take long for his master to be strong enough to kill Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, and Mi Xian, the clan leader of the Dead Spirit clan. Your master? Linghu Renjie was surprised. You rejected Elder Lei's offer to take you as a disciple because of him?
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. Although Master told me he doesn't mind if I find another master who can help me, I have no other choice. I have no intention of finding a second master. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Linghu Renjie looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. This was a rare display of determination. Back then, if Duan Lingtian had been willing to become Elder Lei's disciple, many things wouldn't have happened. Duan Lingtian wouldn't have stood on the opposite side of the Hidden Fog sect. Do you regret it? Linghu Renjie asked. After all, if you had become Elder Lei's disciple, you could have avoided all the dangers you encountered later. I don't regret it. Duan Lingtian shook his head without any hesitation. If it happened again, I would have rejected him the same way, even if the consequences of this matter aren't over yet. Linghu Renjie chatted with Duan Lingtian for a while longer before saying his goodbyes and leaving. Several days later, he informed Duan Lingtian that in the future, he could use the highest authority to take herbs from the Linghu family's storehouse. Of course, in return, Duan Lingtian would have to refine some peak divine pills for the Linghu family on a regular basis. These were all spirit-level divine pills. This was because in the eyes of Linghu Renjie and even the high-level figures of the Linghu family, Duan Lingtian wasn't capable of refining a peak king-level divine pill. However, Linghu Renjie didn't spread the news that Duan Lingtian could refine an emperor-level divine pill that even the head alchemist of the Linghu family, Lin Yin, couldn't refine. The reason he did this was to avoid making things difficult for Duan Lingtian. This was because he didn't know what Duan Lingtian's success rate was. If the success rate was low, it meant that Duan Lingtian would be wasting a lot of time. And he didn't want Duan Lingtian to waste too much time on alchemy. Duan Lingtian's days in the Linghu family were comfortable and comfortable. As for the days in the Hidden Fog sect, they weren't doing so well. Ever since the news of the Hidden Fog sect's elder phone blowing up the city spread, the Hidden Fog sect was pushed into the limelight. Even the Tianlong clan declared that the Hidden Fog sect had to take responsibility and rebuild Linghu City. And all of this was because of the Linghu family's influence in the Tianlong clan. If this were an ordinary matter, the Hidden Fog sect had many people in the Tianlong clan and they would definitely stop them. But in this matter, the Hidden Fog sect was in the wrong, so there was nothing they could say. Although the loss of a divine sovereign powerhouse like Elderphone was a great loss to the Hidden Fog sect. But in the entire Hidden Fog sect, very few people felt it was a pity. After Elderphone died, what he left behind was more infamy. Because of him, the Hidden Fog sect disciples and even the Hidden Fog sect fell into an extremely passive situation. While the Hidden Fog sect helped the Linghu family rebuild Linghu City, they also suffered the revenge of mysterious people from all over. Many of the sect disciples that went out were killed. Afterwards, the Hidden Fog sect disciples no longer dared to reveal their identity tokens when they went out. After Ho Qingning left the Linghu family in the past, after returning to Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, he dropped out and returned to the 10,000 Leaves sect. At that time, news of Linghu City's destruction hadn't reached Skywind City yet. After returning to the 10,000 Leaves sect, Ho Qingning entered the Morong family. This was naturally arranged by the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjie. Of course, it was also because Ho Qingning's talent and perception weren't bad. In addition, Duan Lingtian had given him the Limit Jia Yi Bing 3 Divine Pill. Although his talent and perception couldn't be considered top-notch amongst the Morong family's younger generation, he could still be ranked in the upper middle. In the blink of an eye, 12 years passed. In the Linghu family, Duan Lingtian, with the help of the Limit King-level Divine Pill he refined and his own hard work, finally stepped into the final bottleneck between the Lower God King and Middle God King realms. Although he hadn't broken through yet, his strength had increased a step further. It was worth mentioning that, with the Supreme Godhead and the floating image pearl provided by the Linghu family, which recorded the battles between powerhouses skilled in the law of space, his comprehension of the law of space had also improved greatly. His overall strength couldn't be compared to 10 years ago. The Hidden Fog sect's efficiency is really high. This was the first time Duan Lingtian rose into the air and looked down at Linghu City. It had been 8 years since then, and Linghu City had returned to its original state. In fact, it looked like a brand new city, and it was even more prosperous than before. The incident 12 years ago made Linghu City famous in Tunglung Province. Many people deliberately traveled thousands of miles just to see Linghu City, which had been destroyed by the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Foam. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that in his previous life on Earth, the holy lands of internet celebrities were all hyped up. The unforeseen event 12 years ago was undoubtedly a successful attempt by Linghu Chung to create hype. Chapter 3771. Within Linghu City, everything was peaceful. However, in these past 12 years, Duan Lingtian hadn't left the Linghu family's mansion. No one knew whether or not the Tianlong clan's inner sect Elder Kuang Tianzheng was lurking outside or not. Of course, this possibility wasn't high. Although the possibility wasn't high, Duan Lingtian didn't plan on taking any risks. Moreover, there wasn't much in Linghu City that could attract him. If he wanted something, he only needed to speak to the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjia, and he would immediately send someone to deliver it to him. I have no idea when I'll be able to break through the bottleneck of my cultivation. As he thought of his current cultivation, Duan Lingtian sighed. He sat in the void, overlooking Linghu City. A trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. It's too difficult. From becoming a divinity to breaking through to the lower god-king realm, it didn't take long, but now, I've been stuck at the lower god-king realm for over a dozen years. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian's mutterings weren't heard by anyone. Otherwise, they would have been angered by him. Being stuck at the lower god-king realm for over a dozen years, was that a long time? Right now, the king-level divine pills and emperor-level divine pills that can be refined aren't able to help me break through the bottleneck. But there are several emperor-level divine pills that can help me break through the bottleneck after being refined into the limit of divine pills. But I don't have enough materials for those divine pills. Moreover, with my current ability, I can't refine the limit of emperor-level divine pills. Forget it for the next period of time. I'll continue studying alchemy. Perhaps I'll find a turning point and make a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian didn't dwell on his cultivation that hadn't made a breakthrough. He shifted his focus to alchemy. Hidden Fog Sect. Outside the station, a figure in snow-white clothes seemed to appear out of thin air. He stood outside the Hidden Fog Sect station, behind the thick fog. This was a tall young man. He was handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His temperament was outstanding. As he stood there, he was like a mountain, towering and unmoving. Suddenly, his brows raised as if he had noticed something. Immediately after, he suddenly raised his right hand and reached into the void beside him. The next moment, whoosh, a figure flew out from behind the white mist. To be precise, it was bound by an invisible force and brought to the white-robed young man. The person who was caught was an old man. When he looked at the young man in white, his eyes were filled with fear. No matter what, he was still a high god king with extraordinary strength. However, before the other party, he was no different from a 3-year-old child, completely unable to retaliate at all. The other party's divine power fell on him like a mountain, suppressing his divine power to the point that he was unable to move in the slightest. Even a lower divine emperor couldn't possibly have such strength, right? Even the 3 highest elders of the Hidden Fog Sect don't have this level of strength. Just who is he? Why would you appear outside the Hidden Fog Sect station? The old man's heart was filled with nervousness and unease. He excelled in the water loss. When he concealed himself, even a lower divine emperor wouldn't be able to discover him unless they swept their divine sense around. However, even if a lower divine emperor swept out with their divine sense, he would still be able to detect a trace of him. But he didn't know if this white-robed young man in front of him used his divine sense to discover him. If he didn't use his divine sense, then one could imagine how terrifying this person was. If he did use his divine sense, then this person's cultivation was at least that of a middle divine emperor. Middle divine emperor. Thinking of this, the old man's heart trembled. Who are you? Why are you sneaking around outside the Hidden Fog Sect? After capturing the old man, the white-robed young man glanced over him and asked in an indifferent tone. The indifferent tone seemed to contain pressure, causing the old man's complexion to change. The old man's eyes flashed several times. Then, he said with a guilty conscience, "My lord, I am just passing by." The Hidden Fog Sect shouldn't have this person in front of him. But who knew if this person in front of him was a powerhouse from the Hidden Fog Sect that was stationed in the Heavenly Dragon Sect? The strongest person in the Hidden Fog Sect was a lower divine emperor, but the powerhouses that the Hidden Fog Sect sent to the Heavenly Dragon Sect were all middle divine emperors and above. I will give you one more chance. The white-robed young man stared at the old man. His indifferent tone suddenly turned heavy. If you dare to bully me again, I will immediately cut you down. The white-robed young man's tone caused the old man's pupils to shrink. His complexion instantly paled. He could tell that this young man wasn't joking. My lord, The old man panicked. Even if he was a higher divine king, in front of this powerhouse that was like a mountain pressing down on him, he couldn't maintain his calm. He didn't dare to lie. I am here because I want to hide in the shadows and wait for the hidden fog sect disciple to come out. Then, I will follow him and kill him from afar. Why? The white-robed young man's eyes sharpened. He deeply looked at the old man and asked, "Do you have enmity with the hidden fog sect? You actually dared to take the risk of lurking outside the hidden fog sect and attack their disciples." A blood feud. The old man seemed to recall something. His face revealed a pained expression, and a terrifying hatred burst out from his eyes. My only son and my 2 grandsons went to Linghu City to handle some matters. They just so happened to encounter the hidden fog sect's elder Feng attacking the Linghu family's foreign elder Duan Lingtian. That elder Feng's attack failed. Facing the siege of 9 divine emperor powerhouses, he chose to detonate the small world within his body. He nearly destroyed the entire Linghu city and caused countless casualties. My son and my 2 grandsons were among them. The old man's tone was incomparably cold. Elder Feng? He detonated the small world within his body? He destroyed Linghu city? The white-robed young man's originally calm and indifferent expression finally changed. "Are you sure what you said is true?" "My lord," the old man bitterly smiled. "Everything I said is true. Who in Tunglung province doesn't know of this matter? Now, many people from distant lands have come to Linghu city, all to see with their own eyes the city that was once destroyed by the hidden fog sect's elder Feng. However, Linghu city has already been rebuilt by the hidden fog sect. It is said that this was an order directly passed down from the Tianlong clan." As the old man spoke to hear, he cautiously looked at the white-robed young man in front of him. "My lord, you don't know about this? I just left seclusion. After leaving seclusion, I directly came to the hidden fog sect." The white-robed young man lightly said, "My lord, you aren't from the hidden fog sect?" The old man let out a breath of relief. Looking at the current situation, this person didn't seem like someone from the hidden fog sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so clueless. "My name is Shui Haichuan. What do you think?" The white-robed young man deeply looked at the old man and asked, "Shui Haichuan." The moment the white-robed young man's voice fell, the old man's originally calm complexion suddenly changed. His eyes revealed waves of panic and fear. Shui Haichuan. He naturally knew who he was. 10,000 years ago, the hidden fog sect relied on a divine spirit realm cultivation to become a core disciple. Afterwards, he went to the Tianlong clan and rapidly rose up. Many years ago, it was said that Shui Haichuan had already become a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, he was one of the 3 youngest white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. "So far, how many people from the hidden fog sect have you killed?" A rare smile appeared on Shui Haichuan's face as he asked the old man in front of him. "No, I haven't killed." The old man opened his mouth, wanting to deny that he had killed anyone from the hidden fog sect. But as he sensed Shui Haichuan's cold gaze, he hurriedly said, "I haven't killed many." "Really? I haven't killed many?" Lord Shui Haichuan, please spare my life. I promise I won't attack the disciples of the hidden fog sect in the future. Even if a hidden fog sect disciple attacks someone, I will help him." The old man tried his best to survive. However, his struggle for survival was quickly futile. Bang! Shui Haichuan casually pushed out a palm, and the old man was sent flying away. After flying 100 meters away, he exploded into a bloody mist that filled the skies. He couldn't be any more dead. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I pity your children and grandchildren for dying in vain, but you shouldn't have attacked the innocent people of the hidden fog sect. Shui Haichuan glanced at the direction where the old man died and muttered to himself. Then, his figure flickered, and he entered the hidden fog sect. Just as Shui Haichuan appeared in the hidden fog sect station, a hidden fog sect elder leading the patrol team recognized him. He immediately rushed forwards with excitement. Elder Shui Haichuan. It's Elder Shui Haichuan. Heavens! It's actually Elder Shui Haichuan. Behind the hidden fog sect's patrol elder, a group of patrol disciples discovered the identity of the white-clothed youth. Their eyes shined with excitement. In the Hidden Fog sect, Xue Haichuan could be called a legendary character. He was also the idol of the Hidden Fog sect's young disciples. In the past, they had only heard of this elder Xue Haichuan. At the same time, they yearned to meet him one day. Now that they finally saw him, how could they not be excited? I never thought that after not returning to the sect for a long time, there would still be people who would recognize me. Xue Haichuan faintly smiled. And just as Xue Haichuan's voice fell, ghost-like figures flew out from the depths of the Hidden Fog sect station. When they found out about Xue Haichuan's identity, the patrolling elders and a group of patrolling disciples immediately sent out messages to spread the news. The nearby Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples all heard the news and rushed over. For the last dozen-some years, the Hidden Fog sect could be said to have been shrouded in dark clouds. In the past, Elder Feng had blown up Linghu City. It could be said that he had made countless enemies for the Hidden Fog sect and had caused the deaths of many Hidden Fog sect disciples. Now, with the return of a legendary character like Xue Haichuan, the Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples immediately saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Perhaps this legendary character had returned to help the Hidden Fog sect resolve this matter? Ha! A hearty laugh echoed through the air. Then, a purple-robed old man's figure flickered. He carried with him surging thunder as he passed through the crowd and arrived in front of Xue Haichuan. Brat Haichuan, you're still willing to come back? I thought you forgot about the sect. Elder Thunder. Seeing the purple-robed old man, Xue Haichuan's eyes brightened. He immediately bowed. Chapter 3772. Elder Xue Haichuan. Senior Apprentice Brother Xue Haichuan. After Elder Thunder arrived, a group of Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples also approached, warmly greeting Xue Haichuan. Not long after, the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin also arrived. He smiled at Xue Haichuan and said, Junior Apprentice Brother Haichuan, welcome back to the sect. Xue Haichuan and Qian Yin could be considered fellow apprentice brothers of the same generation. Even so, Qian Yin was several thousand years older than him. After Xue Haichuan greeted many acquaintances, he left with the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin and Elder Thunder. Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, the Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples couldn't help but speculate once more. Elder Xue Haichuan should have returned this time to solve the problem our Hidden Fog sect is facing, right? Elder Xue Haichuan's strength is astonishing, but it will be extremely difficult for him to solve the problem of our Hidden Fog sect. I think so too. The people who attacked our Hidden Fog sect disciples might not be as strong as the sect's core elders and protectors, but they hid in the shadows and launched sneak attacks. They didn't attack the strong and only attacked the weak. Moreover, as soon as they attacked, they killed. No matter how strong Elder Xue Haichuan is, he is only one person. He is powerless to reverse the situation. Many people were wondering if Xue Haichuan had returned this time because of the repeated sneak attacks on the Hidden Fog sect disciples in the last 12 years. However, some of the older people present could faintly guess why Xue Haichuan had returned to the sect. If I remember correctly, it has been 10,000 years since Xue Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairway space, right? An older Hidden Fog sect elder asked a familiar Hidden Fog sect elder beside him. The latter's pupil shrank as he heard this. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about Xue Haishan. It has indeed been 10,000 years since Xue Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairway space. Back then, Xue Haishan made a big mistake and was punished to be imprisoned in the stairway to heaven for 10,000 years. Later, Xue Haichuan's performance was outstanding. With his contributions to the Tianlong clan, his elder brother Xue Haishan should have been pardoned long ago. However, because people who enter the stairway to heaven cannot come out until the time is up, they can only wait for 10,000 years. Elder Xue Haichuan must have returned to pick up his brother, Xue Haishan. Speaking of which, Xue Haishan was imprisoned in the stairway to heaven for 10,000 years because of Xue Haichuan. At that time, Xue Haichuan was almost killed by the former sect leader's only son. In a fit of anger, Xue Haishan killed the former sect leader's only son. Originally, Xue Haichuan was supposed to die, but many of the higher-ups in the sect had different opinions. In the end, they voted to imprison Shui Haichuan in the Stairway Heaven prison for 10,000 years. After that, the previous sect master refused to accept this judgment and left the sect in a rage. At the same time, he announced that he was leaving our Hidden Fog sect and even joined our Hidden Fog sect's enemy, the 10,000 Demon sect. Afterwards, he even went to the Tianlong clan through the 10,000 Demon sect. As they talked about the past, the two elders of the Hidden Fog sect glanced at each other. They could see the dignified look in each other's eyes. The previous sect master is also in the Tianlong clan. Elder Shui Haichuan brought Shui Haishan to the Tianlong clan. Isn't he afraid that the previous sect master will attack Shui Haishan? Perhaps this is what it means to be bold. After 10,000 years, Shui Haishan, whose talent wasn't much worse than Shui Haichuan's in the past, has been completely crippled. After all, in the Stairway Heaven prison, there is no way to further comprehend the laws or increase one's cultivation. If I remember correctly, when Shui Haishan was hung in there, he was only a higher deity? That's right. 10,000 years have passed, but he is still a higher deity in the Stairway Heaven prison. Meanwhile, Shui Haichuan, the Hidden Fog sect master, Qian Yin, and Elder Thunder returned to their former residence, a mansion that occupied a vast area. When they arrived, there were already two people waiting for them in the front yard of the mansion. They were the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Yun and Elder Wu. Besides Elder Feng, who had died in Linghu City 12 years ago, the remaining three Grand Elders of the Hidden Fog sect were gathered here once more. Haichuan, Junior Nephew Haichuan, Elder Yun and Elder Wu smiled as they greeted Shui Haichuan. Elder Yun, Martial Uncle Wu. As for Shui Haichuan, he quickly returned the greeting. The two people in front of him were his elders. In particular, Elder Wu was the junior apprentice brother of his master, who had died beneath heavenly tribulation. Haichuan, you came back this time to pick up your big brother, right? Elder Yun asked with a smile. Yes. Shui Haichuan nodded. I was originally in seclusion. It wasn't until I sensed that it was about time that I left seclusion and came to the Hidden Fog sect. I was prepared to wait for my big brother to come out and bring him to the Tianlong clan. You were in seclusion? Elder Wu was suddenly enlightened. No wonder you didn't respond when I sent you a message. Martial Uncle Wu, are you looking for me because of Elder Feng? Shui Haichuan asked. You know about it? Elder Wu was stunned. I just heard about it outside. Shui Haichuan nodded. When I returned to the sect station, I discovered someone hiding in the shadows. After I pulled him out, I found out that he had been lurking outside, waiting for our Hidden Fog sect disciples to leave so that he could kill them. Then, he told me the reason for his actions. It was because his only son and grandson died in Linghu City. They were killed by the strength of Elder Feng's self-detonating small world. Shui Haichuan said, that fellow old Feng didn't rest in peace even after he died. He even brought so much trouble to the sect. Elder Lei sighed. I shouldn't have believed his perfunctory words. I should have kept an eye on him. Perhaps then I could have stopped him. Elder Lei. At this time, the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin shook his head and said, if Elder Feng insists on killing that Duan Lingtian, then even if you keep an eye on him, I fear it will be useless. As for his self-detonating small world, I think it was because he was in a desperate situation and wanted to drag Duan Lingtian down with him. I believe that he didn't mean to cause trouble for the sect. Otherwise, when he saw Duan Lingtian who killed Shangguan Shengfeng, he could have directly attacked him. But he didn't do anything. It's clear that he was worried about the sect. Qian said, Humph. At this time, Elder Yun coldly snorted. Who knows if he did that for the sect or for himself? If Duan Lingtian really does have an amazing background and he kills Duan Lingtian, then not only will the sect suffer, but he won't be able to escape either. Elder Yun's words caused Elder Wu to nod in agreement. I still insist on my previous solution. Announced to the public that everyone in Elder Feng's lineage will be expelled from the Hidden Fog sect. We will draw a clear line between our Hidden Fog sect and Elder Feng in order to appease the anger of the friends and family of those who died in Linghu City. Elder Yun, Elder Wu, Elder Lei's complexion darkened. He's already dead. Is there a need to hit him while he's down like this? This isn't hitting him while he's down. Elder Yun shook his head. This is the truth. Senior apprentice brother Qianin, what is going on? On the side, Xue Haichuan heard the first part of the Hidden Fog sect's 3 highest elders' words. But when he heard the second part, he couldn't help but frown. Duan Lingtian? Is that the Linghu family's exalted elder? Xue Haichuan had heard of Duan Lingtian before, but that was limited to what he heard from the old man outside the Hidden Fog sect station. He killed Shangguan Xiongfeng, so Elder Feng insisted on killing him? Xue Haichuan asked. Junior apprentice brother Haichuan, the situation is like this. Facing Xue Haichuan's doubts, Qianin patiently explained everything. He started from Duan Lingtian's arrival at the Hidden Fog sect from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He talked about how Duan Lingtian switched allegiance to the Linghu family. Then, he talked about how Elder Feng tried to kill Duan Lingtian but failed. Instead, he stirred up trouble for the Hidden Fog sect. At this time, Xue Haichuan finally understood what the Hidden Fog sect had experienced in the last dozen years. Everything had started because of a single person. That person was called Duan Lingtian. He was the first person in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years to pass the Divine Spirit Realm assessment and become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Many people said that Duan Lingtian was Xue Haichuan's second. However, after hearing Qian Yin's words, Xue Haichuan was well aware that when he was at Duan Lingtian's age, he was inferior to him. What a genius! It is a pity that the sect lost him. Xue Haichuan sighed. Xue Haichuan already knew the ins and outs of this matter. As for Duan Lingtian killing Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, he didn't think it was Duan Lingtian's fault. Rather, he felt that Duan Lingtian's decisiveness was admirable. If it were him, he didn't think he would have such courage. Of course, although he thought this in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. Elder Feng was dead, but Elder Thunder was still alive. I can only say that our Hidden Fog sect is not fated to be with him. Elder Yun bitterly smiled. Brat Haichuan, what do you think we should do about this matter? Up until now, it wasn't just the sect. Even senior apprentice brother Qian Quan and the others from the Tianlong clan had different opinions. One side supported expelling Elder Feng's lineage from the Hidden Fog sect and announced to the public that they were drawing a clear line with Elder Feng. Another side felt that it was a person's fault and shouldn't implicate innocent people. Moreover, they felt that Elder Feng had made great contributions to the sect. Since he is dead, there is no need for his soul to return to the outside world. Elder Thunder looked at Xue Haichuan, asking for his opinion. Xue Haichuan shook his head. Elder Thunder, you shouldn't ask me for my opinion on this matter. You can decide for yourselves. If you really can't make up your mind, then think about it. If this matter isn't resolved, how many more sect disciples will meet a calamity in the outside world? After that, will anyone still dare to enter the Hidden Fog sect? 12 years isn't a long time. But what if this situation continues for 100 years, 1,000 years? Also, that myriad demon sect, can they rely on this matter to send out powerhouses and pretend to be the friends and family of the victims in Linghu City to kill the Hidden Fog sect disciples? This is an open and above-board opportunity to strike at the Hidden Fog sect. I don't think they will miss it, right? As Xue Haichuan spoke, he looked deeply at Elder Thunder. Chapter 3773. Xue Haichuan's words caused Elder Lei's complexion to change. How come I didn't even think of this? Elder Wu's face was filled with regret. No wonder I felt that so many people were trying to kill our Hidden Fog sect disciples. Even if all the people in Linghu City were killed, our Hidden Fog sect shouldn't have received such revenge. Now, it seems that the 10,000 demon sect must be involved. Sect Master, we can't waver anymore. There must be a result. Elder Yun also looked at the Hidden Fog sect master with a dignified expression. Qianin, although these old fellows had transcendent statuses in the Hidden Fog sect, the one who made the decisions was still this sect master. Now, Qian Yin's complexion wasn't too good. As the master of a sect, he was actually confused by the situation. He was so anxious that he didn't even think about the 10,000 demon sect. Now, with Xue Haichuan's reminder, his mind was in a mess. He felt that he wasn't qualified to be the sect master. I've already had several core elders in charge of external affairs issue a statement to the outside world. Moreover, I've already had the enforcement elders expel everyone from Elder Feng's lineage and expel them from the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect will never accept their descendants again. Qian Yin made a prompt decision. He was full of courage and didn't even ask for the opinions of others. This was because Elder Lei was the one who had opposed this before. But now, Elder Lei didn't stop him. Instead, he stood there in a daze, his complexion changing. It just so happens that I need to wait for my big brother for some time. For the next period of time, send some Hidden Fog sect disciples out. I will follow and protect him. If there are people from the 10,000 Demon sect, I will make a trip to the 10,000 Demon sect and ask them for an explanation, Xue Haichuan said. Hearing Xue Haichuan's words, the eyes of Qian Yin and the others brightened. Now, Xue Haichuan wasn't just someone from the Hidden Fog sect. Xue Haichuan was also the Tianlong clan's Elder White Dragon. If he went to the 10,000 Demon sect, it would be much better than all of them going together. After all, his status was there. As the Hidden Fog sect issued a statement and expelled everyone from Elder Feng's lineage, everyone in the Hidden Fog sect was shocked, although they had already hoped for this to happen. However, when they were truly faced with this order, they couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness when they saw their former fellow disciples being banished. Elder Feng is really a sinner. Even if Shangguan Xiongfeng is his grandson, there is no need to implicate everyone in the sect in order to avenge him, right? Among Elder Feng's people, there are still his son and grandson. I really don't know what he's thinking. For the sake of his illegitimate grandson, he actually dragged down the legitimate descendants. Elder Feng, whether it is in the eyes of our Hidden Fog sect or those of their bloodline, you are destined to go down in history and infamy for 10,000 years. Elder Win's bloodline was expelled from the Hidden Fog sect. Then, the Hidden Fog sect released a statement in a timely manner, stating that what Elder Win did 12 years ago was purely his doing. Now, all of his bloodline had been expelled from the Hidden Fog sect. From now on, Elder Feng and his bloodline would have nothing to do with the Hidden Fog sect. When this voice spread out, everyone was shocked. He never imagined that the Hidden Fog sect would make such a great decision. For a time, those people who wanted to take revenge on Elder Feng and kill the Hidden Fog sect disciples all changed their targets. They began to search everywhere for Elder Feng's bloodline. Soon, those with bad luck in Elder Feng's bloodline were all killed. Without the protection of the Hidden Fog sect, they were placed in a passive and dangerous situation. Those with Elder Feng's bloodline were forced to scatter and hide their identities. At the same time, they also secretly hated Elder Feng. They felt that if Elder Feng hadn't detonated his inner small world, they wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Gradually, fewer and fewer people attacked the Hidden Fog sect disciples. They weren't targeting the Hidden Fog sect to begin with, but Elder Feng. It was just that the Hidden Fog sect hadn't made a statement before, so they vented their anger on the Hidden Fog sect. Now, the Hidden Fog sect had expelled Elder Feng's bloodline from the sect and expressed their determination. They naturally had no reason to continue attacking the Hidden Fog sect disciples. They weren't worried that the Hidden Fog sect would lie or anything, because if the Hidden Fog sect lied, they would quickly learn of this news. At that time, their revenge would be even crazier. Among them, there were many friends and family members of the Hidden Fog sect who were either elders or disciples. The Hidden Fog sect is actually so ruthless, then, should we continue waiting nearby and continue attacking the Hidden Fog sect disciples? The 10,000 Demon sect had indeed sent out many people to attack the Hidden Fog sect disciples. Moreover, those that were sent out were all high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect. At the very least, they were inner sect deacons. There were also many inner sect elders. Even the weakest were middle god kings. Moreover, they weren't alone. As for inner sect deacons, there were at least 3 of them. As for inner sect elders, they usually brought 1 or 2 inner sect deacons with them. This was done to ensure their safety and to avoid being killed instead. If their identities were exposed, the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't let this go. This time, they were ordered to attack the Hidden Fog sect disciples. The 10,000 Demon sect masters' orders were to fish in troubled waters and not reveal their identities. How about we send a message back and ask? Messages were sent back to the 10,000 Demon sect from around the Hidden Fog sect station. Soon, The 10,000 Demon Sect Master Lan Qing learned of the Hidden Fog Sect's actions. That Qianin, when did he become so bold? Lan Qing was the sect master of the 10,000 Demon Sect. The 10,000 Demon Sect and the Hidden Fog Sect were enemies. The Hidden Fog Sect master, Qianin, was destined to be his opponent. In fact, Lan Qing had a deep understanding of this opponent of his. It was also because of this that he was a bit surprised. Perhaps too many people from the Hidden Fog Sect have died. After all, we aren't the only ones attacking the Hidden Fog Sect disciples. The Hidden Fog Sect inner sect elder who came to report said, "That's true." Lan Qing nodded and immediately gave the order. "Tell all the inner sect deacons outside to come back. There are small groups of inner sect elders. Patrol for a period of time. 3 months. After 3 months, have them return." Thinking about it, in these 3 months, many Hidden Fog Sect elders and disciples that didn't dare to go out will come out. With Lan Qing's order, the 10,000 Demon Sect inner sect deacons that were attacking the Hidden Fog Sect disciples all returned. Only the 10,000 Demon Sect inner sect disciples and 1 or 2 inner sect deacons needed to stay outside for another 3 months. However, this sort of stay made them feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. Haha, it's a good thing I'm with Elder Wang, otherwise I would have been called back this time. A 10,000 Demon Sect inner sect deacon laughed as he spoke to the 10,000 Demon Sect inner sect elder beside him. In these 3 months, only a small number of people will go out in the first month. As long as they are safe, there will definitely be a large number of Hidden Fog Sect disciples coming out in the next 2 months. After all, they are all bored to death. The 10,000 Demon Sect inner sect elder said, "So, for the next month, we won't make a move. Let's conserve our strength and wait for a month before we attack again. I will contact the other dozen or so elders. Let's agree that we won't make a move for the next month." In this situation, after returning to the Hidden Fog Sect from the Tianlong clan, Xue Haichuan followed the inner sect disciples out. But in this month, he didn't have any harvests. "In another half a month, my big brother will come out from the old woman on the stairway to heaven." Thinking that his big brother Xue Haishan would soon come out, Xue Haichuan was in a good mood. At the same time, he didn't plan on staying idle for the next half-month. After a month passed, Xue Haichuan, who had been following behind the 2 Hidden Fog Sect disciples in the dark, suddenly froze. In the next moment, an old man appeared in front of the 2 Hidden Fog Sect disciples, blocking their path. Behind them were 2 middle-aged men. "It's the Hidden Fog Sect disciples. Attack." With the old man's order, the 2 Hidden Fog Sect disciples didn't even have a chance to respond. The middle-aged men behind the 2 Hidden Fog Sect disciples all attacked. The strength of a middle god king was revealed. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Hidden Fog Sect disciples were suppressed to the point where they couldn't breathe. Just as the 2 Hidden Fog Sect disciples' divine strength fused with the laws passed through their bodies, they were directly crushed. The 2 Hidden Fog Sect disciples were about to die. Bang! With a loud explosion, the attacks of the 2 middle god kings were blocked by a wall of divine strength that appeared out of thin air. Divine strength seemed to fall from the heavens, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. Soon after, a white-clothed youth stepped down from the wall of divine strength. Elder Xue Haichuan. Elder Xue Haichuan. The 2 Hidden Fog Sect disciples who had just survived respectfully bowed to the newcomer. Even though they knew they had this person protecting them, the other party's attack just now still caused them to break out in a cold sweat. Xue Haichuan. And as the 2 Hidden Fog Sect disciples heard the white-clothed youth's name, it wasn't just the old man who hadn't attacked, but also the 2 middle-aged men who attacked. Their complexions changed. Xue Haichuan. 10,000 years ago, he was a genius disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect. After entering the Tianlong clan, his strength soared at an exaggerated speed. Now, he had broken through to become a middle god emperor. He was one of the 3 youngest white dragon elders in the Tianlong clan. At this time, whether it was the old man or the 2 middle-aged men, their complexions paled. They didn't run, because they knew that it was useless even if they did. In front of a mid-level divine emperor, not to mention that they were only an ordinary high-level divine king and 2 mid-level divine kings, Even if the three of them were outstanding high-level divine kings, they still wouldn't be able to escape from the eyes of the mid-level divine emperor. 10,000 demons sect intersect elder? 10,000 demons sect intersect deacon? Xue Haichuan's eyes cut through the void and fell on the identity tokens hanging from their waists. He softly muttered these words. As the three people heard Xue Haichuan's words, their complexions changed once more. It had to be known that they had never thought of putting away their identity tokens. This was because with their strength, it was impossible for them to leave anyone alive after killing the hidden fog sect disciples. That way, their identities wouldn't be exposed. It was just that they never dreamed that they would run into Xue Haichuan. Your 10,000 demon sect sovereign sent you out to fish in troubled waters and kill my hidden fog sect disciples. Isn't that satisfying? Xue Haichuan looked at the only 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder and asked with a mocking expression, Elder Xue Haichuan. The old man's complexion changed several times. Then he decisively said, the reason the three of us attacked the hidden fog sect disciples was not because of the sovereign's orders, but because we did it in private. It was all because of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian went to the Linghu family. We couldn't kill him, so we could only kill his former fellow disciples to vent our anger. Chapter 3774. As soon as Xue Haichuan appeared, the 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder and the two inner sect deacons nearly lost their courage. They didn't even dare to think of running away. This was because if they tried to run away, Xue Haichuan would most likely impatiently attack them and kill them. And if they didn't run away, they might still have a chance to live. Because of Duan Lingtian? Hearing the old man, the 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder's words, Xue Haichuan was stunned for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. This excuse doesn't seem too good, right? At the very least, Duan Lingtian must have offended you in order for you to have a motive, right? When Xue Haichuan returned to the hidden fog sect this time, he had heard the name Duan Lingtian many times. Even the hidden fog sect disciples he followed often mentioned this name. He had heard so much that his ears were about to grow calluses. However, what he didn't expect was that when he caught the 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder who wanted to kill the hidden fog sect disciples, the other party actually said that killing the hidden fog sect disciples wasn't the 10,000 demon sect's idea, but their own. Was it because of Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Xue Haichuan wanted to see this Duan Lingtian with his own eyes. Just what kind of person was he that so many people would mention him? Even this 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder was able to shift the blame onto him. Elder Xue Haichuan, although Duan Lingtian hasn't offended us, he has offended our 10,000 demon sect's elder Kuang Tianjing. The 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder said with a serious expression, Kuang Tianjing? Xue Haichuan looked deeply at the 10,000 demon sect inner sect elder. Are you talking about Kuang Tianjing, the one who is now an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan? He naturally wasn't unfamiliar with the name Kuang Tianjing. He was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan who had entered the Tianlong clan before him. Moreover, during his growth, Kuang Tianjing had caused many obstacles for him. Of course, after he grew up, he made Kuang Tianjing fall even more often. Now, whenever Kuang Tianjing saw him, they would take a detour. Exactly. The expression of the 1,000 demon sect's inner sect elder turned increasingly serious. How did Duan Lingtian offend him? Xue Haichuan asked calmly. The latter immediately replied, Duan Lingtian killed Elder Kuang Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han. Finally, Xue Haichuan's calm expression changed slightly. Chu Han? The next moment, he sent a message back to the Tianlong clan for the sake of a good friend in the Tianlong clan. The latter quickly replied, Chu Han is indeed dead. He died 12 years ago. At that time, Kuang Tianjing was still looking for the murderer everywhere. After that, Kuang Tianjing left the sect. No one knows where he went, but he didn't return until his second disciple got married. The message from his good friend caused Xue Haichuan to be even more surprised. Kuang Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han, was actually dead? Since Duan Lingtian killed Chu Han and Elder Kuang Tianjing returned to your 1,000 demon sect, why didn't he personally take revenge for Chu Han and kill Duan Lingtian? Shui Haichuan looked meaningfully at the old man in front of him and asked mockingly. The old man was stunned for a moment before replying. When Elder Kuang Tianjing learned that Duan Ling Tian had returned to the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Ling Tian had already killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao. Then, he left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Linghu family. Then, Elder Kuang Tianjing personally went to the Linghu family. And the Linghu family relied on their family protecting array to protect Duan Ling Tian. After that, Elder Kuang Tianjing returned to our Thousand Demon sect. Then, he angrily returned to the Tianlong clan. Elder Kuang Tianjing once saved my life. I saw his anger with my own eyes, so I wanted to do something for him. It was basically impossible for me to kill Duan Ling Tian. So, I never thought of doing anything to him. Like this, I suppressed my anger and went into seclusion to cultivate. When I came out some time ago, I heard that the Hidden Fog sect's disciples had been attacked. So, I wanted to bring 2 of my junior apprentice brothers and follow the trend and kill the Hidden Fog sect's disciples. But I never thought that the first time we made a move, we would meet Elder Shui Haichuan. As the old man spoke, his expression became increasingly serious. As for the other 2 middle-aged men, they lowered their heads. They looked like children who had been caught stealing candy and were waiting to be scolded. It had to be said that the old man's words could be said to be watertight. He explained the reason why he attacked the Hidden Fog sect disciples. He also said that this was the first time he attacked the Hidden Fog sect disciples. He had never killed a Hidden Fog sect disciple before, so he hadn't committed any crimes yet. He said this in order to not anger Shui Haichuan. Hearing the old man's words, the 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples' complexions changed. They subconsciously wanted to remind Shui Haichuan that the old man was lying. But Shui Haichuan spoke first. Is that so? Shui Haichuan looked at the old man with interest. Why don't you make a heart demon blood oath and repeat what you just said, and then say, if you are lying, you are willing to die. What do you think? If you make a heart demon blood oath, I will immediately let you leave. The 2 of you are the same. As Shui Haichuan spoke, he looked at the other 2 middle-aged men. For a time, whether it was the old man or the 2 middle-aged men, all of their complexions changed. As Shui Haichuan saw this, his eyes turned cold. If you don't make a heart demon blood oath, then the 3 of you can stay here forever. As his voice fell, divine strength appeared from Shui Haichuan's body. Even if the divine strength of a middle divine emperor didn't contain any laws, it still caused the 3 of them to tremble in fear. Elder Shui Haichuan, please spare us. One of the middle-aged men fell to his knees in front of Shui Haichuan. I was only following orders. I admit that I killed many Hidden Fog sect disciples, a total of 13. But I was only following orders. Elder Shui Haichuan, as long as you are willing to let me go, I am willing to immediately announce that I am leaving the 10,000 Demon sect and never return. I can join the Hidden Fog sect and help them kill the 10,000 Demon sect disciples. I am familiar with the terrain around the 10,000 Demon sect station. I guarantee that within a year, I will kill no less than 10,000 Demon sect disciples. In order to survive, it could be said that the middle-aged man was going all out. And the reason he was like this was partly because the pressure Shui Haichuan placed on him was too great. Shui Haichuan was extremely famous to begin with. Now that Shui Haichuan wanted to kill him, how could he not be afraid? Elder Shui Haichuan, please spare us. The other middle-aged man fell to his knees. I can do what he said. I can do it too. Elder Shui Haichuan, please spare us. After the 2 middle-aged men fell to their knees, the old man finally couldn't withstand the great pressure in his heart. He fell to his knees as well. I can join forces with the 3 of them to kill the 10,000 Demon sect disciples. Within a year, if we don't kill 110,000 Demon sect disciples, I will commit suicide in front of Elder Shui Haichuan. I can make a heart demon blood oath. A 10,000 Demon sect inner sect elder and 2 10,000 Demon sect inner sect deacons suddenly changed their attitudes. This left the 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples dumbfounded. After a moment, they regained their composure. As they looked at Shui Haichuan once more, their eyes were filled with worship. Elder Shui Haichuan hadn't even attacked yet, But these 3 people from the 10,000 Demons sect were already frightened to such an extent. He was truly worthy of being the idol they worshipped ever since they joined the Hidden Fog sect. If I want to kill the 10,000 Demons sect disciples, why would I need you to help me? Shui Haichuan coldly smiled. Then, as the 3 people's complexions changed, he casually waved his hand and the 3 of them were sent flying away as if they had been struck by a giant hammer. Then, they exploded into 3 clouds of blood in the distance. Then, they drifted away, vanishing without a trace. After killing the 3 people, Shui Haichuan looked at the 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples who had paled in fright. He said, "Return to the sect on your own." Now, those people from the 10,000 Demons sect should have already left the sect and returned to the 10,000 Demons sect. If you return to the sect on your own, there won't be any danger. I will make a trip to the 10,000 Demons sect. As his voice fell, Shui Haichuan didn't wait for the 2 to respond. His figure flickered and he vanished in front of them, as if he had teleported. It was as Shui Haichuan had guessed. After the 10,000 Demons sect received a message from the 3 10,000 Demons sect disciples he had just killed, they recalled all the 10,000 Demons sect disciples that were still outside attacking the Hidden Fog sect disciples. As for the 10,000 Demons sect's inner sect elders and inner sect deacons, when they learned that Shui Haichuan had appeared, their complexions changed. They immediately rushed back. What a joke. This was Shui Haichuan. If they encountered him, they would die. However, before they could rush back to the 10,000 Demons sect, Shui Haichuan had already arrived on their way back. Moreover, he spent less than 2 hours to completely wipe them out. Then, Shui Haichuan went to the 10,000 Demons sect. In front of the 10,000 Demons sect's sect master, Lan Qing, he killed 3 core elders and 12 inner sect elders. These were all people from the 10,000 Demons sect who were responsible for giving the order to kill the Hidden Fog sect disciples. Even the 10,000 Demons sect's sect master, Lan Qing, was severely wounded by Shui Haichuan. I'll spare your life. You can send a message to those old fellows of the 10,000 Demons sect in the Tianlong clan. Tell them what the 10,000 Demons sect has done and what I, Shui Haichuan, have done. If they aren't convinced, tell them to come find me. These were Shui Haichuan's last words before he left after severely wounding Lan Qing. They contained a deep divine strength that spread throughout the 10,000 Demons sect. Half a month later, Hidden Fog sect. Outside the stairway to heaven, a figure appeared. It was a tall middle-aged man. His face was firm, his eyebrows were cold, and his eyes were like lightning. Big brother. Before he could regain his senses, a figure had already appeared in front of him in an instant, looking at him with an excited expression. When the middle-aged man regained his composure, he saw the youth in front of him whose temperament had completely changed from 10,000 years ago. His eyes instantly turned red. "Hi, Haichuan." In the next moment, the 2 brothers hugged each other. It was a long time before they separated. "Big brother, you've been trapped in the stairway to heaven for 10,000 years. Now that you've come out, what do you want to do the most? No matter what you want to do, I will help you achieve it." Shui Haichuan looked at Shui Haishan, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. "Let's drink." Shui Haishan laughed. Because he was so excited to see his little brother he hadn't seen in 10,000 years, he laughed so hard that tears splashed out. "Good. Let us brothers go drink. We won't return until we're drunk." Shui Haichuan agreed. "Bring another person with you. He is also a disciple of our Hidden Fog sect. Over 10 years ago in the stairway to heaven, he encountered me. If he hadn't shown mercy, I would have died and I wouldn't have been able to see you again." In Shui Haishan's mind, that elegant purple figure of the past appeared. Who? Shui Haichuan's complexion changed. He felt a chill run down his spine. His big brother's words scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. His big brother had nearly died in the stairway to heaven? "His name is Duan Lingtian," Shui Haishan said. "Duan Lingtian?" Chapter 3775. What is it? Seeing his little brother lose his composure like this, Shui Haishan couldn't help but be startled. His eyes filled with curiosity. "Big brother." Shui Haichuan bitterly smiled. "The Duan Lingtian you speak of is no longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. No longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect? Shui Haishan frowned. What's going on? He still remembered the young man who had shown mercy and didn't kill him in the heavenly stairway prison. He was filled with gratitude towards this person. He always thought that once he was released, he would repay this person's favor. He, Shui Haishan, was someone who would repay any kindness. It's like this. Even though Shui Haichuan was now the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder and was strong enough to sweep away an entire region, in front of this big brother of his, he was still nothing more than a little brother. He was incomparably patient. Shui Haichuan explained everything he knew about Duan Lingtian. He also mentioned how, in order to kill Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Feng had detonated his inner world that was layered with multiple killing arrays, destroying Linghu City and slaughtering countless lives. After listening to Shui Haichuan's story, Shui Haishan was stunned. If he didn't remember wrong, when he first met that little fellow in the heavenly stairway prison, he had only been a higher deity. In just a dozen some years, not only had he broken through to become a lower god king, but he had also done so many things that even Shui Haishan found inconceivable. I knew he wasn't simple, but I never imagined he would stir up such a storm. Shui Haishan couldn't help but sigh. Then, he seemed to think of something. He frowned and said, however, Elder Feng did go a bit too far. For the sake of his own selfish desires, he placed the Hidden Fog sect in such a situation. However, it was fortunate that the sect reined in the horse at the edge of the cliff and decisively cut off their losses. Otherwise, the Hidden Fog sect would have continued to be in chaos in the future. Shui Haishan looked at his younger brother with a complicated expression. Haichuan, when we were in the stairway to heaven, I predicted that even if you didn't become a divine emperor, you would be one of the best among the superior divine kings. It seems that I underestimated you. Just now, when Shui Haichuan spoke of Duan Lingtian's actions and his influence on the Hidden Fog sect, he also spoke of his actions after returning this time. At the same time, he also mentioned his current strength and status in the Tianlong clan. Big brother, it's also because you were imprisoned in the heavenly stairway prison. Otherwise, your achievements today would definitely not be lower than mine. After all, you're skilled in the law of time, the strongest of the 4 supreme laws. Back then, when you entered, I was only on par with you in terms of comprehension of laws and profundity. Shui Haichuan said, however, it's not too late now. With Big Brother's talent and perception, you won't need 10,000 years to catch up with me. At most 20,000 years. You'll definitely catch up to me. Shui Haishan sighed and said, fortunately, when I was imprisoned in the stairway prison, I hadn't become a divine king yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to cultivate or comprehend laws in there. I wouldn't be able to increase my strength. Even if I could withstand the first few divine king heavenly tribulations, I wouldn't be able to withstand the later ones. Existences above the divine king realm had to face heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. Even if they were trapped in the stairway prison, the divine king heavenly tribulation would still chase after them. This was the law of heaven and earth. No matter where you were, no matter what plane you were on, you couldn't avoid it. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation came once every 1,000 years, and each time it was stronger than the last. It wouldn't consider whether or not your strength had increased in the past 1,000 years, nor would it pity you if you were imprisoned in the stairway prison, a plane where you couldn't increase your strength for 10,000 years. Because Shui Haishan wasn't a divine king before he entered the stairway prison, he didn't need to worry about facing heavenly tribulation. Now, when he broke through to the divine king realm, the first heavenly tribulation would come. Even though he had wasted 10,000 years, he knew that his talent and perception were still there. Even if his achievements after 10,000 years couldn't compare to his little brother Shui Haichuan, they wouldn't be too far off. After all, they were brothers from the same father and mother. Even if there was a difference, it wouldn't be too far off. Haichuan, let's go to the Linghu family and find little brother Duan to drink. Then, I'll follow you back to the Tianlong clan. Shui Haishan looked at Shui Haichuan and said. Shui Haichuan smiled and nodded. Good. I also want to see that Duan Lingtian who has stirred up so many storms in the Hidden Fog sect. I'll also thank him in person for not killing you in the past. Big brother, before leaving the Hidden Fog sect, I need to go to Marshal Uncle Wu's side. Do you want to come with me, or what? Shui Haichuan asked. Let's go together, Shui Haishan said. It just so happens that I haven't seen Martial Uncle Wu in 10,000 years. In the past, Shui Haishan and Shui Haichuan had been apprenticed to the same venerable master. During the 10,000 years in the Stairway to Heaven prison, Shui Haishan often inquired about news from the sect disciples who were participating in the Stairway to Heaven trial. Thus, although he was in the Stairway to Heaven prison, he knew that his little brother had entered the Tianlong clan and that his venerable master had been killed by heavenly tribulation. In the following several thousand years, he didn't encounter any sect disciples who were participating in the Stairway to Heaven trial, so he didn't know where to start. The events of the last several thousand years were nothing but a blank slate for him. Linghu City. Linghu family. Because his cultivation had reached a bottleneck and he was unable to make any further breakthroughs, Duan Lingtian had temporarily shifted his focus to alchemy. Gradually, he became more proficient and mature in refining emperor-level divine pills. However, there were still some flaws, and he needed time to accumulate experience. Since it's difficult for my cultivation to make any progress and my comprehension of laws and profound meanings has entered a slow phase, it's not a waste to spend some time on the path of divine pills. It had been half a year since he last came out of his closed-door cultivation. In the past 6 months, Duan Lingtian, who was engrossed in alchemy, had led a fulfilling life. If there was anything he regretted, it would be that he was unable to make any breakthroughs in his cultivation base even after a long time. As he became more familiar with the path of divine pills, he was not far from being able to perfectly refine ordinary emperor-level divine pills. Once he could perfectly refine ordinary emperor-level divine pills, it would mean that he would be able to refine supreme emperor-level divine pills. In the realms of gods, refining supreme emperor-level divine pills was the mark of a top Empyrean divine alchemist. In fact, there were even some venerable grade divine alchemists who found it difficult to refine supreme emperor-level divine pills. Duan Lingtian. One day, Duan Lingtian was in the middle of refining pills when he was suddenly awakened by a message from the clan leader of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia. Clan leader? What's the matter? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. There are 2 guests. One of them is a distinguished guest. I'm waiting for you in the main hall with them. Linghu Renjia replied. Who is it? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The other guest said that you'll recognize him when you arrive. Linghu Renjia replied. It was obvious that he was helping the other party keep Duan Lingtian in suspense. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard this. However, he was also curious about the distinguished guest that Linghu Renjia mentioned. Moreover, the other party wanted to meet him. Could it be an elder of the Linghu family in the Tianlong clan? Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate. Due to his curiosity and Linghu Renjia's urgency, Duan Lingtian put down the things in his hands and walked out of his room. He left his mansion and went to the main hall. In the main hall, other than Linghu Renjia, there were 2 other people. One was a handsome young man dressed in a snow-white robe with an outstanding temperament. The other was a tall young man with a resolute face and eyes like lightning. The 2 of them stood side by side. There were some similarities between their eyebrows, and the shape of their faces were also similar. There was no difference in height. This person, after Duan Lingtian walked in, his eyes fell on the tall, middle-aged man in front of him. He felt that this face was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Elder Shui Haichuan, this is Duan Lingtian, a guest of the Linghu family. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw Linghu Renjia introduce him to the white-clothed young man beside the tall, middle-aged man with a smile. Following Linghu Renjia's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly shifted from the tall, middle-aged man to the white-clothed young man beside him. Shui Haichuan? He was Shui Haichuan? Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the name Shui Haichuan. Not long after he arrived at the Hidden Fog sect, many people said that he was the second Shui Haichuan of the Hidden Fog sect. Later, many people compared him to Shui Haichuan. In fact, after he killed Shangguan Shengfeng and Long Shao, the surrounding Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples whispered amongst themselves. They felt that Shui Haichuan's achievements at his age were far inferior to his own. In short, before he met Shui Haichuan, he had heard the name Shui Haichuan so many times that his ears were growing calluses. Of course, this was also because Xue Haichuan did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, he might have rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and said, I, Xue Haichuan, have heard the name Duan Lingtian so many times that my ears are growing calluses. Duan Lingtian. After introducing Duan Lingtian to Xue Haichuan, Linghu Rinjia introduced Xue Haichuan to Duan Lingtian. This is one of the 3 youngest white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan, Elder Xue Haichuan. Elder Xue Haichuan used to be a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. I'm sure you've heard of him when you were in the Hidden Fog sect. For an elder, Duan, I've heard a lot about you. Xue Haichuan smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the friendliness in his eyes was a bit too much. Xue Haichuan was a former disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Even though he was now in the Tianlong clan, he still belonged to the Hidden Fog sect. Logically speaking, even if he didn't hate him, he shouldn't be so friendly. Elder Xue Haichuan, I've heard a lot about you. Duan Lingtian secretly raised his guard. He felt that this Xue Haichuan should also be a smiling tiger type character. Otherwise, why would he be so friendly in front of him? As the saying went, one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Haha. After Duan Lingtian and Xue Haichuan greeted each other, the tall middle-aged man beside Xue Haichuan laughed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Little brother Duan, it's only been a dozen some years and you've already forgotten about me? Chapter 3776. The tall middle-aged man suddenly spoke. A familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think of a figure. It was the figure he had seen in the Hidden Fog sect Sky Stairway prison. It was the blood-robed middle-aged man who guarded the 8th step of the Sky Stairway. The blood-robed middle-aged man was a higher deity. He was skilled in the time laws and had even comprehended the fusion of 3 mysteries of the time laws. His strength was astonishing. However, Lin Ming's attainments in the space laws far surpassed his opponent's. Thus, he was able to defeat his opponent and smoothly pass. You are that Xue Haishan from the Sky Stairway prison? Duan Lingtian recalled. The person in front of him was the Xue Haishan he had fought in the Sky Stairway prison. At that time, because Xue Haishan didn't kill him, although he defeated Xue Haishan, he didn't kill him. Xue Haishan even said that he would find him for a drink in the future. Haha, that's me. Xue Haishan laughed. Xue Haishan, Xue Haichuan you are? Duan Lingtian glanced at Xue Haishan and then at Xue Haichuan. Surprise flashed in his eyes. He also had a faint guess in his heart. No wonder Xue Haishan was only a higher deity, but he could comprehend the fusion of 3 mysteries of the time laws. It turned out that his bloodline talent and perception were transcendent. Haichuan is my younger brother from the same father and mother. Xue Haishan grinned as he said. Then, he proudly said, during the 10,000 years I was trapped in the Hidden Fog sect Sky Stairway prison. This little brother of mine also entered the Tianlong clan. Moreover, he became the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. I just came out of the Hidden Fog sect Sky Stairway prison a few days ago. Haichuan returned to the Hidden Fog sect this time specifically to bring me to the Tianlong clan. The elder brother was like a father. The current Xue Haishan gave off the feeling of a father who was proud of his son's achievements. Congratulations on breaking free. Duan Lingtian laughed. Now, he finally understood why Xue Haishan was so polite and friendly to him. He had thought that there was some sort of trick to it. Now, it seemed that he had been overthinking things. The reason why Xue Haichuan was so friendly to him was because he had defeated Xue Haishan, but did not kill him. Even if he had killed Xue Haishan back then, no one would have known because that was the Stairway Heaven prison. Even if it was Xue Haichuan, he would only know that his brother had died in the Stairway Heaven prison when he didn't see his brother. As for how he died and who killed him, it was impossible for him to know. Brother Duan, I told you that I wanted to drink with you. This time, I didn't even go to the Tianlong clan before I dragged my brother Haichuan here to drink with you. Xue Haishan grinned and said, if it's convenient for you, we can go to your place to drink. If it's not convenient, we can go to a restaurant in Linghu City to drink. Come to think of it, there should be quite a few restaurants under the Linghu family. We can ask Patriarch Linghu to arrange a private room in one of those restaurants for us. Shui Haishan seemed very enthusiastic. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Shui Haichuan had already spoken. Brother Duan, you didn't kill my big brother back then. To me, that is a great favor. Although you have some grudges with the Hidden Fog sect, I won't use that to attack you. Before Duan Lingtian could respond, Shui Haichuan had already made a heart demon blood oath in front of Duan Lingtian. I, Shui Haichuan, hereby make a heart demon blood oath. As long as Duan Lingtian doesn't take the initiative to become enemies with me, Shui Haichuan, I, Shui Haichuan, will never do anything to harm Brother Duan. Otherwise, I am willing to be sentenced to death by the strongest powerhouse. When Shui Haichuan made this heart demon blood oath, it meant that as long as Duan Lingtian didn't provoke him, he couldn't do anything to Duan Lingtian, no matter what method he used. Even if Shui Haichuan didn't make a heart demon blood oath, Duan Lingtian didn't think that Shui Haichuan would do anything to him, the benefactor who had once spared Shui Haichuan's life. But when he heard Shui Haichuan make a heart demon blood oath, his heart calmed down. Let's go out and drink. That way, the atmosphere will be more lively. Duan Lingtian smiled. A moment later, under the arrangements of Linghu Renjia, the patriarch of the Linghu family, the manager of a high-end restaurant in Linghu City, personally came to lead Duan Lingtian and the other two there. Duan Lingtian and the other two were directly arranged in the best private room in the restaurant. This private room was called Dragon Soars the Four Seas. Normally, it wasn't used to receive guests. It was a private room used by the core elders of the Linghu family and above to receive guests. Brother Duan, I, Shui Haichuan, am rarely impressed by others, but I have to say that I am truly impressed by you. After drinking, the distance between Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan was further closed. Shui Haichuan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with admiration, even if it's my own brother, I've never been impressed by him. Shui Haichuan heard this and smiled awkwardly. At the same time, Shui Haichuan began to count in detail the things that he knew Duan Lingtian had done and gave him a thumbs up every time. In the end, he was drunk and only then did he calm down. Of course, the reason why Shui Haichuan was drunk was because he didn't use his divine power to sober himself up. Otherwise, with his cultivation as a higher deity, he wouldn't get drunk no matter how much he drank. Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan, on the other hand, immediately used their divine power to wake them up after seeing that they were drunk. Then, they smiled knowingly. Brother Duan, this is my big brother's temper. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him. Shui Haichuan said to Duan Lingtian with an apologetic look. Duan Lingtian heard this and shook his head with a smile. Brother Haichuan is just being honest. How can I offend him? Brother Duan. Shui Haichuan took out a pill bottle from his storage ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. There's a quenching yang divine pill in here. It should be able to help you break through the bottleneck of your cultivation. When Shui Haichuan said this, it was obvious that he had used his divine consciousness to check Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Of course, he was a middle deity emperor and his divine consciousness was powerful. As long as he didn't check Duan Lingtian's soul, it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to detect it. Quenching yang divine pill? When Duan Lingtian heard Shui Haichuan's words, his eyes narrowed. The quenching yang divine pill was one of the few emperor-grade divine pills that he knew could help him break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. Although he knew the recipe, he didn't have the ability to refine it. Of course, the most important thing was that the herbs needed to refine the quenching yang divine pill were extremely rare. Even if he could refine it, he wouldn't be able to do it. If he only wanted to refine the quenching yang divine pill, he was confident that he could refine it after a few more years of study. However, he would need to have sufficient materials. Although Duan Lingtian was excited and looked at the pill bottle in Shui Haichuan's hand with a burning gaze, he resisted the urge to take it. Duan Lingtian looked at Shui Haichuan seriously and said, Brother Haichuan, this quenching yang divine pill is something that I desperately want, so I don't want to reject it. However, if I accept this divine pill, I will definitely give you a more valuable one in the future. That's my promise to you. The quenching yang divine pill could break through the bottleneck of Duan Lingtian's cultivation. It was extremely important to Duan Lingtian. It should be known that it was meaningless for him to continue cultivating as long as he did not break through the bottleneck. No matter how many divine pills and miraculous medicines he consumed, there would not be any improvement. No matter how many divine pills and miraculous medicines he consumed, they would only be effective after he broke through the bottleneck and became a middle celestial king. Otherwise, the medicinal effect would only accumulate in his body, and it would be drained away with every passing moment until the time was up and it was all drained away. Brother Duan, you don't have to do this. A hint of gentleness flashed in Xue Haichuan's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. At the same time, he shook his head and said, "You did me a huge favor by not killing my brother back then. This quenching yang divine pill is nothing." "You can't say that." Duan Lingtian shook his head firmly. "Brother Haishan didn't kill me back then. That's why I didn't kill him. If he wanted to kill me, there's no way I wouldn't have killed him. Brother Haishan is only alive because of his own efforts. I don't dare to claim the credit." Duan Lingtian's words were so direct that Xue Haichuan had a whole new level of respect for him. At this moment, Xue Haichuan could see that if he did not accept Duan Lingtian's kindness, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to accept the divine pill in his hand. "All right, I'll wait for you to give me a better divine pill. Brother Duan, I heard that your alchemy skills are comparable to the best emperor-grade divine pill masters," Xue Haichuan said with a smile. At the same time, he passed the pill bottle that contained the quenching yang divine pill to Duan Lingtian. "I won't keep you waiting for too long, Brother Haichuan." Duan Lingtian solemnly reached out to take the pill bottle and said to Xue Haichuan solemnly, "After I join the Tianlong clan, I'll give you a divine pill that will greatly benefit you within 3 years. Join the Tianlong clan?" Xue Haichuan was stunned at first, but then he smiled and said, "Brother Duan, if you want to join the Tianlong clan, I can recommend you now. Your talent and comprehension aside, your achievements in alchemy are enough for the Tianlong clan to accept you into the inner sect." Xue Haichuan's words were filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. "Brother Haichuan, I plan to participate in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon competition in 10 years. Duan Lingtian carefully put away the pill bottle in his hand and smiled at Xue Haichuan. "I see." Xue Haichuan came to a sudden realization. He smiled and said, "I forgot. If you enter the Sky Dragon sect before the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, as long as you rank in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, you will be able to obtain a divine elixir. This is indeed the best choice for you," Li Tianlan said. "It seems that we won't have to wait too long for the next time we meet. You'll see each other in 10 years. Xue Haichuan smiled. "Then we'll find you and Brother Haishan to drink in 10 years. At that time, we'll drink with Brother Haishan to our heart's content and not go home until we're drunk." Duan Lingtian also smiled. After chatting for a while, Duan Lingtian said goodbye to Xue Haichuan and left. "Brother Haichuan, when you go back, apologize to Brother Haishan for not being able to see you off." Now, Duan Lingtian was anxious to return home and take the quenching yang divine pill to break through his cultivation. Breaking through your cultivation is more important. Xue Haichuan smiled understandingly. Chapter 3777. His acquaintance with Xue Haichuan was beyond Duan Lingtian's expectations. He had never imagined that his mistake in the stairway to heaven would earn him a favor from Xue Haichuan's brother. Xue Haichuan also felt that he owed him a favor and even gave him the quenching yang divine pill, which was very important to him now. "If I were a bloodthirsty person, even if Xue Haishan didn't want to kill me, I definitely wouldn't have held back when I defeated him. I would most likely have killed him. If I had killed him then, I wouldn't have met Xue Haishan today, and Xue Haishan wouldn't have given me the quenching yang divine pill." After leaving the restaurant and returning to the Linghu family's mansion, Duan Lingtian looked at the pill bottle that appeared in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. This was what it meant by unintentional success. With this quenching yang divine pill, I'm confident that I can break through to the intermediate divine king realm in a short time. After returning to his residence, Duan Lingtian took a while to suppress his restless emotions and began to cultivate. He also consumed the quenching yang divine pill before closing his eyes to cultivate. The quenching yang divine pill was a divine pill used by divine kings to help them break through their cultivation bottlenecks. Although it was not as valuable as the Emperor Ascension divine pill, it was not far off. If a lesser divine king used the quenching yang divine pill to break through their bottlenecks, as long as their talent wasn't too bad, the probability of breaking through was close to 100%. However, if a middle divine king used it, the probability of breaking through was much lower. Moreover, the difficulty of refining the quenching young divine pill was almost equal to the difficulty of refining the Emperor Ascension divine pill. The Emperor Ascension divine pill was considered a top-tier Emperor-grade divine pill. It might not be the most difficult to concoct, but it was definitely the most difficult to find materials to concoct. For a divine pill like the quenching young divine pill, even the Linghu family could not gather the ingredients, let alone the Emperor Ascension divine pill. Sometimes, Duan Lingtian felt that it was inconceivable that the Tianlong clan was able to take out so many Emperor Ascension divine pills in 2 consecutive hidden dragon competitions. This was because even for a god Emperor level force, unless they were extremely lucky, it would be difficult for them to gather all the ingredients needed to refine Emperor Ascension divine pills. What Duan Lingtian didn't know was that the reason why the Tianlong clan was able to come up with so many materials to refine Emperor divine pills in the past few hundred years was because of their good luck. Moreover, the previous clan master of the Tianlong clan had also helped others refine Emperor divine pills and obtained some of the materials. It had to be said that the quenching sun divine pill was very powerful. After it entered Duan Lingtian's body, it merged with his divine power and broke through the bottleneck. The bottleneck that had remained unshaken for so long began to tremble. The second impact caused even more tremors. The effect of the third attack was even better. Duan Lingtian had to circulate his cultivation method for a great cycle in his body every time he charged. Due to this reason, there was a period of time between each charge. About half a month later, after several hundred attempts, the firm bottleneck finally began to crumble. Let's do it in one go. Then, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down and made another breakthrough. Finally, after 11 attempts, he successfully broke through the bottleneck that was as firm as a wall. Since then, his cultivation had finally entered the realm of a middle celestial king. Is this the divine power of a middle celestial king? After the breakthrough, Duan Lingtian could feel that the divine power in his body had transformed. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as when he broke through from a higher celestial king to a lower celestial king, it was still a huge transformation. If I had been a middle celestial king when I killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, even without the superior divine weapon that the clan master lent me, I could have easily killed them with the mediocre divine weapon and the techniques that I revealed at that time. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. Translucent divine power flowed around the surface of his body. As he patted his body casually, strong gusts of wind blew, causing the tightly shut doors and windows in the room to sway and creak. "Young master, are you all right?" After a while, Butler Wang Fu's voice came from outside and asked Duan Lingtian. "I'm fine," Duan Lingtian replied. Because he was in the Linghu family's mansion, and because no one would disturb him directly, Duan Lingtian did not set up any formation in his room. "With my current cultivation, I might be able to fight for first place in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon competition 10 years from now." As the saying went, a soldier who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good soldier. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't miss the chance to fight for first place. Moreover, the reward for first place in the Hidden Dragon competition, other than the Emperor Ascension elixir, would definitely be some other good stuff. Its value would probably not be lower than the Emperor Ascension elixir. After all, even the 10th place would receive an Emperor Ascension elixir. Next, I'll continue to raise my cultivation. However, it's not realistic to break through to the realm of a higher celestial king. I'll try to get as close to breaking through the bottleneck as possible. The difficulty of raising one's cultivation in the lower celestial king realm was far greater than the difficulty of raising one's cultivation in the divine spirit realm. The difficulty of breaking through from the middle celestial king realm to the upper celestial king realm was more than twice as difficult as breaking through from the lower celestial king realm to the middle celestial king realm. Therefore, Duan Lingtian didn't expect to make another breakthrough before the Hidden Dragon competition. Moreover, he had already taken most of the elixirs that could assist in his cultivation. Even if it was an ultimate king-grade divine elixir, taking it too many times would cause him to develop a resistance to its effects. Now, there weren't many elixirs that he could rely on. He couldn't rely solely on elixirs to raise his cultivation like he did in the past 12 years. At most, He could only use it for 3 years. In the next 10 years, when there aren't any elixirs to use, I'll use the remaining time to study the art of alchemy. I'll strive to refine an ultimate king-grade divine elixir before I go to the Tianlong clan. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally had a plan for the next 10 years. Tunglong Province. In an incomparably vast city, in the front yard of a spacious mansion, a young girl with a beautiful appearance placed her hands on the stone table. She supported her head with her hands, and her eyes were lifeless, as if her soul had left her body. Behind the young girl stood 2 maids, and they were silent. Young Mississippi, as a voice sounded from within the mansion, a graceful figure walked out from within. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize the young girl walking out slowly from the mansion. She was Yu Qiushuan, the girl beside Duan Xiaoyu, whom he had met at the Zhou clan's trading house in Tianfeng City. The young girl sitting in front of the stone table in the courtyard was also Duan Xiaoyu. "Aunt Xian, what's the matter? Didn't I say that I don't like to hear about anything other than my brother's news?" Hearing Yu Qiushuan's voice, Duan Xiaoyu frowned slightly and said reluctantly, "Young miss, I didn't come looking for you for anything else." Yu Qiushuan smiled. As for Duan Xiaoyu, when she heard Yu Qiushuan's words, her eyes lit up. She immediately stood up and rushed to Yu Qiushuan. "Aunt Xian, is it news about my brother?"
Yes.
Yu Qiushuan smiled and nodded. Duan Xiaoyu impatiently urged, "Aunt Xian, quickly tell me." Facing the anxious Duan Xiaoyu, Yu Qiushuan didn't keep her in suspense. She slowly said, "I just received news that young Master Duan has left Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy and went to the Linghu family. Moreover, he has become a consecrator of the Linghu family and is treated as an honored guest by the Linghu family." Linghu family? Duan Xiaoyu frowned. Is that the Divine Emperor family near the Hidden Fog sect that is equally famous as the Hidden Fog sect? Why did my brother go there? He is at Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy. After graduating, shouldn't he go to the Hidden Fog sect? Duan Xiaoyu was puzzled. Young Master Duan did go to the Hidden Fog sect at the beginning. Yu Qiushuan said, after experiencing some things, he went to the Linghu family. Following that, Yu Qiushuan told Duan Xiaoyu in detail about the news she received. She started from Duan Lingtian's outstanding performance at Hidden Fog Academy. Then, she talked about how Duan Lingtian was recommended by the Hidden Fog Academies dean to enter the Hidden Fog sect in advance. Then, he stood out in the Hidden Fog sect and left the Hidden Fog sect for a period of time. When he returned, he forcefully killed 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect who wanted to kill him. She talked about how Duan Lingtian went to the Linghu family and how that elder Feng from Hidden Fog Academy didn't even injure Duan Lingtian in the slightest when he detonated his inner small world. "So, my brother is already a lower god king?" Duan Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. "I never thought that my brother's cultivation would advance so quickly. At this speed, it won't be long before I can meet him." Seeing Duan Xiaoyu's excited appearance, Yu Qiushuan didn't say anything to discourage her. She only sighed inwardly. Cultivation after the God King realm was much more difficult than when one was at the God Spirit realm. "Aunt Xian, when my brother goes to the Tianlong clan, can we sneak over to see him?" Duan Xiaoyu looked at Yu Qiushuan with eager eyes. "I promise I won't appear in front of him. I'll just hide in the shadows and watch him, just like last time at Wine City's Hidden Fog Academy. That will depend on your performance." Yu Qiushuan looked deeply at Duan Xiaoyu and then smiled dotingly. "When you break through to the next realm, I will go with you to the Tianlong clan to see young Master Duan." "Aunt Xian, you said it yourself." Hearing Yu Qiushuan's words, Duan Xiaoyu excitedly ran into the mansion. "I will go into closed-door cultivation now and strive to break through as soon as possible." The Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition was held once every 100 years. Before the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, the Tianlong clan would hold an entrance examination. Anyone who passed the examination would be able to become a member of the Tianlong clan. Unless they were very talented and had a very good comprehension ability, they could only get the chance to enter the Tianlong clan through the entrance examination held once every 100 years. As the Tianlong clan's entrance examination approached, the juniors of various God Emperor and God King forces in the area around the Tianlong clan began to cultivate in full swing. Many elixirs that could assist in cultivation became scarce, and the materials used to refine elixirs were almost out of stock. In order to let their juniors enter the Tianlong clan, some rogue cultivators didn't hesitate to take risks and kidnap the juniors of God King forces. They didn't want any more God stones. They only wanted elixirs or materials that could help their juniors cultivate. Chapter 3778. Under everyone's anticipation, the day of the Tianlong clan's entrance examination was getting closer and closer. When there was still half a year before the entrance examination of Heavenly Dragon Sect, some people who lived far away from Heavenly Dragon Sect started to rush over. These people didn't have any background. They were either rogue cultivators or the younger generation of some rogue cultivator expert. As sectless cultivators, they enjoyed freedom, but they had to pay the price of lacking cultivation resources. Many sectless cultivators felt free when they first became sectless cultivators. However, when their descendants followed them and they were unable to provide them with better conditions, they would feel guilty and regretful. For this reason, they did not want to miss out on the opportunity to recruit new disciples from the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan was a God Emperor level sect. It was the overlord of the eastern district of Tunglong province. A bunch of God King level forces surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon, treating it as their leader. The Sky Dragon sect's encampment was located at the intersection of 9 mountain ranges. It was also known as the intersection of 9 dragons. Most importantly, there was a very rich vein of divine stones buried here. It could even produce divine crystals. The divine crystals were the divine crystals that Huan had given to Duan Lingtian when he was in the Devata realm. Even in the realms of gods, divine crystals were extremely precious. One divine crystal could be exchanged for 100 divine stones. Divine stone veins and mines that could produce divine crystals were usually in the hands of God Emperor level forces. If one was not a God Emperor level force, it would be difficult for one to keep such a vein or mine. The Tianlong Temple occupies a vast area. Look at the 9 mountain ranges in front of you. The Tianlong Temple is located at the end of the mountain ranges. The Tianlong clan's sect protection grand formation covers such a vast area as well. An old man hovered in the air near the Tianlong Temple. He pointed to the front as he spoke to a young man standing next to him. In front of them was a vast expanse of land. 9 continuous mountain ranges were like 9 giant dragons crawling there, and they intersected with each other. Looking from afar, it gave people a strong visual impact. I'm going to cultivate in there in the future? The young man had an ordinary appearance, but his brows were filled with confidence. With Chang'er's talent and comprehension, it won't be difficult for you to enter the Tianlong clan. Once you're in the Tianlong clan, you'll first become an outer sect disciple. Then, you'll work hard to cultivate and strive to become an inner sect disciple as soon as possible. The old man said to the young man with a kind expression, in half a year, the Tianlong clan's entrance examination will be held. Apart from recruiting inner sect disciples under 10,000 years old and outer sect disciples under 5,000 years old, it will also recruit outer sect elders, outer sect deacons, and inner sect elders of all ages. With grandfather's strength, you should be able to become an outer sect elder. The young man sighed. Grandpa, if you had entered the Tianlong clan when you were young, you might have been an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan by now. There's no medicine for regret in this world. The old man shook his head and said, even if Grandpa regrets it now, it's too late. I only hope that you won't follow in Grandpa's footsteps. Moreover, Grandpa also gained some and lost some. Now that I've obtained so many years of freedom, I don't need to be bound by the rules and regulations of the sect. The old man sighed. In truth, there was one more thing that the old man did not tell his grandson. That was, he had no confidence in surviving the impending heavenly tribulation in 300 years. At that time, he would most likely die. He only hoped that he could find a home for his grandson while he was still alive. The Tianlong clan was a very good choice. Father, we don't have to be in such a hurry, do we? Isn't there still half a year until the Tianlong clan's entrance examination? A young man in a luxurious brocade robe was frowning as he spoke to a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged not too far away from him on a God King ship. Hearing this, The middle-aged man opened his eyes and smiled. Chonger, since you have nothing to do at home, why don't you come over earlier? Besides, there are benefits to coming over earlier. Benefits? What benefits? The young man in the brocade robe asked. The middle-aged man smiled. The Tianlong clan's entrance examination, whether it's for inner or outer disciples, requires a group of people to go through the first few steps. I'll bring you over first so that you can get to know a few more people. At that time, you'll be able to work together to pass the examination. Although you'll be able to pass the examination easily with your strength, if you have a few more people working together, it'll undoubtedly be easier and more effortless. In this way, the examination later on won't be difficult for you. The young man's eyes brightened. Father, you're so considerate. Now, you won't complain, right? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. The young man smiled awkwardly. I was short-sighted. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. This time, Father doesn't have any other requirements for you. As long as you can pass the Tianlong clan's inner disciple entrance examination. As for the Hidden Dragon tournament, Father doesn't expect you to get any ranking. The middle-aged man said. Father, aren't you looking down on me too much? The young man said with a frown. In any case, I'm still the number one person among the younger generation of the clan. Even if I have no hope of entering the top 10 in the Hidden Dragon tournament, entering the top 100 shouldn't be a problem. Top 100? The middle-aged man shook his head. You brat, let alone the top 100. As long as you can enter the top 500, I'll be able to brag about it for a while when I get back. The middle-aged man was speechless about his son's ignorance, but he also knew that his son didn't know who was participating in the Hidden Dragon competition of the Sky Dragon sect. The Hidden Dragon competition of the Sky Dragon sect was a stage where all the young geniuses of God Emperor level forces gathered. There were even more young geniuses from God King level forces. Moreover, the God King forces they belonged to were at the bottom of the God King forces in the vicinity of the Tianlong clan. Father, just you wait. I'll definitely enter the top 100, the young man said confidently. The middle-aged man didn't say anything else at this moment, because as far as he was concerned, this son of his was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Only after experiencing the cruelty of the Hidden Dragon competition would he realize that he was only considered to be outstanding within his own clan, and when he went out, he could only be considered average amongst his peers. In the Thousand Devil sect, 3 figures stood at the peak of a mountain. They were 3 young men. 2 of the young men looked similar. At this moment, they were looking at another young man standing in front of them. The young man wore a long black robe. His long hair was casually draped over his shoulders without a hairband. It fluttered in the wind, making him look extremely elegant. He was tall and sturdy, and his appearance was cold. The invisible coldness between his brows made it seem as though he was 1,000 miles away. Brother Qianya, why are you in such a hurry? The younger of the 2 young men standing side by side looked at the black-robed young man in front of him reluctantly. Qianju, the black-robed young man, was the number 1 person in the Thousand Devil sect's younger generation, Yang Qianya. He was also the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Devil sect, Lan Qing. The reason he didn't take Lan Qing's surname was because his mother had died to save Lan Qing. Therefore, in order to commemorate his wife, Lan Qing let his only son take his wife's surname. Yang Qianya smiled at the young man who spoke. He was the second grandson of the Thousand Devil sect's supreme elder Du Zhan, Du Qianjun. In half a year, you'll be going to the Tianlong clan with your brother. The Tianlong clan isn't like the Thousand Devil sect. You can do whatever you want in the Thousand Devil sect, but in the Tianlong clan, there are iron plates everywhere. Don't act recklessly. When you go to the Tianlong clan, listen to your brother. When Yang Qianya looked at Du Qianjun, his eyes were filled with gentleness. He had watched Du Qianjun grow up and treated him like his own younger brother. Some time ago, on Du Qianjun's birthday, he had even given Du Qianjun his only God King class ship. It was clear how much he doted on Du Qianjun. I know, Brother Qianya. Du Qianjun was like a well-behaved child in front of Yang Qianya. If Duan Lingtian were to see Du Qianjun now, he would definitely think that Du Qianjun was a completely different person compared to the Du Qianjun he had met once because of the divine treasury left behind by divine Emperor Qin Wu. Brother Qianya. Du Qianjuan's eyes flashed with anticipation. Why don't you tell the emissary that we'll depart in half a year? You'll be able to see my performance in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon tournament. I'm sure I'll make it into the top 100. Qianjun, don't mess around. This time, the young man beside Du Qianjun shouted before Yang Qinya could speak. That emissary is of noble status. Do you think he'll do whatever you want him to do? What you need to do now is to bless your brother Qinya and make a name for himself in the top 5 God-Emperor grade sects in Tunglung province. He'll spread the name of our myriad demon sect. The young man was Du Qianjuan's older brother, Du Pujuan. Du Pujuan was also a genius among the younger generation of the myriad demon sect, second only to Yang Qinya. If not for Yang Qinya, he would be the number 1 disciple of the younger generation. It could be said that he was born in the wrong era and was suppressed by Yang Qinya in every aspect. However, he didn't hold any grudges. That was because Yang Qinya had grown up with him. They were like brothers, and there was no need to be calculative between brothers. Qianjun, Yang Qinya smiled. When I've gained a firm foothold there, I'll find time to visit you at the Tianlong clan. At that time, Brother Qinya will give me a gift that won't be any worse than the God King grade spaceship. The sect that Yang Qinya was about to enter was one of the strongest God-Emperor grade sects in Tunglung province. After receiving invitations from those top God-Emperor grade sects, he finally chose this sect. In Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth, Yang Qinya was equivalent to a specially recruited disciple. Chapter 3779. Then I can only wish Big Brother Qinya a safe journey. Du Qianjun bitterly smiled. Yang Qinya nodded. Then, as if he thought of something, he looked at Du Qianjun and said, Qianjun, I heard from my father that the Linghu family's spies sent back news that Duan Lingtian, who is suspected to have killed Elder Kuang Tianjing's disciple Chu Han, will also enter the Tianlong clan and participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. Hearing Yang Qinya mention Duan Lingtian, Du Qianjuan's complexion turned ugly. In the past, Duan Lingtian had followed Wu Feng, who went by the pseudonym Wu Yishan, into the Divine Manor and Divine Treasury left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu. Du Qianjun had underestimated and disregarded Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian was only a higher god. But he never imagined that Duan Lingtian was actually the strongest existence. Duan Lingtian had played the pig to eat the tiger and killed Chu Han. Perhaps others would think that Chu Han was only suspected to have been killed by Duan Lingtian. But he knew that Chu Han was 100% killed by Duan Lingtian. This was because he was most aware of the situation in the Divine Manor and Divine Treasury left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu. But because of the restrictions of the Heart Demon Blood Oath, he couldn't tell others the details. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to break through to the lower God King realm in such a short period of time, and also possessed the strength to kill the Hidden Fog sects Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao must be because he obtained the inheritance left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu. After learning that Duan Lingtian had killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, Du Qianjun had thought this. At the same time, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He had been busy for so long, and had even thought of ways to cooperate with Chu Han to kill many competitors. But in the end, he had helped Duan Lingtian and made a wedding dress for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, after you go to the Tianlong clan, don't provoke him. You are not his match. Yang Qinya said, let Elder Kuang Tianjing deal with him. Yang Qinya paused for a moment before he looked at Du Pujuan and said, Du Pujuan, although the strength Duan Lingtian displayed when he killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao is slightly inferior to yours, it's not much different from yours. With his innate talent and comprehension ability, I'm sure he's much stronger now that more than 20 years have passed. Now, even you may not be able to defeat him. Therefore, I also suggest that you don't have to deliberately target him. Just let Elder Kuang Tianjing deal with him. He had heard from Duan Lingtian that Du Qianjun had obtained some benefits from the ruins, so he was afraid that Du Qianjun would go find trouble with that Duan Lingtian. Although he had never seen that Duan Lingtian before. But from what he had heard about Duan Lingtian's deeds, that Duan Lingtian was definitely not someone easy to deal with. It was best not to make an enemy out of him. If he really wanted to make an enemy out of him, He had to have the confidence to kill him as soon as possible. I understand. Du Pejuan nodded. You can rest assured about this. Even if it's Qianjun, I will still think highly of him. That's good. Yang Qinya nodded. Then I'll leave first. When I leave tomorrow, I will send you a message to say goodbye. In the future, if you encounter any problems in the Tianlong clan, you can look for me. As long as it's within my power, I will help you. After saying this, Yang Qinya turned into a black wind and left. Only Du Pejuan and Du Qianjun were left, standing there side by side. Brother. Du Qianjun looked at Du Pejuan, his eyes flashing with a strong sense of unwillingness. That Duan Lingtian snatched away a good fortune from me. That's why his strength increased so much. I think that I can't accept it if I can't kill him with my own hands. If you want to kill him with your own hands, you just have to say a word to Martial Granduncle Tianjung. Isn't that simple? Du Pejuan smiled. I think that at Martial Granduncle Tianjung's age, he shouldn't care much about whether or not he kills his enemies with his own hands. He's more concerned about whether or not his enemy is dead. It doesn't matter who killed him. All right. Du Qianjun nodded, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. When we reach the Tianlong clan, I'll go talk to Martial Granduncle. Du Qianjun still felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat when he thought about it. Linghu family. I've finally comprehended all the profundities I wanted to comprehend, and I've fused at least one type of dual profundities. After Duan Lingtian left the secret room of laws, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. This was the second time he had entered the Linghu family's secret room of laws. Previously, he had entered the secret room of laws to comprehend the laws of life and wood for alchemy. This time, he had not only comprehended the fusion of the two profundities from the law of life and the law of wood, but he had also comprehended the fusion of the profundities from the other four profundities of the 5 elemental laws to the mastery stage. Moreover, he had also comprehended the fusion of the profundities from the law of death that he had never come into contact with before. At this point, Duan Lingtian had completely grasped the 4 supreme laws. In addition to the 5 elemental laws, he had grasped a total of 9 types of laws. Sister Shui is really something. She didn't tell me about this in advance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have only started to pay attention to the other laws now. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head and smile wryly when he thought about what he had learned before he entered the secret room. Perhaps Sister Shui thinks my master will tell me about this. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, I always thought that the law avatar would affect the main body's strength to a certain extent after it leaves the main body. On top of that, I've never seen anyone form a law avatar in the mystic astral land of the realms of gods. That's why I've never thought of forming a law avatar before. As it turns out, the reason why I haven't seen anyone form a law avatar in the mystic astral land is because most of the people I've met are natives of the realms of gods. About 3 years ago, Duan Lingtian had a casual conversation with Linghu Renjia. It was during this time that he began to pay attention to the other laws apart from the law of space. Duan Lingtian, since you're from the Devata realms and not a native of the realms of gods, why don't you leave your main body in the clan's estate when you're out? Why don't you leave your main body in the clan's estate instead of your clone? These were Linghu Renjia's original words. At that time, Linghu Renjia had asked Duan Lingtian in confusion. Duan Lingtian's reply was that he did not form a law avatar. When Duan Lingtian had voiced his concern, Linghu Renjia was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing and explained to Duan Lingtian that the law avatar was a special feature of the natives of the realms of gods. Even after becoming gods, the natives of the realms of gods could not form a law avatar. This was a restriction imposed by the laws of heaven and earth. The natives of the realms of gods who had a slightly stronger supreme powerhouse's bloodline would be able to awaken the power of their bloodline. On the other hand, those with a weaker supreme powerhouse's bloodline would not be able to awaken the power of their bloodline unless they were lucky enough. However, since they had a supreme powerhouse's bloodline, they would not be able to form a law avatar after they became gods. In this world, only those who did not have a supreme powerhouse's bloodline could form a law avatar after they became gods. The laws of heaven and earth were fair. Those who were not natives of the realms of gods and descendants of the supreme powerhouses could form a law avatar after they became gods. A law avatar was formed by merging one's divine energy with the laws of heaven and earth. It took time to form, and if it was destroyed, it would affect the main body to a certain extent. However, the main body would only suffer minor injuries at most. Minor injuries could be healed by divine pills, and the main body would recover in no time. The disadvantage of a law avatar was that it took time to form. It could not be formed in the middle of a battle. If one wanted to use a law avatar on the battlefield, one would have to prepare and form it in advance. The law doppelganger can be very effective even when your original body is fighting. Of course, the prerequisite is that your law doppelganger cannot be too weak. If you can comprehend the other laws to a high level, your law avatar will definitely be of great help. As for weak law doppelgangers, it's best not to reveal them so easily to fight others. For example, if you were to fight someone who was on par with you, and it was originally destined to end in a draw, you would release a weak law doppelganger and your opponent would casually destroy it. This would also cause your original body to be injured. Although it would only be a light injury, and you would be able to recover very quickly after consuming a divine pill, would your opponent give you the time to recover? He'll only take advantage of your injury to defeat or even kill you in one go. Therefore, a strong law avatar is of help. A weak law avatar is a burden. Don't release it unless absolutely necessary. Of course, no matter how strong or weak the law avatar is, it can replace your main body to do whatever you want. Even if the law avatar is killed outside, it won't affect your main body much and you'll be able to avoid disaster. After listening to Linghu Ranjie's words, Duan Ling Tian immediately asked him for permission to enter the secret chamber. Then, he stayed in the secret chamber for 3 years. In 3 years, Duan Ling Tian had used up nearly a third of the divine stones in the Linghu family's divine stone mine. Of course, Duan Ling Tian did not know this for the time being. He did not notice that when he walked up the stairs to leave the secret chamber, the smile on the core elder's face instantly turned into a bitter smile. I'm afraid we won't be able to hide the fact that we've used up nearly a third of the family's divine stone mine for much longer. Once the elders of the family find out about this, they'll definitely gang up on Patriarch and even remove him from his position. Patriarch still doesn't want me to tell Reverend Duan about this, but I'm afraid it won't be long before Reverend Duan finds out. After all, it'll be a few months before Reverend Duan goes to the Tianlong clan to participate in the sect entrance examination and the hidden dragon competition. Even if it's the elders, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to help Patriarch retain his position. After all, the family has its rules. They were set by the ancestors, and even if the elders are of high seniority, they can't go against them. Chapter 3780. The Linghu family, as a divine emperor clan with a long history, naturally had strict rules. Even the current head of the family was restricted by the clan's rules. If the head of the family wasn't restricted, if the head of the family was muddle-headed and incompetent, wouldn't that ruin the future of the Linghu family? The Linghu family's council of elders was made up of a group of core elders and grand elders. If it came to a critical moment, they could issue a request to remove the head of the family. If half of the elders agreed, the head of the family would be removed. The new head of the family would be voted on by the council of elders again. Elder Zhengxing. In a secluded and remote residence of the Linghu family, not a trace of human habitation could be seen. However, the residence was spotless. At this moment, the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie, was standing in the front courtyard of the residence, bowing as he looked at a middle-aged man who was carving something on a pillar at the side of a pavilion. The middle-aged man wore a loose green robe. He was tall and sturdy, and his brows were sharp and dignified. He looked rather serious. As for him, he was the clan elder with the strongest individual battle strength in the Linghu family. Was it worth it? After about a dozen breaths of time, Linghu Zhengxing stopped what he was doing. He took a deep look at Linghu Renjie and asked, "It was worth it?" Linghu Renjie said with a serious face. Linghu Zhengxing nodded. "Since Linghu Hong and Linghu Huan have agreed to help you, I naturally have no reason not to. Moreover, I also feel that this Duan Ling Tian is worthy of our Linghu family's investment." He doesn't seem like someone who forgets his roots. I don't miss the position of head of the family. Linghu Renjie shook his head and said, compared to the position of head of the Linghu family, I want to see how far he can go. Moreover, I also believe that since the Linghu family has treated him like this today, he won't let the Linghu family down in the future. This time, I'll ask a few elders to help me. I only hope that you can help me cover up the fact that the divine stone mine has been greatly consumed. I don't want the elders to make a fuss before Duan Lingtian leaves the Linghu family and goes to the Tianlong clan to participate in the sect entrance examination and the hidden dragon competition. That will definitely affect him. Now, in my eyes, he's a perfect work of art, and I, Linghu Renjie, am fortunate enough to leave a mark on this work. In the future, when this work becomes famous, Linghu Renjie, it can be said that my life was not in vain. A smile appeared on Linghu Renjie's face, and his gaze was as firm as before. As long as you've decided. Linghu Zhengxing nodded. I'll help you with this matter. Many thanks, Elder Zhengxing. Linghu Renjie bowed respectfully before taking his leave. After Linghu Renjie left, Linghu Zhengxing shook his head. That little fellow named Duan Lingtian is really charming. Linghu Renjie was so decisive when he fought for the position of head of the family back then, but today, he's willing to give up the position of head of the family that he fought so hard for back then. In his days, Linghu Zhengxing seemed to have seen that high-spirited, decisive, and straightforward young man again. He seemed to have seen the persistence of that young man when he fought for the position of the Linghu family's patriarch. Now, the same person was willing to give up the position of head of the family for someone with a different surname. After leaving the secret room of laws and returning to his residence, apart from sending a message to Linghu Renjie to thank him, Duan Lingtian had been concentrating on condensing a law clone. Condensing a law clone was not complicated. However, it required the accumulation of time. For example, condensing a law clone required a large amount of divine power. Then, one had to integrate one's comprehension of the profundity of the law into it. Finally, one had to split a soul from one soul and control it until one could control it like one's own arm. The deeper one's comprehension of the law, the more difficult it is to condense a law clone. For example, if I want to infuse all my divine power into the law of space to condense a law clone, I'm afraid that it will take longer than condensing the other 8 law clones combined. The use of the profundity of the law by one's original body was not affected by the law clone. For example, if Duan Lingtian condensed a law clone to fight alongside his original body would still be able to use the law. Of all the law clones I can condense, the strongest one is naturally the law of space clone. Only the law of space clone will be able to help me in a fight. Next, I'll condense the law of space clone. If I can condense it before the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, I'll be able to obtain a good ranking in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition while concealing my strength. Duan Lingtian's goal was to obtain first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. However, a goal was only a goal. It was not that he was not confident in himself, but he needed to wait until then to weigh his gains and losses. He needed to see if obtaining first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition was worth revealing his strength. The realms of gods were too dangerous. He was alone in the realms of gods, so it was better for him to keep as many trump cards as possible. If he had a law of space clone, he would be able to raise his strength without revealing his true strength. It would be equivalent to 2 of him joining forces. Let's begin. In the following period of time, Duan Lingtian concentrated on condensing the law of space clone. He paid no attention to what was happening outside. He wholeheartedly wanted to condense his law of space clone before the Tianlong clan's sect entrance examination began. Murong family. As the Tianlong clan's sect entrance examination and the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition approached, the Murong family's younger generation usually gathered together to talk about the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. I hope I can enter the Tianlong clan this time. Even if I can only enter the Tianlong clan's outer sect and become an outer sect disciple, the clan will still reward my bloodline generously. A Murong family's disciple said with an expectant expression, "With my strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to pass the Tianlong clan's outer sect disciple assessment. I failed again 100 years ago. However, I still plan to try my luck this time. Another Morong family's disciple said with a burning gaze, Say, how many people from our Morong family will be able to pass the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciple assessment this time and become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? I think it'll definitely not be more than 5. Moreover, 2 of our clan's direct descendants missed the opportunity to enter the Tianlong clan this year and become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan because they were in closed-door cultivation 100 years ago. In the Morong family's inner sect trading plaza, a young man stood there and listened to the discussions around him. His eyes were filled with anticipation. In another month, I'll be heading to the Tianlong clan to participate in the Tianlong clan's sect entrance examination. At that time, I'll be able to see Duan Lingtian again. Calculating the time, I haven't seen Duan Lingtian for more than 20 years. This young man was none other than the young sect leader of the 10,000 Leaves sect, Ho Qingning. Back then, after Ho Qingning left the Linghu family and returned to the Hidden Fog Academy in Tianfeng City, he applied to withdraw from the academy and return to the 10,000 Leaves sect before joining the Morong family. Ho Qingning. At some point, a beautiful figure walked to Ho Qingning's side amidst the crowd's exclamations. Immediately, Ho Qingning was stared at like daggers. Ho Qingning seemed to be used to this scene. After a bitter smile, he looked at the woman in front of him. Third Mississippi, the beautiful, tall, and charming woman standing in front of Ho Qingning was the only daughter of the current patriarch of the Morong family, Morong Yunlu. She was also the youngest of the 3 children of Morong Yunlu. She was deeply loved by Morong Yunlu and was known as the Third Mississippi. Even Ho Qingning himself was a little depressed. Why did the Morong family's third miss, Morong Yinue, suddenly have her eyes on him? Ever since he joined the Morong family, she would come looking for him every 2 to 3 days. Not only did it affect his cultivation, but it also made him a thorn in the eyes of the Morong family's younger disciples. After all, Morong Yinue was the dream lover of the Morong family's younger disciples. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also the daughter of the patriarch. Whoever married her would have to struggle for at least 3,000 years less. Ho Qingning, this time you are participating in the Tianlong clan's entrance exam. Are you preparing to participate in the inner sect's entrance exam or the outer sect's entrance exam? Morong Yinue knitted her beautiful eyebrows and asked with a smile on her face. Morong Yinue had a baby face. When she smiled, 2 dimples appeared, making her exceptionally charming. Many of the surrounding inner sect disciples stared at her. At the same time, when these people looked at Ho Qingning again, their gazes were like daggers. It was as if they couldn't wait to cut Ho Qingning into pieces and replace him. I am participating in the inner sect's entrance exam. Although he didn't know why Morong Yinue suddenly asked him this, Ho Qingning still answered truthfully, If I fail, I will apply to participate in the outer sect's entrance exam. That means you are determined to enter the Tianlong clan? Morong Yinue frowned slightly and asked, If that's the case, then if I don't pass the inner sect's entrance exam and stay in the Tianlong clan, I won't be able to see you in the future. The Morong family had a rule. Any direct descendant, male or female, could only stay in the family and cultivate unless they could become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. The reason for this rule was firstly because the direct descendant of the Morong family had a noble status. If they became an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, it was inevitable that people would ridicule and belittle them behind their backs. Secondly, if a direct descendant of the Morong family stayed in the Morong family, it would be much better than being an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. They would also be able to obtain more cultivation resources. If a direct descendant of a God Emperor ranked clan were to become an outer sect disciple of a God Emperor ranked clan, they would definitely be crippled after a long time. It's better if I don't see her. Of course, this was what Ho Qingning thought in his heart. He definitely didn't dare to say it out loud in front of Morong Yinue. This was because he didn't know why Morong Yinue had her eyes on him. He didn't seem like he had anything that she could get from him. In terms of status, he was only the young sect leader of a God Emperor ranked clan. Within the Morong family, there were at least 80 people with his status, if not 100. Chapter 3781. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In the blink of an eye, Another few months had passed. Linghu family. Duan Lingtian's residence. Young master, Elder Hong and Elder Huan are waiting for you outside. They said it's time to depart. Housekeeper Wang Fu's voice came from outside the room, waking Duan Lingtian, who was still condensing his avatar. Time passed so quickly. Fortunately, it's almost done. I'll complete the remaining steps on the flying ship. With a thought, Duan Lingtian stopped condensing his avatar, jumped off the bed, and walked out of the room. Then, followed by Wang Fu, he came to the front yard of the residence and saw the two elders of the Linghu family, the two brothers Linghu Hong and Linghu Huan. Elder Huan, Elder Hong. Duan Lingtian greeted the two with a smile. I'll have to trouble you for the rest of the journey. Linghu Hong was still half as silent as before. He only responded with a faint "in." As for Linghu Huan, his fat face was full of smiles as he walked over. Ling Tian boy, I heard from the patriarch that you've already broken through and become a medium divine king? It seems that you can fight for the top 3 positions in the Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition this time. Elder Chang Huan's words are auspicious. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, when they were about to depart, Duan Lingtian saw that there was only himself, Linghu Huan, and Linghu Hong. He couldn't help but be startled. The patriarch and the others aren't going with us? The patriarch has already left with the others, Linghu Huan said. However, a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Because Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to the change in his eyes, he didn't notice it. Hearing Linghu Huan's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood and didn't suspect anything. This time, he wasn't the only one preparing to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination and the hidden dragon competition. Even within the Linghu family, there were quite a few outstanding family members who also planned to participate. Some of them wanted to become outer sect disciples of the Tianlong clan, while others wanted to become inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan. Let's go. When Duan Lingtian boarded the God Emperor ship with the two elders, Duan Lingtian said goodbye to Duan Lingtian. Then, he took control of the ship and left the Linghu family mansion at an extremely fast speed. He left Linghu City and headed towards the Tianlong clan. Because they weren't in a hurry, the godly emperor-level ship traveled at the speed of a low-level godly emperor. At this speed, it would still take some time to reach the Tianlong clan. After saying goodbye to the two elders, Duan Lingtian continued to condense his avatar of the law of space inside the ship. Because all of this was happening inside his body, there was only the law of space and divine power moving around his body. Nothing could be seen. So Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid of condensing his avatar of the law of space in front of the two elders. This little guy is condensing his avatar of the law of space. Linghu Huan looked at Linghu Hong and said, Big brother, do you think he has a chance to win first place in the hidden dragon competition this time? In the history of our Linghu family, no one has ever won first place in the Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition. The best results were only in the top 3. The Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition was held once every 100 years. However, in the history of the Linghu family, no one had ever won first place in the hidden dragon competition. One could imagine the difficulty of the hidden dragon competition. Difficult. Linghu Hong shook his head. It was obvious that he didn't think highly of Duan Lingtian. If he was a high-level divine king, I believe that with his methods, there would be no suspense in winning first place. But he is only a middle-level divine king. Don't forget, in the hidden dragon competition, those who participate are all young people under 10,000 years old. Among them, there is no lack of outstanding high-level divine kings, and there are even existences whose strength is comparable to low-level divine emperors. When Linghu Hong transmitted his voice to his younger brother, Linghu Huan, he was obviously more talkative. That's true. Linghu Huan nodded in agreement. Then, he looked at the purple figure sitting cross-legged in the corner of the ship's cabin with a complicated gaze. This little guy is not even 3,000 years old. Participating in the hidden dragon competition, his age is too disadvantageous. Even in our Linghu family, among the young people under 10,000 years old, there are 3 people who are not weaker than the strength he showed when he killed Shangwan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, but after 20 years, his strength is definitely stronger. He should be stronger than those 3 brats. Ling Hu Huan muttered. Of course, even if Ling Hu Huan's words were said in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, who was wholeheartedly immersed in condensing the spatial law doppelganger, did not hear it at all. The current Duan Lingtian was wholeheartedly thinking of condensing the spatial law doppelganger before the Tianlong clan's hidden dragon competition began. Duan Lingtian did not know that the Ling Hu family's outstanding disciples participating in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination and the hidden dragon competition had indeed left a while ago. However, the person leading the team was not the Ling Hu family's patriarch, but another Ling Hu family elder, Ling Hu Zhengxing. Ling Hu Zhengxing personally led the team. This was also what Ling Hu Renjia had requested. Several days after Duan Lingtian left the Ling Hu family with the Hong and Huan elders, Ling Hu Renjia called a group of elders from the Ling Hu family together. This included Duan Lingtian, who had protected Duan Lingtian from the hidden fog sect's elder Feng, as well as another Ling Hu family's God Emperor powerhouse. In the Ling Hu family, the inner elders were equivalent to the inner elders of the hidden fog sect and the 10,000 demon sect. The hidden fog sect and the 10,000 demon sect had core elders. The Ling Hu family also had core elders. They were all outstanding upper-level god kings. The Ling Hu family also had grand elders. Without exception, all of them were god king powerhouses. And now, the Ling Hu family's elders, from the core elders to the grand elders, were all gathered by Ling Hu Renjia in the Ling Hu family's ancestral hall. That's right, the ancestral hall. Under normal circumstances, family meetings were usually held in a special meeting hall. But today, Ling Hu Renjia had called everyone to the ancestral hall. For a time, the Ling Hu family's ancestral hall was no longer as cold and cheerless as before. Instead, it became lively. Why did the patriarch call us here? Did something happen? A core elder asked, somewhat puzzled. I don't know. Even if there is something, it shouldn't be discussed here. It should be discussed in the meeting hall. Another core elder frowned. Elder Qing Zhe is here. As an aged figure walked into the ancestral shrine, the several core elders that had arrived first immediately greeted the old woman respectfully. The old woman was none other than the Ling Hu family's supreme elder, Ling Hu Qingze. He was also the person who had protected Ling Hu Chuyin when Duan Lingtian had met her in Monarch Descent City. Elder Tangping is here too. Soon, another elderly figure stepped into the ancestral hall. This time, it was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. This old man was called Ling Hu Tangping. He was another grand elder of the Ling Hu family. He was also a god emperor powerhouse. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would definitely recognize this old man at a glance. He was the other god emperor powerhouse of the Ling Hu family who had protected Ling Hu Qingze, Ling Hu Zhengxing, and Elder Heng Huan from the hidden fog sect's elder Feng. Of course, they weren't the only god emperor powerhouses of the Ling Hu family. Soon, another dozen or so people arrived. They were all grand elders of the Ling Hu family. Every one of them was a god emperor powerhouse. However, their strength was inferior to the Ling Hu family's grand elders, Ling Hu Zhengxing and Elder Heng Huan. The three of them represented the strongest force of the Ling Hu family. Their status in the Ling Hu family was equal to the Hidden Fog sect's grand elders, Yun, Wu, and Lei. Ever since the Hidden Fog sect's elder Feng died, when the Hidden Fog sect's strongest force was mentioned, they no longer called it Yun Wu or Yun Wu. Instead, they called it Yun Wu and Lei. About an hour later, all the core elders and grand elders of the Ling Hu family near Ling Hu City had arrived at the Ling Hu family's ancestral hall. However, apart from a few people, most people didn't know why the Ling Hu family's patriarch, Ling Hu Renjia, had summoned them here. Why isn't the patriarch here yet? Just as some people were frowning and impatiently waiting, a figure walked in from outside the ancestral hall. Patriarch. Patriarch. This person was Ling Hu Renjia. As soon as he arrived, all the elders in the ancestral hall bowed and greeted him. However, as the people in the ancestral hall looked at Ling Hu Renjia, their eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't know why Ling Hu Renjia had called them here. Just as many people were about to open their mouths to ask, they saw Ling Hu Renjia walking into the ancestral hall with a solemn expression. Then, under the gazes of a group of people, he walked to the rows of memorial tablets in the ancestral hall. These spirit tablets were the spirit tablets of the ancestors of the Linghu family who hadn't crossed heavenly tribulation. Putong. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Linghu Renjia knelt in front of the spirit tablets. Under everyone's stunned gazes, he kowtowed 3 times. When the crowd came back to their senses, even those who didn't know what had happened couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Although they still didn't know what had happened, the scene before their eyes was enough to make their imaginations roam. With the ancestors present, this unfilial descendant Linghu Renjia will resign from the position of the Linghu family's patriarch today. The new patriarch will be chosen by the elders. When Linghu Renjia's sonorous words echoed in the ancestral hall, the expressions of the elders present changed. Their Linghu family's patriarch actually took the initiative to resign from the position of the Linghu family's patriarch? Patriarch, what's happened? Linghu Qingza asked with a frown. He wasn't the only one. Over 90% of the elders present also didn't know what had happened. All of them looked at Linghu Renjia in astonishment. At that moment, Linghu Renjia said in a clear voice, Linghu Renjia, as the patriarch of the Linghu family, abused his power for personal gain. He made consecrated Duan Lingtian stay in the law chamber for 3 consecutive years, consuming nearly 1/3 of the divine stones in the family's divine stone mine. After that, he intentionally concealed this matter that harmed the interests of the family. Now, in front of the ancestors, I hereby resign from the position of patriarch. As for the other punishments, no matter what the elders decide, Linghu Renjia is willing to bear them alone. Chapter 3782. Duan Lingtian. He was an honored guest of the Linghu family, and his talent and comprehension were both outstanding, surpassing any member of the Linghu family's younger generation. He could even refine ultimate spirit-level divine pills. As the head of the Linghu family, if Duan Lingtian were to spend a few months or even a year in the Linghu family's secret chamber of laws, no one in the Linghu family would object. After all, such a talent was worthy of such preferential treatment from the Linghu family. However, to make Duan Lingtian stay in the secret chamber of laws for 3 whole years and use up 1/3 of the Linghu family's divine stone mine. This was something that most of the Linghu family members could not accept. It was too much of a price to pay, and no matter how they looked at it, Duan Lingtian wasn't worthy of such a price. Therefore, when they heard Linghu Renjia's words, most of the elders looked at Linghu Renjia with cold eyes. Some even sneered. So it's because of this, you're smart to resign yourself? Did you know that we would remove you from your position as head of the family after learning of this matter? Linghu Renjia, you've gone too far in this matter. The family's resources should not be wasted on you like this. Linghu Renjia, we admit that honored guest Duan's talent and comprehension are not bad, and his skill in Pill Dao is also very high, but I'm afraid this isn't enough for the Linghu family to do all we can to curry favor with him, right? Now, apart from the Linghu family elders who'd already known about this matter, as well as those who were on good terms with Linghu Renjia, the rest of the elders looked at Linghu Renjia with righteous indignation, their words full of reprimand. Linghu Renjia calmly took in all that was before him. He'd long expected this to happen. Elders, Linghu Renjia said with a serious expression, regardless of whether the elders believe me or not, I am doing this for the sake of the Linghu family. I believe that if we do this for Consecrator Duan in the future, Consecrator Duan will be able to give our Linghu family more than we give him, and not less than what we give him. Linghu Renjia trusted Duan Lingtian almost blindly. However, the majority of the elders scoffed at Linghu Renjia's words. Linghu Renjia, if Duan Lingtian was willing to stay in our Linghu family for the rest of his life and contribute to our Linghu family, it would have been fine even if our Linghu family had sacrificed so much. But now, he has already gone to the Tianlong clan to participate in the Tianjin clan's entrance examination and will soon become a disciple of the Tianjin clan. What you're doing is making a wedding dress for the Tianlong clan. That's right. Although we are indirectly subordinates of the Tianlong clan, there's no need to cultivate talents for the sake of the Tianjin clan. Forgive me for not agreeing with your way of doing things. As long as Duan Lingtian doesn't die prematurely, it won't be a problem for him to soar into the sky in the future. But how can you be sure that he won't forget his roots in the future? The elders and the Council of Elders' rebuke of Linghu Renjia became more and more vicious. Even the elders who were on good terms with Linghu Renjia couldn't get a word in edgewise. Of course, at this time, Linghu Renjia also transmitted his voice to them not to interfere. This matter was done by me alone. I was the one who insisted on going my own way. It has nothing to do with you all, so there's no need for you all to interfere. I don't want to drag you all down. I am in the wrong regarding this matter. Let them vent their anger. Linghu Renjia had long been prepared to be reprimanded. He humbly listened to the elders' reprimand and didn't complain from beginning to end. Even if the Council of Elders wanted to punish him further, he wouldn't complain. He always believed that everything he did was right. Duan Lingtian wouldn't let him down. Duan Lingtian didn't know about Linghu Renjia's misfortune in the Linghu family. From beginning to end, Linghu Renjia's responses had been normal. Duan Lingtian had continued to work hard on forming a doppelganger of space on the way to the Tianlong Temple. Not long before arriving at the Tianlong Temple, he had successfully formed a doppelganger of space and was now able to use all of the profundities of space he had mastered. Now, the strength of his doppelganger of space wasn't inferior to his as long as he didn't use any of his other techniques. I wonder, if my doppelganger can use the 4 Daos of heaven and earth that I've comprehended. With this thought, Duan Lingtian summoned his doppelganger of space. A Duan Lingtian, who looked exactly like him, appeared in front of him. He wore an illusory purple robe that was identical to the one Duan Lingtian was currently wearing. It was as if he was Duan Lingtian's twin brother. However, at first, this Duan Lingtian had lifeless eyes and appeared dull. However, when Duan Lingtian tried to control him with his doppelganger, his originally lifeless eyes lit up and his entire demeanor changed drastically. It was as if he was no different from Duan Lingtian's original body. Of course, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that there were some differences between him and Duan Lingtian's original body. After all, it was only a doppelganger of space and didn't possess many of the inconspicuous characteristics of the original body. Only those who were very familiar with Duan Lingtian would be able to notice these differences. Let's try it. Duan Lingtian's original body sat cross-legged on the spot and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, the doppelganger of space began to attack in front of Hong and Huan. At first, it was just the fusion of the profundities of space with divine power. Then, it pointed out with his sword and with a whoosh, Duan Lingtian, who was controlling the doppelganger of space, discovered that he could use the sword Dao of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Of course, what he displayed in front of Hong and Huan was only the embryonic form of the sword Dao. Until now, in the entire profound Handle land, only the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, knew the true level of his sword Dao. Moreover, the other party had been helping him to keep it a secret so that he wouldn't easily reveal it in front of outsiders, lest he attract the jealousy of others and bring about a fatal disaster. In fact, part of the reason why Linghu Renjia was willing to give up the position of head of the Linghu family to help Duan Lingtian was also because of this. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian had the potential to become a supreme expert. It could be said that he was taking a huge gamble, and he believed that he wouldn't lose. Of course, he couldn't expect everyone to understand his actions, so he didn't say anything when faced with the reprimanding and questioning of the Linghu family's elders, and silently endured everything. Duan Lingtian, your doppelganger of space has been completely condensed? Linghu Huan looked at Duan Lingtian's doppelganger of space in surprise and asked,
Yes.
And Duan Lingtian's doppelganger of space also nodded at Linghu Huan in a timely manner and responded with a yes. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Linghu Huan seemed to have thought of something and casually took out a sword that was completely covered in flowing light from his storage ring. The body of the sword was clear and cold, like a cold pond, frightening one's mind. I accidentally obtained this sword back then. It's a high-grade divine sword. You'll definitely be at a disadvantage when you participate in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Tournament this time. If you don't have a high-grade divine sword, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage. I'll be lending this sword to you for now. If you can kill your way into the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon Grand Tournament, I'll give this sword to you. Linghu Huan smiled as he spoke and raised his hand. Using invisible divine energy to guide the high-grade divine sword in his hand, and sent it in front of Duan Lingtian's main body, Elder Huan. At this time, Duan Lingtian withdrew his doppelganger of space and casually put away the high-grade divine sword that was floating in front of him. What you said is equivalent to directly giving this sword to me. So confident. Linghu Huan's eyes lit up, and then he said mockingly, you should know that the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Tournament gathers heroes from all over. As long as anyone under 10,000 years old is willing, as long as they're not a disciple of the Tianlong clan before, they can participate. Among them, there's no lack of top geniuses from various great divine emperor forces. And those top geniuses are mostly high divine kings, and their cultivation surpasses yours by a level. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't say anything and only smiled slightly, but the confidence in his smile was engraved in Linghu Huan's heart, and he couldn't forget it for a long time. We're here. About 4 hours later, Linghu Huan's eyes flashed, and then he stood up and put away the Divine Emperor spaceship. At this time, Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked around. He could see many figures gathered in the air around him, and they were all in groups of people. Some were alone, and some were even in groups of 2s and 3s. From afar, these people seemed to have gathered into a dark cloud that covered the sky and covered the sun. They're all here to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. Duan Lingtian was surprised, and at the same time, he could see from the vast crowd that in front of him that the Tianlong clan, a god-emperor-level sect, was far more attractive than a god-emperor-level sect. It had to be known that this was only a god-emperor-level sect that didn't have a single god-emperor-level expert. If it were a sect that had a god-emperor-level expert, or more than one god-emperor-level expert, what kind of scene would it be? It wasn't hard to imagine that it would be even more spectacular. That's the Tianlong Temple, Linghu Huan said. Under Linghu Huan's guidance, Duan Lingtian looked down ahead and saw 9 magnificent continuous mountain ranges. The 9 continuous mountain ranges were like 9 enormous dragons that crisscrossed and shuttled back and forth. Through the sunlight, Duan Lingtian could vaguely see lights flowing around the outer area of the 9 continuous mountain ranges. Clearly, it was a light screen that announced that the area within the light screen was covered by a formation. That should be the Tianlong clan's Great Sect Protection Formation, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although the Linghu family once had an outstanding formation master, so the Linghu family's Great Sect Protection Formation is considered the best among all the God-Emperor-level sects' Great Sect Protection Formations, it still can't compare to the Tianlong clan's Great Sect Protection Formation. Duan Lingtian. A voice came to Duan Lingtian's ears. Only then did he realize that a familiar figure had appeared in front of him. It was a tall and imposing middle-aged man. Behind the middle-aged man were hundreds of people. Among them were many familiar faces. They were all inner clan disciples of the Linghu family. Chapter 3783. The middle-aged man was the elder of the Linghu family, Shangguan Zhengxing. He was as famous as the Hong and Huan elders. In terms of individual battle prowess, even the Hong and Huan elders were no match for him. Elder Zhengxing? Duan Lingtian glanced behind Shangguan Zhengxing and frowned slightly. Didn't you say that the patriarch would personally lead a team here? Why are you here? Before they had set off, Duan Lingtian had learned from Elder Huan, who had brought him here, that the patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, had brought the Linghu family's descendants to the Tianlong clan ahead of them. He had thought that he would see Linghu Renjia when he arrived at the Tianlong clan, but he had not expected to see Linghu Zhengxing instead. Patriarch? Linghu Zhengxing shook his head. If the patriarch you speak of is Linghu Zhengxing, I'm afraid you'll have to change the way you address him in the future, because he is no longer the patriarch of the Linghu family. Duan Lingtian was naturally stunned by Linghu Zhengxing's words. After a moment, he regained his senses and frowned. Elder Zhengxing, what do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian did not understand at all. At the same time, he sensed that many of the Linghu family's descendants behind Linghu Zhengxing were looking at him with jealousy and hostility. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Linghu Zhengxing looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you know that you stayed in our Linghu family's secret chamber of laws for 3 years? You used up a whole 1/3 of our Linghu family's divine stone mine. Do you know what this means? Duan Lingtian was first stunned by Linghu Zhengxing's words, then his expression changed. He knew that he had been in the law chamber for 3 years. However, he did not know that he had used up so many of the Linghu family's spirit stones. A third of the Linghu family's divine stone mine was worth at least a few dozen million liang of divine stones. Even though he had a lot of divine stones in his possession, at least 1,000,000 liang, it was not worth mentioning in front of a third of the Linghu family's divine stone mine. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Zhengxing with an apologetic expression. Elder Zhengxing, I'm sorry. I really didn't know that my trip to the law chamber would cost the Linghu family so much. However, this matter started because of me, so I hope that the clan will take the blame on me. This matter has nothing to do with the patriarch. Duan Lingtian never would have thought that this matter would cause Linghu Renjia to lose his position as the patriarch of the Linghu family. When he thought of how casually Linghu Renjia had communicated with him after he had left the law chamber, he felt a wave of guilt in his heart. From start to finish, Linghu Renjia had never mentioned any difficulties to him. You can't take the blame. Linghu Zhengxing shook his head and said, right now, Linghu Renjia has already been removed from his position as the patriarch, and there will be some punishment for him in the future. If you really want to do something for him, then perform well in the Hidden Dragon competition, and perform well after you enter the Tianlong clan. Don't waste his efforts for you. Elder Zhengxing. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. He looked at Linghu Zhengxing and asked with a serious expression, approximately how many divine stones would a third of the Linghu family's divine stone mine be worth? Although he guessed that a third of the Linghu family's divine stone mine would be worth at least several tens of millions of divine stones, he didn't know the exact number. Why are you asking this? Linghu Zhengxing asked. I would like to request Elder Zhengxing that for the next 100 years, the Linghu family won't choose a new patriarch for the time being. Within the next 100 years, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely return the divine stones that the Linghu family has spent on me in double. Duan Lingtian looked resolutely at Linghu Zhengxing and said in a low voice. Linghu Zhengxing was stunned at Duan Lingtian's words, but he couldn't help but laugh. Duan Lingtian, do you know how many divine stones a third of the Linghu family's divine stone mine is worth? I don't know the exact number, but if I think about it, it shouldn't be less than several tens of millions of divine stones. Duan Lingtian said in a low voice, since you know, why do you dare to make such a promise? Linghu Zhengxing shook his head. A third of the Linghu family's divine stone mine is worth no less than 40 million divine stones. All right. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said seriously, within the next 100 years, I will return 100 million divine stones to the Linghu family. 100 years, 100 million divine stones. Duan Lingtian set a small goal for himself in his heart. At the very least, it was a small goal in his opinion. Otherwise, how was he going to obtain the approval of the ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, the Xia clan, who was backing Kerr? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, before Linghu Zhengxing could say anything, the group of Linghu family's disciples standing behind Linghu Zhengxing could not help but laugh. 100 million divine stones. Our revered elder Duan is really ignorant. Does he know what 100 million divine stones is? 100 million divine stones within 100 years? Let alone 100 million divine stones. Even if he were to fork out 50 million divine stones within 100 years, the elders of the clan would agree to his request. Do you think the elders will agree to such a ridiculous request? Of course not. What a joke. When he can refine a limited king-grade divine pill, he might be able to collect 100 million divine stones by helping people refine pills for a few hundred years. However, he can't do that now. The group of Linghu clan disciples seemed to feel that Duan Lingtian was talking nonsense and indulging in wild fantasies. Are you serious? Linghu Zhengxing asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. Lingtian boy. At this moment, Linghu Huan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. His chubby face trembled as he narrowed his eyes. Although I don't think it's realistic, I'm still willing to believe you. I support you in this matter. I will express my support for your decision to the Elder Council. All right, my big brother supports you as well. Upon hearing Linghu Huan's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Hu Huan and Ling Hu Huan gratefully. I support you as well. At this moment, Ling Hu Zhengxing also spoke. Now, I've already sent a message to the elders to gather for a discussion. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any accidents. Our Ling Hu family can afford to wait for 100 years. At most, we'll let the elders manage the family for the next 100 years. Moreover, the elders are usually the ones managing the family. The patriarch only has to make decisions. Upon hearing Ling Hu Zhengxing's words, Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him profusely. At this moment, the group of Ling Hu clan disciples that were still making sarcastic remarks didn't make another sound. Even their Ling Hu clan's patriarch had spoken, so they naturally didn't dare continue making sarcastic remarks. But in their hearts, all of them were waiting to see Duan Lingtian make a fool of himself in 100 years. Duan Lingtian, you don't have to be like this. Before the Ling Hu family elders had finished their discussion, Duan Lingtian received a message from Ling Hu Renjie. I've long since grown tired of being the patriarch of the Ling Hu family. Now that I'm finally free, there's no need for you to burden me. Duan Lingtian immediately replied to Ling Hu Renjie. Patriarch, you lost your position because of me. Within 100 years, I'll fight for it back for you. As for after that, after I help you fight for the position of patriarch, you can decide for yourself whether you want to continue being the patriarch of the Ling Hu family. Duan Lingtian's words left Ling Hu Renjie speechless for a long time. Thank you. After a long time, Ling Hu Renjie sighed and thanked him. I should be the one thanking you. I'm indebted to the patriarch for taking care of me all this time. In the future, when I achieve anything, I definitely won't forget the patriarch. Duan Lingtian didn't forget to make this promise when he sent another message. At this moment, Ling Hu Renjie didn't know how heavy Duan Lingtian's promise was. Approximately 2 hours later, there was a response from the Ling Hu family's elder council. Duan Lingtian. Ling Hu Zhengxing once again sought out Duan Lingtian. The elders have agreed to your request. However, the Ling Hu family won't take advantage of you. As long as you can return 50 million spirit stones to the Ling Hu family within 100 years, the Ling Hu family will allow Ling Hu Renjie to continue being the patriarch. For the next 100 years, the Ling Hu family won't appoint a new patriarch. The elders will directly manage the family. Ling Hu Zhengxing said. Duan Lingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, but at the same time, his gaze was resolute as he said, then I will return 50 million spirit stones to the family within 100 years. The remaining 50 million spirit stones will be given to the patriarch to use. Thus, the storm in the Ling Hu family was temporarily settled. A group of people from the Ling Hu family, including Duan Lingtian, hovered in the air outside the Tianlong temple, waiting for the Tianlong clan's entrance examination to begin in 3 days. Some of the Ling Hu family members simply sat cross-legged in the air and closed their eyes to cultivate. With the 3 elders of the Ling Hu family present, they weren't worried that someone would attack them or interrupt their cultivation. As for sound, they had all activated a soundproof formation disc, so they couldn't hear anything from the outside world. However, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate like the Ling Hu family members. His attention was focused on the recently formed avatar of the Edict of Space in his body. Even though the avatar of the Edict of Space hadn't appeared, he could still clearly sense its existence. Elder Zhengxing. Suddenly, a voice came from afar, getting closer and closer. At this moment, Duan Lingtian instinctively looked toward the owner of the voice. It was a tall young man dressed in a brocade robe who was walking in the air from afar. Beside him, there was an old man with a medium build who looked very inconspicuous. Behind them were over 100 people. Their numbers were no less than the number of people from the Ling Hu family. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar face in the crowd. Almost at the same time, he guessed the origins of this group of people in front of him. People from the Morong family. The familiar face he saw was none other than Ho Qingning. Duan Lingtian. Moments after Duan Lingtian saw Ho Qingning's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Chapter 3784. Elder Zhengxing, why are you personally leading the Ling Hu family this time? With Ho Qingning's reminder, Duan Lingtian already knew that the person leading the Morong family was the current head of the Morong family, Morong Yunlu. Morong Yunlu was a tall young man. He looked like he was in his 30s, but his actual age was close to 20,000 years old. He was one of the youngest divine emperors in the Morong family. Linghu Renjia has been stripped of his position as the head of the Morong family. He is currently being punished by the family. I am temporarily leading the team. Linghu Zhengxing said to Morong Yunlu after greeting the old man beside Morong Yunlu, who was one of the strongest supreme elders of the Morong family. He knew about the relationship between Morong Yunlu and Linghu Renjia, so he didn't hide anything. As expected, Morong Yunlu's expression changed slightly when he heard Linghu Zhengxing's words. He even subconsciously exclaimed, "What? He has been stripped of his position as the head of the Morong family? I didn't hear anything from that guy. Elder Zhengxing, what is going on?" Morong Yunlu asked as he transmitted a message to Linghu Renjia, who was far away in the Linghu family, while looking at Linghu Zhengxing. Even the old man beside Morong Yunlu couldn't help but look at Linghu Zhengxing. Linghu Zhengxing explained the whole story once again. He let Morong Yunlu and the Morong family know what the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, had done for Duan Lingtian. For a moment, the Morong family looked at Duan Lingtian with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Consecrated Duan. After knowing the whole story, Morong Yunlu's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. He asked in a deep voice, "Linghu Renjia, that guy, ended up like this because of you? Don't you have anything to say?" Facing Morong Yunlu's questioning gaze, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "I have already made a 100-year agreement with the Linghu family. Within 100 years, I will let him reclaim his position as the head of the Morong family." 100 years agreement? Morong Yunlu frowned. He only understood what Duan Lingtian meant when Linghu Zhengxing explained it to him. Within 100 years, 50 million divine stones to return to the Linghu family? Duan Lingtian personally said that he would return 100 million divine stones to the Linghu family. If the Linghu family only took 50 million, would he give the other 50 million to Linghu Renjia? Although he knew that Duan Lingtian could refine a large amount of extreme Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills, he still felt that Duan Lingtian was dreaming after hearing Duan Lingtian's boast. 100 million divine stones wasn't that easy to earn. Even the Morong family only had about 10 million divine stones in their inventory. However, there were more than 100 million divine stones in the divine stone mine. However, the divine stone mine couldn't be completely mined at once. If it wasn't necessary, the Morong family wouldn't excavate the divine stone mine. This was because the more divine stones there were in the divine stone mine, the faster the mine would grow. If the divine stone mine was completely depleted, it would be equivalent to killing a hen that could lay eggs. As time passed, the divine stone mine would continue to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the divine stones it contained would increase. The richer the divine stone mine, the faster it would grow. He's the Linghu clan's revered elder with another surname, Duan Lingtian, the one who can refine extreme spirit divine pills at will, earning 100 million divine stones in 100 years. Even an ordinary emperor-level divine pill refiner wouldn't dare make such a boast, right? It's said that this Duan Lingtian isn't even 3,000 years old. He's younger than us. He's clearly ignorant and fearless. It's normal for young people to be arrogant. 100 years later, he will know just how laughable and overconfident the 100-year agreement he made with the Linghu family was. When the Morong family heard Linghu Zhengxing's words, other than Ho Qingning, everyone looked at Duan Lingtian with disbelief. They felt that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to fulfill the promise. "Ho Qingning, I heard from my father that this Duan Lingtian is your friend?" A beautiful young lady stood beside Ho Qingning. She retracted her questioning gaze from Duan Lingtian and looked at Ho Qingning. "Yes, 3rd Mississippi," Ho Qingning nodded. The beautiful young lady standing beside Ho Qingning was the youngest daughter of the current head of the Morong family, Morong Yunue. Morong Yunue had been by Ho Qingning's side the entire time. Ho Qingning also endured the sharp gazes of the Morong family's male disciples. However, he was already immune to it. He was used to it when he was in the Morong family. "Your friend doesn't seem to be a good person. How can he say such big words?" It's hard for my father to praise him like that. Morong Inoue frowned slightly and said, stay away from him in the future. Don't be led astray by him. Hearing Morong Inoue's words, Ho Qingning subconsciously wanted to retort, even if he leads me astray, it has nothing to do with you. However, he didn't say it in the end. Instead, he replied indifferently, since Duan Lingtian said it, I believe that he can do it. Ho Qingning also felt that the 100-year agreement between Duan Lingtian and the Linghu family elders was a little exaggerated. However, when he thought of the miracles that Duan Lingtian had created along the way, he believed that Duan Lingtian could create another miracle. Moreover, after spending some time with Duan Lingtian, he knew that Duan Lingtian wasn't the kind of person who would make empty promises. You still believe him? Morong Inoue's frown deepened. Then, she reached out and touched Ho Qingning's forehead. Ho Qingning, do you have a fever? Third miss, please have some self-respect. Men and women shouldn't be separated. As Ho Qingning avoided her, he repeatedly reminded Morong Inoue. However, the latter was so angry that she puffed up her cute face. At this time, the male members of the Morong family looked at Ho Qingning even more fiercely. Ho Qingning, who is this person beside you? Among the members of the Morong family, Duan Lingtian only knew Ho Qingning. Therefore, he paid more attention to him. Now that he saw the interaction between him and the woman beside him, or more accurately, the woman taking the initiative to interact with him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask through telepathy. It seemed that not only did Ho Qingning have a better starting point after joining the Morong family, but he was also not far from being single. This is the third miss of the Morong family, Morong Inoue. She's also the youngest daughter of the head of the Morong family. Ho Qingning replied through telepathy. It seems that you have a good chance of becoming the ideal son-in-law of the Morong family. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. I don't have that intention. Ho Qingning said, my goal is to become a divine emperor and lead the 10,000 Leaves sect to become a divine emperor. Before I become a divine emperor, I won't consider marriage. Ho Qingning spoke very seriously. However, when he said this, he inadvertently glanced at Morong Inoue. The gentleness in his eyes was short-lived, and it was captured by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian saw through it. This was what it meant to be affectionate. However, Ho Qingning restrained himself. At the same time, some of the Morong family members who heard Ho Qingning say that he had confidence in Duan Lingtian could not help but mock Ho Qingning. However, when Morong Inoue looked at them and glared at them, they immediately shut their mouths. A wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he saw this scene. Looks like this Morong clan's third young miss really cares about Ho Qingning, otherwise, she wouldn't protect him like this. Third miss? Duan Lingtian looked at Morong Inoue and transmitted his voice to her. When Morong Inoue received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, she was stunned at first. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, are you the one who transmitted your voice to me? Yes, Duan Lingtian replied. At the same time, he asked with a smile, Third miss, if I'm not wrong, you must have fallen in love with my friend Ho Qingning, right? You. What nonsense are you talking about? Morong Inoue's pretty face blushed imperceptibly. Then, she transmitted her voice in annoyance, Duan Lingtian. I've realized that not only do you like to talk big, you also like to talk nonsense. Third miss, if you don't want to admit it, I can't help you. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice. This friend of mine is stubborn. If you wait for him to confess to you, you'll have to wait for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. He wants to break through and become a godly emperor. He wants to lead the 10,000 Leaves sect from a godly king sect to a godly emperor sect. He also told me that before the 10,000 Leaves sect becomes a godly emperor sect, he won't consider marriage. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Morong Inoue's gaze immediately became somewhat anxious. He really said that? Morong Inoue was currently flustered. She really did like Ho Qingning. Even she herself did not know why, but when she first saw Ho Qingning, she felt her heart beat faster. It was the rumored feeling of love at first sight. Moreover, every time she saw Ho Qingning, she liked Ho Qingning even more. She knew that girls should be reserved and should not be too proactive. However, Every time she saw Ho Qingning, she just could not help it. Why would I lie to you? Otherwise, why do you think he's so cold to you? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. So that's how it is. Murong Inuit inwardly sighed in relief. It turned out that he did not distance himself from her because he did not like her. Instead, it was because he had great ambitions and did not want to be affected by feelings. Do you want to marry him? When he saw that Ho Qingning was also interested in Murong Inuit, Duan Lingtian decided to help him. Now that he had communicated with Murong Inuit through sound transmission, he felt that Murong Inuit cared about Ho Qingning. He knew that this matter was in the bag. You have a way? Sure enough, Murong Inuit's eyes lit up. At this moment, she seemed to not know what was reserved. At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew that the fish had taken the bait. Chapter 3785. I do have a method, but it's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Murong Inuit. What method? Murong Inuit asked. Right now, she seemed to have lost her rationality. She didn't know that she was being led by Duan Lingtian. Of course, even if she came to her senses, she would at most feel that she wasn't reserved enough. She wouldn't regret it. Murong family head should love you very much, right? Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice, while looking at Murong Yunlu, who was chatting with Linghu Zhengxing. It wasn't hard to notice that Murong Yunlu would turn back to look at Murong Inuit every once in a while. Ho Qingning had told him that Murong Inuit was Murong Yunlio's youngest daughter. His knowledge of Murong Yunlio's sons was limited to his 2 sons. As the saying goes, a tiger father will not beget a dog son. Both of Murong Yunlio's sons were extraordinary. His eldest son had entered the Tianlong clan 10,000 years ago. Now, he was already the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. As for his second son, his talent was also extraordinary. Before he was 10,000 years old, he was already an outstanding figure among the high-level god kings. This son was being nurtured to be the next family head of the Murong family. Therefore, he wouldn't enter the Tianlong clan. Murong Inuit was his youngest daughter and was also called Third Miss. As Murong Yunlio's only daughter and the youngest, it was hard for Murong Yunlu to not dote on her. Of course, although she didn't know why Duan Lingtian suddenly asked this, Murong Inuit still raised her head like a proud peacock spreading its tail. You still haven't told me what to do? Murong Inuit asked. It's actually very simple. Duan Lingtian smiled and looked at Murong Inuit. Third Miss, you must have experts from the Murong family protecting you, right? Yes. Murong Inuit replied. Father is with me this time, so Granny Cicada didn't come with me. Usually, when I go out, Granny Cicada will follow me. Granny Cicada is a godly emperor. Murong Inuit's last sentence directly pointed out her status in the Murong family. For a direct descendant of a God King level family like the Murong family, not everyone could be protected by a God King expert. After this hidden dragon competition ends and we return to the Murong family, look for your Granny Cicada and ask her to find the sect master of the 10,000 Leaves sect, who is also Ho Qingning's father. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, let him go to the Murong family to propose marriage for his son. But before Ho Qingning's father goes to the Murong family to ask for her hand in marriage, we can't let Ho Qingning know about this. We'll let him know when the marriage proposal is successful. At that time, he'll belong to you. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Murong Inuit looked at him with widened eyes. Clearly, she did not expect him to come up with such a plan. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Murong Inuit was shocked by Duan Lingtian's bold plan. However, she was not stupid. She knew that once this plan was carried out, unless she personally rejected it, it would definitely succeed. Won't he be unhappy? Murong Inuit asked. He won't be unhappy, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Do you think he's not interested in you? If he's really not interested in you, do you think I'll think of a way to harm my friend for you? I'm Ho Qingning's friend. Naturally, I want the best for him. Ho Qingning was one of Duan Lingtian's few friends in the realms of gods. Just as he said, he would not harm Ho Qingning. He was trying to matchmake Ho Qingning and Murong Inuit because Ho Qingning liked her. Secondly, if Ho Qingning and Murong Inuit tied the knot, it would only benefit Ho Qingning. Even if Ho Qingning stayed in the Tianlong clan after today, as long as he was the son-in-law of the Morong family's current patriarch, he would be well taken care of by the Morong family. He would be like a fish in water. Everything else aside, in the Tianlong clan, the two most successful members of the Morong family were the two White Dragon elders. Among them, the one who had the highest chance of rising up the ranks was Morong Inue's elder brother. If Ho Qingning and Morong Inue became a couple, would Morong Inue's elder brother, Duan Lingtian's brother-in-law, not take care of him? It could be said that Duan Lingtian had put a lot of thought into this. As for whether Ho Qingning would understand his good intentions, he did not know. However, he knew that Ho Qingning needed him to give him a push. I hope he'll understand my good intentions in the future. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. 3rd Mississippi, Duan Lingtian added, in the future, if Ho Qingning asks you why you did what you did, just say it was my idea. This way, it won't affect your relationship as husband and wife. When Duan Lingtian said this, even Morong Inue was stunned. She never thought that Duan Lingtian would be willing to take the blame. Duan Lingtian, I didn't have a good impression of you when I found out that you were bragging, but now I know that you're a good person. Morong Inue said emotionally. Although I feel that you won't be able to fulfill your promise with the Linghu family in 100 years, but don't worry, I'll do my best to help you and see if I can gather 1 million divine stones for you. Any more than that will be a little difficult. Morong Inue promised Duan Lingtian 1 million divine stones as she spoke. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but inwardly click his tongue. As expected of the daughter of a god-emperor family, she was so generous. Even a god-king level faction would find it difficult to take out so many divine stones in one go. Thank you for your kind intentions, 3rd Miss, but I believe that I can fulfill my promise with the Linghu family. Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with immense confidence. Duan Lingtian, are you talking to the 3rd Miss? Ho Qingning wasn't blind. He saw Duan Lingtian and Morong Inue exchange flirtatious glances. He couldn't help but frown slightly as he transmitted a question to Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of wariness in his tone. Yes, can I? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. I think the 3rd Miss of the Morong family is quite pretty. If I can get together with her, I'll have to struggle less for at least 3,000 years. Although she seems to like you, you don't seem to have any feelings for her? If that's the case, you won't mind if I make a move, right? Duan Lingtian's voice had a hint of mockery in it. Duan Lingtian, don't be rash. Ho Qingning didn't know that Duan Lingtian was joking with him. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he immediately panicked. She's still a little girl. She's as pure as a piece of white paper. Don't harm her. Didn't you say that you already have a wife and children? Ho Qingning asked. Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines as long as he's capable enough? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Ho Qingning fell silent when he heard this. It was obvious that he didn't know how to continue the conversation. However, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Of course. At this moment, Duan Lingtian added, if you're interested in her, I'll definitely not snatch her away. This time, before Duan Lingtian could finish, Ho Qingning had already replied via voice transmission, yes, I'm interested in her. When I lead the 10,000 Leaves sect to become a godly emperor sect, I'll personally go to the Morong family to propose marriage and marry her in a grand manner. Ho Qingning vowed solemnly. In the beginning, when Morong Inue approached him, he only felt that she was a hot potato. However, after getting close to her again and again, he felt Morong Inue's innocence. Her stubbornness that ignored others gradually softened his heart. Then, unknowingly, he developed feelings for this innocent girl. However, the difference in their status made him feel ashamed of his inferiority and unwilling to take the next step. However, today, Duan Lingtian's aggressiveness forced him to reveal his feelings in front of Duan Lingtian. All right, since you like her, I won't do anything to her. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze from Morong Inue and didn't forget to tell Morong Inue about his conversation with Ho Qingning. For a moment, Morong Inue's eyes lit up and her expression became even more resolute. While Duan Lingtian and Morong Inue were conversing, the Linghu family had unknowingly gathered together with the Morong family. Besides those who were sitting cross-legged and cultivating, most of them were chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Some talked about local customs, some talked about women, some talked about each other's family background, but most of them were talking about cultivation and the Tao of laws. There were also some people who were discussing him. It's the Hidden Fog sect. Several more hours passed. A Morong family disciple cried out in alarm, drawing the attention of everyone, including Duan Lingtian. Everyone looked over and saw a group of people walking through the air in a grandiose manner. The ones in the lead were a middle-aged man and an old man. They could be considered acquaintances of Duan Lingtian. The Hidden Fog sect sovereign, Qian Yin, one of the strongest grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect, Elder Lei. Of the several people following behind them, Duan Lingtian also recognized one of them. It was the dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. Dean. Seeing Murong Suifeng, Duan Lingtian immediately greeted him with a sound transmission. He had always been grateful to this dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Even though he was no longer in the Hidden Fog sect, he still remembered how Murong Suifeng took care of him in the past. Duan Lingtian, it's been almost 30 years since we last met, right? Murong Suifeng's gaze followed Duan Lingtian's voice transmission and landed on Duan Lingtian from afar. A faint smile appeared on his face that was originally as calm as an ancient well. That's right, it's been almost 30 years. Duan Lingtian sighed. He also felt that time had passed too quickly. The conversation he had with Murong Suifeng at Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy seemed like just yesterday. Unfortunately, I failed to live up to the dean's painstaking efforts and wasn't able to shine brightly in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian said apologetically, Dean, I'm sorry. I've heard about what happened to you. Murong Suifeng shook his head and said, from start to finish, you were the passive party. You didn't do anything wrong, so there is no need to apologize to me. I can only say that the Hidden Fog sect is not fated with you. Chapter 3786. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just finished sending a voice transmission to Murong Suifeng when a voice transmission sounded out by his ears, and the gentle and pleasant voice seemed to contain slight happiness mixed within. Just by listening to the voice, Duan Lingtian could already guess who it was. You also came? Duan Lingtian's gaze swept through the air and finally landed on the beautiful figure in the Hidden Fog sect group. She was as beautiful as a flower. Even when she stood next to the Morong family's third miss, she wasn't inferior in any way. Tang Wuyan softly responded. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated and somewhat sorrowful gaze. Even she didn't know why. She originally wanted to forget the person in front of her and rarely thought of him after such a long time. But when she saw him again, her heart couldn't help but tremble. The feelings buried deep in her heart seemed to break through the soil once again. Even the rapid heartbeat that had been silent for a long time appeared once again. Are you okay? After a few breaths of time, Tang Wuyan softly asked with a voice transmission. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian responded, and then didn't say anything else. Tang Wuyan, who thought Duan Lingtian would say yes, also fell silent. Had he become so cold after not seeing her for so long? Duan Lingtian sighed and pretended not to see the trace of hope in Tang Wuyan's eyes. He shifted his gaze to the others. However, he soon discovered that in the Hidden Fog sect group, besides Sect Master Qian Yin, Grand Elder Lei, and Tang Wuyan, he didn't know anyone else. But even so, he casually withdrew his gaze and looked at Ho Qingning, who was no longer as distant from the Morong family's third miss, Murong Yinue, because of their conversation just now. If things continue like this, maybe Ho Qingning won't criticize Murong Yinue after his father goes to the Murong family to propose marriage, Duan Lingtian secretly thought. At the same time, the Hidden Fog sect's Sect Master Qian Yin and Elder Thunder led the people of the Hidden Fog sect and stepped through the air. They greeted the 2 people from the Morong family and the 3 people from the Linghu family. As the neighboring God-Emperor level forces, they were the pillars of their respective God-Emperor level forces and had long known each other. The Morong family was led by Family Master Morong Yunlu and the old man beside him. The Linghu family was led by Linghu Zhengxing and Elder Heng. At this time, the leaders of the 3 divine Emperor-level influences were gathered together, happily chatting with each other. The several people from the Hidden Fog sect and Linghu family seemed to have completely forgotten about the storm that occurred 20-some years ago. And in fact, after the Hidden Fog sect announced that Elderfeng was expelled from the sect and expelled from Elderfeng's faction, there were no longer any conflicts between the Hidden Fog sect and the Linghu family. The Linghu family also couldn't find any excuse to blame the Hidden Fog sect. It wasn't until the people from the 10,000 Demon sect arrived that the expressions of the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qin, Yin, and Grand Elder lay darkened. The leaders of the 10,000 Demon sect were a middle-aged man and an old man. The middle-aged man was an unfamiliar face to Duan Lingtian, but the old man seemed a bit familiar. When he saw one of the two youths following behind the old man, he couldn't help but smile. No wonder I found him familiar. So it's the 10,000 Demon sect's Grand Elder Du Zhan. Du Zhan was one of the strongest Grand Elders in the 10,000 Demon sect. His status in the 10,000 Demon sect was similar to Elder Lei's in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian had heard of him before. Moreover, he had entered the Divine Dwelling and Divine Treasury, left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu, with one of the two youths behind him. Du Qianjun, Du Zhan's second grandson. As for the youth beside Du Qianjun who looked similar to him and Du Zhan, although this was the first time Duan Lingtian had seen him, it wasn't hard to guess his identity. Du Pejuan, Du Zhan's eldest grandson. Within the 10,000 Demon sect's younger generation, his strength was second only to the sect master's son, Yang Qinya. It was said that although he was only an upper god king, he was so strong that there were few people beneath the God Emperor level in the 10,000 Demon sect that could be his match. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Du Qianjun and the other two, the three of them were also looking at him. Of course, Du Zhan and Du Pejuan had never seen Duan Lingtian before. It was only because of Du Qianjuan's reminder that they followed Du Qianjuan's gaze and locked onto Duan Lingtian. However, the two of them only glanced at Duan Lingtian a few times before withdrawing their gazes. Only Du Qianjun stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. He said in a deep voice, "Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect that you and Wu Feng would be the final winners of the trip to the Divine Dwelling and Divine Treasury back then." Du Qianjuan's tone was filled with resentment. "You can only blame your bad luck." Hearing Du Qianjuan's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. He looked at him with a playful gaze. "The place we went to is the same. Even the method to open the Divine Dwelling and Divine Treasury is the same. It's just that your side was a step slower." "Do you want to know why you were a step slower?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "Why?" This was also something that Du Qianjun had been puzzled about all these years. Why was it that Duan Lingtian and the others opened the Divine Dwelling and Divine Treasury first and not them? He asked himself. He had searched every inch of the hall where the statue was, but he hadn't found any mechanisms or array formations that could open the Divine Dwelling and Divine Treasury. "Do you want to know?" Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Du Qianjun. "All right, give me 100,000 divine stones and I'll tell you." 100,000 divine stones. Duan Lingtian's words angered Du Qianjun so much that his complexion changed. He looked at Duan Lingtian once more and his eyes seemed to spew fire. "Duan Lingtian, you tricked me." "I'm not tricking you," Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission with a smile. "What? You are the grandson of the dignified Hidden Fog sect's highest elder. You can't even take out 100,000 divine stones? How pathetic. How about I give you a 50% discount? Just give me 50,000 divine stones." As Duan Lingtian spoke, the playful light in his eyes became increasingly intense. Du Qianjuan's complexion was incomparably gloomy. If it weren't for the fact that he knew he wasn't Duan Lingtian's match and that it was impossible for him to attack Duan Lingtian in this situation, he would have already rushed forward and attacked Duan Lingtian. Thus, even though he knew Duan Lingtian was playing with him, he could only silently endure it. But as he looked at Duan Lingtian, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. His heart was filled with hatred as he comforted himself. There's no need to bother with someone who's about to die. In any case, he's already entered the Tianlong clan. He's dead for sure. Grandmaster Ancestor is not only an inner sect elder, but he has also become in-laws with the Tianlong clan's vice sect master Shui. If he wants to kill an inner sect disciple who just entered the Tianlong clan, wouldn't that be easy? Thinking of this, Du Qianjuan's complexion gradually eased. At the same time, he no longer looked at Duan Lingtian, afraid that he would be angered again. Morong family head, Elder Zhengxing. At this time, the middle-aged man leading the 10,000 demon sect also smiled and greeted Morong Yunlu and Linghu Zhengxing. But when he swept his eyes over the hidden fog sects, sect master Qian Yin and Elder Lei, his eyes were filled with ill intent. As Morong Yunlu and Linghu Zhengxing greeted the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian also knew who he was. The 10,000 demon sect's sect master, Lan Qing. As for the hostility between Lan Qing, Du Zhan, Qian Yin, and Elder Lei, he didn't find it strange. This was because he was once a member of the Hidden Fog sect and knew that the Hidden Fog sect and 10,000 demon sect were mortal enemies. Sect Master Qian Yin. Lan Qing revealed a mocking smile as he looked at Qian Yin. This time, your Hidden Fog sect doesn't seem to have any outstanding disciples participating in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, right? I advise you to have your Hidden Fog sect's disciples participate in the sect entrance examination. It's best if they don't participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. Otherwise, I fear that our 10,000 demon sect's disciples will be careless and ruthless and slaughter your Hidden Fog sect's disciples. As Lan Qing finished speaking, his smile was brilliant. As the Hidden Fog sect's disciples were enraged, Qian Yin coldly sneered and said, Sect Master Lan Qing, the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition hasn't even started yet and you're already spouting nonsense? During the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, you should worry about your 10,000 demon sect's disciples. Don't let them die at the hands of our Hidden Fog sect's disciples. Facing Lan Qing's provocation, Qian Yin didn't back down. Is that so? Lan Qing smiled. He lifted a hand and pointed at Du Pejuan standing behind him. This is our 10,000 demon sect's core disciple, Du Pejuan. How about we make a bet before the Tianlong clan's sect entrance examination begins? My 10,000 demon sect will send out Du Pejuan, and your Hidden Fog sect will send out 2 people. Du Pejuan will fight 1 against 2. If your Hidden Fog sect loses, you will give my 10,000 demon sect 1,000,000 divine stones. If my 10,000 demon sect loses, we will also give your Hidden Fog sect 1,000,000 divine stones. How about it? As Lan Qing spoke, the mocking smile on his face became even thicker. His eyes were filled with contempt. As for Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the Linghu family's camp, he felt a burst of regret in his heart. It was a pity that he was a member of the Linghu family and couldn't represent the Hidden Fog sect in battle. Otherwise, he could easily earn 1,000,000 divine stones. In this sort of situation, if he won glory for the Hidden Fog sect, the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't be stingy with the 10,000 demon sect's bet of 1,000,000 divine stones. What a pity, what a pity. Sect Master Qian Yin, don't tell me you don't dare? Seeing Qian Yin's eyes flicker, but he didn't respond, Lan Qing grinned. His voice became a bit louder. I want your Hidden Fog sect to send out 2 people to fight Du Pejuan alone. Does your Hidden Fog sect really not have anyone else? Lan Qing continued to provoke Qian Yin. At this time, the gazes of the Hidden Fog sect disciples fell on 2 figures. They were a gray-clothed young man and a green-clothed young man. These 2 people were both upper god kings and could be ranked in the top 3 of the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples. In the past, before Shangguan Xiongfeng died, he was ranked in the top 3 of the core disciples with these 2 people. It was to the extent that Shangguan Xiongfeng's strength was inferior to any one of them. However, that was also because Shangguan Xiongfeng was only a mid-divine king, and these 2 people were both high divine kings. If the Hidden Fog sect doesn't accept the challenge today, I fear they will lose face. Duan Lingtian swept his eyes around. He discovered that there were many people not too far away. As if they could sense the smell of gunpowder in the air, they all gathered around. Chapter 3787. The Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 demon sect are fighting again? The 10,000 demon sect's sect master Lan Qing has declared that the 10,000 demon sect's core disciple Du Pejuan is challenging the 2 young disciples of the Hidden Fog sect to join forces. Du Pejuan? According to what I know, Du Pujuan is an existence second only to Yang Qinya in the 10,000 Demon Sect's younger generation. Even so, it shouldn't be easy for him to defeat two core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect by himself, right? What is the Hidden Fog sect doing? They don't even dare to agree? Those that gathered here to join in on the fun included people from other divine emperor-level influences, people from God King-level influences, and many wandering cultivators. Now, everyone was looking at the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, Qian Yin, with great interest. As for Qian Yin, under everyone's gazes, his complexion darkened. Sect master, agree with him. Elder Thunder said to Qian Yin with a sound transmission, today, if we don't agree, our Hidden Fog sect will lose face. If we agree and lose, we will also lose face. But, if we agree, even if we can't win, as long as we can tie, we won't lose face. It was clear that Elder Thunder had already weighed the pros and cons. As for 1,000,000 divine stones, Elder Thunder didn't mention it. This was because 1,000,000 divine stones wasn't much to the Hidden Fog sect. Even if they took it out, it wouldn't hurt them. Compared to the face of the Hidden Fog sect, this amount of divine stones was nothing. Sect Master, Lin Xiong is willing to fight. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the Hidden Fog sect disciples, a gray-robed youth stepped into the air and asked for Qian Yin's permission. Sect Master, Lu Yiming requests to fight. After the gray-robed youth, the green-robed youth also stepped forward. Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming were core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect when Shangguan Xiongfeng was still alive. They were ranked in the top 3 core disciples and were slightly stronger than Shangguan Xiongfeng. In addition, Lu Yiming was a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Yun. As for Lin Xiong, he was a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Wu. They had long heard of the strength of the 10,000 Demon sect's core disciple Du Pajuan. They even knew that if they were alone, they wouldn't be Du Pajuan's match. But now, the 10,000 Demon sect's sovereign actually said that Du Pajuan would have to fight 2 young disciples of their Hidden Fog sect alone. They all felt that if they joined hands with each other, they would not be afraid of Du Pajuan. Moreover, the 2 of them were on good terms with each other because of their respective masters, so they often sparred with each other. If they really wanted to team up, they would have a better rapport than if they were to team up with other people. Sect Master Qian Yin. At this time, the 10,000 Demon sect's Sect Master Lan Qing spoke up again. He had a mocking expression as he said, even a disciple of your Hidden Fog sect has volunteered to fight. Don't tell me you don't dare to accept? If you don't dare, then just say it. My 10,000 Demon sect will not force your Hidden Fog sect. As Lan Qing spoke to the end, the mocking smile on his face became increasingly thick. In the eyes of the Hidden Fog sect people, he was like a villain who had achieved great success. However, although they were filled with righteous indignation, there was nothing they could do. They could only look at Lu Yiming and Lin Xiong, hoping that they would vent their anger for the Hidden Fog sect. Who says our Hidden Fog sect doesn't dare to accept the challenge? The Hidden Fog sect's Sect Master Qian Yin finally regained his composure. He sneered as he looked at Lan Qing. Since your 10,000 Demon sect wants to gift the Divine Stone to my Hidden Fog sect, how can we refuse? Lin Xiong, Lu Yiming, the 2 of you should step forward and experience the skills of the 10,000 Demon sect's proud son of heaven, Du Pajuan. Qian Yin loudly said, blades and swords have no eyes. Even if you injure Du Pajuan, the Hidden Fog sect won't blame you. A moment ago, Qian Yin had been hesitating. But when he heard Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming's sound transmissions saying that they were confident they could defeat Du Pajuan, he no longer hesitated. Although Du Pajuan was strong, Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming were disciples of the Hidden Fog sect's 2 Cloud Mist old men. They weren't weak either. As the Hidden Fog sect accepted the challenge, everyone present, including those from the Linghu family and Morong family, retreated, leaving a large empty space for the 10,000 Demon sect's core disciple Du Pajuan and the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming. Du Pajuan stood in the void, looking at Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming with disdain. A cold light flashed in his eyes. As for Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming, they had serious and vigilant expressions as they faced Du Pajuan. Not to mention anything else, just their aura alone was enough to determine who was superior. Duanling Tian, which side do you think will win? Ho Qingning's voice sounded out in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was clear that Ho Qingning was interested in this. It's hard to say right now. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a sound transmission, but, with the 10,000 demon sect's sovereign Lan Qing taking the initiative to propose this bet and Du Pajuan's confidence, the 10,000 demon sect should have a higher chance of winning. After several breaths of time, Ho Qingning said with a sound transmission once more, if the Hidden Fog sect loses, they will truly lose all face. After all, the Hidden Fog sect has 2 people joining forces and the 10,000 demon sect only has 1 person. This bet is unfair to the Hidden Fog sect to begin with. Duan Lingtian said with a sound transmission, the Hidden Fog sect has 2 people joining forces. Even if they win, the 10,000 demon sect won't lose face. After all, there is only 1 person on their side. If the 10,000 demon sect loses, they will only have to give up 1 million gold taels of divine stones. And even if the Hidden Fog sect wins, others will think that they have an unfair advantage. Once they lose, they will lose all face. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the situation in front of him. If he was the Hidden Fog sect's sovereign, he might not have accepted the challenge. This was because he was too passive. And under everyone's watchful eyes, the 10,000 demon sect's core disciple Du Pajuan and the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming attacked at the same time after a brief silence. Of course, if one looked carefully, it wasn't hard to see that Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming were the ones who attacked first. Du Pajuan only saw them move, and the divine power he had been accumulating burst out of his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures, and 1 figure shot towards each other. And as they did, they each took out their own divine artifacts. The 3 of them used medium-grade divine artifacts. Thus, no one had an advantage in terms of divine artifacts. Hua, hualala. The 3 of them attacked, their momentum vast and mighty. Waves of air swept out with their attacks, beating against the air and emitting gusts of howling wind. Soon, the attacks of the 3 people finally converged together. At the same time, a series of explosions sounded out. Even more terrifying waves of air swept out in all directions, like a series of shock waves. However, as the Hidden Fog sect sovereign Qian Yin and the 10,000 demon sect sovereign Lan Qing attacked, the shockwaves produced by the collision of their attacks were easily resolved. None of the onlookers were affected. No matter how strong the 3 of them were, they were still only upper god kings. On the other hand, Qian Yin and Lan Qing were both low-level divine emperors. Moreover, they weren't low-level divine emperors who had just broken through to the divine emperor realm. Any one of them could easily kill Du Pajuan's group. The attacks of the 3 were directed directly at them, and they were able to easily block them. Moreover, there was no need to mention the shockwaves of their attacks. Du Pajuan is really strong. With his own strength, he can fight the 2 of them to a standstill. The 10,000 demon sect's Du Pajuan truly lives up to his reputation. Since Xue Haichuan from 10,000 years ago, the Hidden Fog sect hasn't produced another outstanding disciple. It seems that in terms of the potential of the younger generation, the Hidden Fog sect is destined to be suppressed by the 10,000 demon sect. I think so too. It should be known that Du Pajuan isn't the strongest member of the 10,000 demon sect's younger generation. Above him, there is still Yang Qinya. Why didn't Yang Qinya come this time? It is said that Yang Qinya has already received invitations from several peak god emperor-level influences in Tunglong province. And those influences are stronger than the Tianlong clan. If you were Yang Qinya, would you still join the Tianlong clan? Seeing Du Pajuan fight the 2 people from the Hidden Fog sect to a standstill, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. As they spoke, they lamented that the Hidden Fog sect had no successor. In truth, in the Hidden Fog sect's younger generation, there was originally a monstrous genius whose talent and perception were outstanding. Not only was he no weaker than Xue Haichuan from 10,000 years ago, he even surpassed him. But what a pity, he was forced to leave by the Hidden Fog sect. Suddenly, a person in the crowd mentioned this matter. After this topic was opened, a group of people joined in the discussion. Duan Lingtian? He was forced to leave by the Hidden Fog sect? Didn't they say that Duan Lingtian betrayed the Hidden Fog sect? Moreover, the Hidden Fog sect repaid evil with kindness. They wished Duan Lingtian a better and better life in the Linghu family. Betrayed the Hidden Fog sect? That is only a smokescreen thrown out by the Hidden Fog sect. I have a friend who is an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect. According to him, the reason why Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog sect was because the Hidden Fog sect's two elders Feng and Lei forced him. Two elders Feng and Lei's disciples, Long Xiao and Shengguan Xiongfeng, provoked Duan Lingtian on their own initiative and even wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. In the end, they were killed by Duan Lingtian instead. Then, Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog sect under the protection of the Linghu family's two elders Heng and Huan. If this is true, then the Hidden Fog sect can be considered to have reaped what they sowed. If Duan Lingtian was still in the Hidden Fog sect today, he might have been able to turn the tables for them. As a group of people mentioned Duan Lingtian, it was unknown who recognized Duan Lingtian. Soon, everyone's burning eyes gathered on Duan Lingtian from all directions. He is Duan Lingtian? What a handsome youth. I really couldn't tell that he was someone who had the ability to kill Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao. It is said that he is also an outstanding divine alchemist. He can casually refine the limit of spirit-level divine pills. A group of people stared at Duan Lingtian. There were also many young women who frequently winked at Duan Lingtian. The two people from the Hidden Fog sect are likely going to be defeated. Duan Lingtian didn't seem to notice the gazes around him. He continued to observe the battle in front of him. After a moment, he said to Ho Qingming with a sound transmission, "Mm?" Ho Qingming couldn't help but be startled by Duan Lingtian's words. He was puzzled as to why Duan Lingtian said that the two people from the Hidden Fog sect were going to lose. Bang! An even more formidable strength erupted from Du Pajuan's body. This was the power of his bloodline that he had just stimulated. Now, it erupted once more. Chapter 3788. This Du Pajuan was actually hiding his strength. So, the bloodline strength he displayed just now wasn't its final form. I've heard that some bloodline strengths could be released layer by layer, but today is the first time I've seen it. They were originally evenly matched, but now that Du Pajuan has further revealed his bloodline strength, victory and defeat have been decided. Du Pajuan's sudden outburst also shocked the crowd of onlookers. As for the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin, their complexions changed at this moment. As for the 10,000 demon sect's people, with sect master Lan Qing in the lead, their faces bloomed with a brilliant smile. Just as everyone thought that the Hidden Fog sect's Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming would be defeated, the divine artifacts in their hands changed, erupting with an even more formidable strength. In this critical moment, the two of them had exchanged divine artifacts. High-grade divine artifacts. The Hidden Fog sect actually lent two high-grade divine artifacts to Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming for the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, but the Hidden Fog sect lent high-grade divine artifacts to Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming. As the grandson of the 10,000 demon sect's highest elder Duzhan, how could Du Pajuan not have high-grade divine artifacts? The high-grade divine artifacts in Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming's hands were lent to them by their honorable master. They were meant to use them when they participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. But now that they were sparring with Du Pajuan, they had no choice but to take out their high-grade divine artifacts. This was because if they didn't take out their high-grade divine artifacts, they would lose. Do you think only you have a high-grade divine artifact? As everyone thought, as Du Pajuan lightly laughed, the divine artifact in his hand changed, turning into another high-grade divine artifact. In the next moment, his offensive became even more terrifying, suppressing the combined attacks of the two. Bang! Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wild and violent strengths collided. As Du Pajuan's strength crushed the attacks of the two Hidden Fog sect members, the power behind it was still far from his peak. But if it struck the two Hidden Fog sect members, it would still be able to severely wound them. Seeing the two of them about to be severely wounded, the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the two of them. The power of laws fused together with divine strength erupted from his body, helping them block Du Pajuan's attack. This scene caused the surrounding onlookers to involuntarily frown. The group of people from the Thousand Demon sect were even more enraged. However, before the people of the 10,000 Demon sect could erupt in anger, the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian was the first to speak. In this battle, our Hidden Fog sect has lost. The Thousand Demon sect's genius, Du Pejuan, truly lives up to his name. As expected of someone second only to young Qianye in the younger generation of the Thousand Demon sect, Qian said loudly. At the same time, Qian lifted his hand and a storage ring flew out. It floated in front of the 10,000 Demon sect's Sect Master Lan Qing. Sect Master Lan Qing, this is the 1,000,000 gold taels of divine stones that my Hidden Fog sect lost. Please accept it. Sect leader Qian is straightforward. Lan Qing's expression had darkened when Qian made a move. However, when he saw Qian admit defeat and hand over the wager, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with a brilliant smile. If it were him and Du Pejuan was in danger, he would also act like Qian. Thus, although Qian's actions angered him, they were also within his expectations. Seeing Qian admit defeat, the joy in his heart completely overshadowed the anger he felt. The group of people from the 10,000 Demon sect were the same, but there were still many people who sneered. The Hidden Fog sect really can't afford to lose. The sect master personally stepped up to protect someone. How laughable. If I remember correctly, it was the Hidden Fog sect's sect master who said that swords and sabers have no eyes. Even if the Hidden Fog sect disciples injured senior apprentice brother Du Pejuan, our 10,000 Demon sect wouldn't blame them, right? How ironic. In my opinion, the Hidden Fog sect really doesn't have anyone in their younger generation. Perhaps, in another few tens of thousands of years, our 10,000 Demon sect will be able to swallow up the Hidden Fog sect. The young disciples of the 10,000 Demon sect didn't hold back in their words. And at this time, the Hidden Fog sect disciples who were in the wrong flushed red with anger. But they couldn't refute this. This was because their Hidden Fog sect's actions were indeed the source of ridicule. The two defeated Hidden Fog sect disciples, Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming, also drew back with ugly complexions. They never imagined that Du Pejuan would be so strong. He was even stronger than the rumors said. In the rumors, even the number 1 junior of the 10,000 Demon sect, Yang Qianye, wasn't so strong. But looking at the current situation, if Du Pejuan was as strong as Yang Qianye in the rumors, then Yang Qianye's true strength was definitely greater than the rumors. After all, Yang Qianye was the number 1 junior of the 10,000 Demon sect. This farce ended with the 10,000 Demon sect suppressing the Hidden Fog sect. And it was also because of this that more people's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian. They felt that if Duan Lingtian was still in the Hidden Fog sect, he might have been able to bring glory to the Hidden Fog sect today. Du Pejuan, if Duan Lingtian was still in the Hidden Fog sect and he fought with you today, do you have the confidence to defeat him? A spectator loudly asked Du Pejuan, as if he didn't want the world to be in chaos. This person was a young man wearing brocade robes. His face was ordinary, but his eyes shined with a confident light. He stood behind a dignified middle-aged man. And this dignified middle-aged man stood in front of over 100 people, standing at the side of the void. Over 100 people were led by him. Sect Master Hua, the last time we met seems to have been 300 years ago. I never thought that you would personally come this time. The 10,000 Demon Sect Master Lan Qing looked at the dignified middle-aged man in front of the brocade-robed youth and greeted him with a smile. Sect Master Lan Qing. The dignified middle-aged man smiled and nodded at Lan Qing. You and I haven't met in 300 years. 300 years ago, when you and I met, that was before the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. As his voice fell, the dignified middle-aged man said to the brocade-robed youth behind him, why haven't you greeted Sect Master Lan Qing yet? Hua Tiandu greets Sect Master Lan Qing. At this time, the brocade-robed youth who wanted the world to be in chaos stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Lan Qing. I've long heard of Martial Nephew Tiandu's name. Lan Qing smiled and said, I heard that Martial Nephew Tiandu is the number 1 core disciple of the Donghua clan. Ever since he became an upper-level divine king, there are few people below the divine emperor level who can match him in the Donghua clan. If Martial Nephew Tiandu is also here to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination and the Hidden Dragon competition, I'm afraid one of the top 3 spots will be yours. Lan Qing wasn't stingy with his compliments at all. At this time, everyone also knew the identity of the brocade-robed youth who wanted the world to be in chaos. He was the young sect master of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu. The Donghua clan was also a divine emperor-level force, and it was a stronger divine emperor-level force than the Hidden Fog sect, 10,000 Demon sect, Morong family, and Linghu family. There were several middle-level divine emperors in the Donghua clan. The Donghua clan of the Tianlong clan even had upper-level divine emperors. Because of this, the Donghua clan was very powerful in the Tianlong clan. It was far from the divine emperor-level forces like the Hidden Fog sect, 10,000 Demon sect, and Linghu family. The Donghua clan was also an indirect sect of the Tianlong clan. Donghua clan. Duan Lingtian had also heard of the Donghua clan long ago. He also knew that the Donghua clan was located on the other side of the Tianlong clan. It was very far from the Linghu family, Hidden Fog sect, 10,000 Demon sect, and Morong family. Moreover, the current leader of the Donghua clan, Hua Chunming, was a strong cultivator who had entered the middle godly emperor realm. He is Hua Chunming? Duan Ling Tian's eyes fell on the dignified middle-aged man who was the leader of the group from the Donghua sect. He saw that the other party had an average build and an ordinary appearance, but the dignified aura between his eyebrows was not difficult to see that he had been in a superior position for a long time, and it made people awe him. Not only Hua Chunming, but Duan Lingtian had also heard of Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu was Hua Chuanming's 4th son. He was one of Hua Chuanming's 2 sons with the highest talent and comprehension. The other son was also the 2nd son. His name was Hua Tianqing. He had entered the Tianlong clan a long time ago. He was one of the 3 youngest White Dragon elders in the Tianlong clan. In the Tianlong clan, he was as famous as Shui Haichuan, who had come from the Hidden Fog sect. At the same time, the leaders of the divine emperor-level forces, including the 3 elders of the Linghu family, all greeted the leader of the Donghua clan. Many leaders of the divine king-level forces also came forward to greet Hua Chunming. They were reserved and humble. When Hua Chunming returned their greetings, they were all flattered and excited. Even though they are all divine emperor-level forces, there is still a big gap between them. The scene in front of him made Duan Lingtian sigh inwardly. Compared to a divine emperor-level clan like the Donghua clan, divine emperor-level forces like the Linghu family, Hidden Fog sect, Thousand Demon sect, and Morong family paled in comparison. Moreover, in Tunglung province, there are some divine emperor-level forces that are even more powerful than the Donghua clan. In those divine emperor-level forces, there is no lack of high-level divine emperors. Duan Lingtian was aware of this as well. However, such top divine emperor-level forces didn't need to curry favor with divine emperor-level forces like the Tianlong clan, which didn't have divine emperors. To put it bluntly, although the Tianlong clan was a divine emperor-level clan, its foundation was actually built by its ancestors. In terms of real power, it was only equivalent to a top divine emperor-level force. A top divine emperor-level force that wasn't weaker than the Tianlong clan naturally wouldn't want to be inferior to the Tianlong clan. Among the divine emperor-level forces that were indirectly affiliated to the Tianlong clan, the strongest one was about as powerful as the Donghua clan, and there were only a handful of them. Du Pejuan, you haven't answered my question. After the leaders of the various forces came forward to greet the leader of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu, the young lord of the Donghua clan, asked Du Pejuan again. Instantly, most of the people present all looked at Du Pejuan. If it was an ordinary person asking, Du Pejuan could ignore it. But now, the young lord of the Donghua clan kept asking. Although he was a little angry, he couldn't show it. He could only smile at Hua Tiandu and then look at Duan Lingtian subconsciously. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.